Action News, Philadelphia's leading news program.
6 o'clock on this Sunday morning, the big story on Action News, a major winter storm pushing into our region right now.
That's right. The system is threatening to deliver the heaviest snowfall our area has seen in years. A snow emergency is in effect in Philadelphia, and already snow is starting to pile up.
Yeah, you can see it out there. Our live continuous coverage begins now. We are going to stay on air and on 6 ABC throughout the morning and afternoon. We'll show you the storm's impact. Let's start by showing you this. This is a live look at the roads. This is a good reason to stay home at this hour. Mobile 6 traveling on Westchester Pike in Broomall. They're going westbound there in Delaware County. And here's the thing. We know road crews have been out treating these roads, but the snow is falling. It is really cold at 15 degrees. Salt just takes a really long time to work.
For sure. Now let's go into the city. Sky 6 taking a live look right here down the Ben Franklin Parkway, if you can try to make it out, because as we've been mentioning, the snow is coming down at a very fast rate and you can barely see beyond that, but you can see that a lot of the parkway is completely covered. The snow started falling around 3:30 this morning and has been picking up ever since.
We have a team of meteorologists and reporters bringing you the latest updates on the storm's impact all across our viewing area. We have Action News reporter Catherine Scott live for us in Manayunk. Becca Henderson is live for us in King of Prussia.
But first, let's go to meteorologist Payton, Domschke, and Karen Rogers. They're in the Action News Weather Center with the details of just the timing of this and how serious this is.
I mean, we've been talking about this for days now, Karen.
Like, let's get on with it already,
exactly.
Right? The build up to this. But so far, it's coming exactly as forecasted.
Yeah.
That we overcame that dry air. The snow is coming down.
And the thump of snow is just being felt for some communities well off to the north. In fact, we've had reports now trickling in just under an inch for some communities in Atlantic County. Our should say, can I get the words out this morning? In Ocean County, that snow continues to overspread the area. And thanks to temperatures being stuck in the teens, we've had no problem accumulating that snowfall on area-wide surfaces this morning. In fact, our snowfall ratios this morning relatively high, and that means the fluff factor is there across the area. As we go through the morning, our snowfall rates will pick up in intensity. While the snow is coming down heavily right now through some communities, mainly south of Philadelphia, the snowfall rates 1 to 2 inches per hour will reduce visibility. But through the afternoon, we're going to see this flip over from sleet to then freezing rain for some communities this afternoon. And that's really going to hit some of the totals across the area as well. But check out this behemoth of a storm system here. We've got icing from Memphis back to the Lone Star State through the Atlanta metro area, but snowfall on the cold side of this setup here from St. Louis to Cincinnati, all the way here to the Delaware Valley. And the alerts, our winter storm warning kicked into gear last night. It continues until tomorrow afternoon. This area draped in pink here stretches over 2,000 miles all the way back to Midland, Texas, out to Las Vegas, and those ice storm warnings continue as you work your way through the south and east. But here at home, the impact's already starting to be felt, Karen. We're going to continue to time and track this hour by hour with Future Tracker. But again, the snow is here and the fun for some kiddos is just about to begin.
It's amazing to look at that stretch, isn't it?
Really is.
I mean, from Texas to New England. Yes, I know. All with the storm. So it's a really complex storm. And Payton brought up the visibility, which I think is really important and shows you just how heavy it's coming down in spots where we're looking at only a half-mile visibility in part of the region, 3/4 of a mile right now in Millville, about a mile at Philadelphia International. You got to watch out. I was telling people who wanted to drive early today, it's not even just the snow that's on the ground, but you almost forget how much it takes visibility with that snow coming down, how hard it is to see with that snow. So one of the key things we're watching behind the scenes, and one of the things that will dictate, okay, how much snow versus how much ice, is this sleet line. When does that start to move in? This is one model that I think handles it really well and shows that snow through the region now, but by about lunchtime, we already see that snow changing to sleet in the city and sleet through South Jersey. Even watching some of those temperatures well down to the south, rising enough to get some rain. So that's 12:30 this afternoon. We advance this a little bit, and you can see a little later in the afternoon, 5:30, not only sleet getting close to the Lehigh Valley, but you see that area right here of pink. That's the freezing rain line. And I like the way this model kind of wedging it, especially south and west of the city, along I-95 and south and west, where we could have a serious situation with that ice accumulating with that freezing rain. There you see that rain, some freezing rain, but rain through South Jersey, where that temperature at 5:30 is 40 degrees. It's still snow in Mount Pocono and in Allentown. You progress this a little farther by 8:30. Yes, you even have that sleet in Allentown, and look at that expansive area of ice building up. So that all pulls out of here. We wrap up later tonight. So a quick look at what you can expect hour by hour. We're starting with those temperatures in the low teens, that snow, a switch through the early afternoon to icing, wrapping up tonight. 10 to 14 inches in the Lehigh Valley and the far northwest suburbs, 8 to 10 inches in the heart of our region, 6 to 8 through South Jersey, and 3 to 6 through Wildwood. We're going to be talking more about this hour by hour, minute by minute. Payton and I will be updating that in just a little bit, guys.
You'll need your mittens, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are in it for the long haul. Karen, thank you. Let's take a live look here. This is the snow coming down in the heart of Philadelphia. This is the action cam showing the snow beginning to really pile up at Broad and Walnut Streets in Center City. You can see the streets already coated in snow, and really this is just the beginning of the storm.
And as we mentioned, we do have a team of reporters all over the region with updates on how the storm is impacting your communities.
So let's head out to Action News reporter Catherine Scott live for us in Manayunk, where the streets there are covered as well. Catherine.
They are certainly covered. Yes, we're live in Manayunk this morning. It is very quiet here this morning. Basically, us and the twinkle lights. Every once in a while, we see a car coming through. That one's actually going pretty fast. And you can see the roads are covered this morning. So I do have my Action News yardstick. It is early in the day. I don't know if these totals are going to impress you yet, but we're going to keep monitoring. Right now, according to this planter, we've had about an inch of snow this morning. And of course, it is coming down, and it's coming down faster and faster. The snow started around 3:30, depending on where you are. And it's been coming pretty consistently ever since. Main Street, we have seen the plows come through here. They've been salting, they've been clearing. But as you can see, there's no road. You can't see the blacktop at this point. And we're at Levering, and the roads have been being plowed here too, even the side streets. They've been making the rounds here as well. So there are not a whole lot of cars out and about yet, which is a good thing. You definitely want to allow the plows to do their work. It's going to get worse before it gets better, everybody. The best thing to do is stay at home if you can. Let the plows do their work and make the conditions more safe, because the snow is picking up. We're going to see more before it's safe to go out. But actually, now it's getting a little later, right, Mike? I mean, we're starting to see more cars. It was like, oh, nobody until you came live. But people are starting to come through. Definitely stay off the roads if you can, everybody. We're going to send it back to you.
Hopefully people will heed that advice, because we know that Manayunk is known for its challenging hills in that neighborhood. So hopefully people will be staying off the roads unless they have to be out. Catherine.
Surprised by how many people there are right there. Catherine, we'll check back in with you. Hey, let's go here. One of the worst travel days in years. Believe it or not, we are looking at Philadelphia International Airport, somewhere out there. You know, Karen was saying a mile visibility. Yeah, you can't see much. Sky 6 is giving us this live look. Nationwide, more than 10,000 flights that were scheduled for today have now been canceled. Most flights out of PHL are canceled. That includes 100% of Frontier Airline flights, 98% of American Airline flights. Believe it or not, some flights apparently coming in and taking off. And the ripple effects of these cancellations will likely last for days.
Yeah, and certainly you wouldn't want to be landing or arriving in any of that. Nope. Let's go live now to Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson. She has an update from King of Prussia. Becca.
Christy, we're live here on 202 in King of Prussia, and I want to give you a look at the road because it is covered in snow. Just a couple vehicles out at this hour. Most of the people who we're seeing out are private plows, you know, those who go in, clear out commercial properties and whatnot. It is shocking, though, to see just the start of this storm here, about an inch or so of snow on the ground, and the roads are covered. We do know, I looked it up with PennDOT, you guys were mentioning it earlier, it's so cold out, about only 15 degrees, that the salt becomes less affected. So while we are told that PennDOT did salt all of these roads, you can see they're still covered in snow. And I want to show you some video too. I took this with my dash cam GoPro when I was driving in to see here. This is the Blue Route. So even a major highway in our area going through Delaware County is just covered in snow already. And a lot of that salt it just isn't taking effect the way that it should be. And also, we are telling everybody to stay home. That's one of the reasons, too, with fewer cars on the road. That salt, being as cold as it is, just isn't taking effect the same way. So really, at this hour, and you would hope 6 a.m. on a Sunday, most people are staying home. We're really urging you to continue to do that. Back out here live in King of Prussia, again, you see just a couple cars on the road. We've talked to a couple people. They're the ones who need to be out working right now. And I do want to show you something, too, because I heard Payton mention the fluffy factor of this snow. I can tell you this is really fluffy snow, not exactly great for throwing snowballs at anyone just yet. We'll see what happens as the morning goes on. Live here in King of Prussia, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News. Guys.
No, don't tempt fate like that, Becca, when it comes to snowballs. We'll check back in with you. Thanks. Hey, as the storm moves through the area, we want to see your pictures and your videos, maybe your snowball fights. Send them to 6abc.com/share. You might see them right here on Action News.
And we will be tracking today's major winter storm throughout the day.
Our coverage continues when we come right back.
Well, if you're just waking up and you're looking outside, you're seeing that it is now snowing, and our coverage of today's winter storm continues. We're taking a live look at Storm Tracker 6 live radar on the left side of your screen, and then the Walt Whitman Bridge, or what you can make out of the Walt Whitman Bridge from our live casino camera.
I see the flashing lights out there, so they are trying to treat the roads, but that snow really coming down at a good clip. Let's get to meteorologist Payton Domschke with an update from AccuWeather.
And the size of this storm is so impressive. It's taking over the entire eastern half of the country right now. There's snow from St. Louis to Cincinnati, here to the Delaware Valley, and on the southern side of the storm, where you're really trying to converge those winds, you see the contrast of pink there. That's the icing event ongoing from parts of Texas into Memphis, out to Atlanta, into the Carolinas right now. That's where they're going to have significant icing impacts across the area. With us, when it comes to snowfall, it has completely overspread the area, and temperatures are key this morning. The fluff factor is there. We are in the teens, so we are accumulating quickly, all because the surface is plenty cold, not only from the parkway, but down to the shore. We've got snow-covered boards here in Ocean City at just 18 degrees. The temperatures will change as we go through this event, and that's going to be key to really start to see our precipitation form change. But through the morning, snowfall rates anywhere between 1 inch to 2 inches per hour is possible. That reduces visibility. Still at 10 o'clock this morning, it is snowing area wide. This is a front-end snow event, and it's going to stay snow well off to the north and west, but warm air starts to nudge in aloft. So we've got a sub-freezing surface, but above we are starting to warm, and that means that our precipitation form is flipping to sleet here. We're experiencing sleet around 1 o'clock from Millville to Middletown to Clayton to now Philadelphia, maybe making it as far into some of the northwest suburbs, out to even Mercer County there. Parts of the shore community then don't just see sleet. They flip to a cold rain. That's going to take over around 5 o'clock. Well, then we start to pop up some freezing rain. That's going to shove its way in between the sleet and that rain form here. So it is still coming down purely as sleet for Philadelphia by 5 o'clock. That is a prolonged period of sleet across the area. About maybe 1 to 2 inches of just sleet out of this. While Allentown to the Poconos, it is still snowfall. Maybe a tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice possible. Just the cherry on top, glazing everything too, encasing it along I-95 and parts of New Jersey into Delaware. By 1 o'clock in the morning, most of this energy is outbound, but still some lingering snow showers do exist into the Poconos, and that's why that continues to be our jackpot zone. 10 to 14 inches. Again, some communities picking up well over a foot from Allentown into the Poconos. The heart of the Delaware Valley, Philadelphia, around 8 to 10 inches. 6 to 8 Middletown to Millville, Manahawkin, Toms River, 3 to 6 in Wildwood. So the longer you see snow, the higher those totals will be. So just to reiterate the key takeaways of today, snow, it's begun this morning and it's going to continue that way by midday. Most of you transition over to sleet. And again, that icing concern is a possibility along I-95 later this afternoon into early this evening. That could even prompt some scattered power outages across the area. You get those tree branches to come down after that glaze of ice. You get that on wires across the area too. Tonight, as that storm pulls out of here, temperatures are still sub-freezing. So everything that's come down has not moved if you haven't gotten out to clean things up. So difficult travel will remain. And into the day tomorrow, we're going to have limited sunshine. Some lingering flurries are possible across the area, and temperatures are stuck in the freezer. We do not move out of the freezer through your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day. The AccuWeather alert for the heavy snow, the afternoon and evening mixing. We're just at 28 tomorrow, and check out the extended period. It's not just the high temperatures in the 20s to close out the month of January. But it's the overnights as well. We've got single digits to wake up to. That means sub-zero feels like conditions some mornings. There's a lot to look at, but first we've got to get through today and then the cleanup efforts that are going to be ongoing from today, probably for the rest of the week.
So that means that snow will be sticking around.
Exactly. It's not going anywhere.
And it's going to just get a little crunchier day by day as well if you don't clean it up.
Okay, right, Payton, thank you.
Coming up next, we're going to talk live with the director of Philadelphia's Office of Clean and Green Initiatives with more on the city's plan for this storm.
Action News will be right back.
All right, we're back. It's a really good idea to go ahead and stay off the roads today if you're able to. We have a Mobile 6 out right now. This is a live look on the right of your screen of just the deteriorating conditions as the winter storm is pushing in. It has been for a few hours now. So this is the Delaware County Veterans Memorial. If you know where that is, it's just off of Westchester Pike in the Newtown Square area. So you can see the snow coming around. You can see all the flags there blowing as this storm is moving through. And then on the left, you see Storm Tracker 6 live radar kind of looping through to show you how long this snow has been falling. You can see the heavy bands just kind of putting those two images together to give you an idea. And this is really just the beginning.
Yeah, for sure. And meanwhile, local utility companies are receiving help in advance of this storm. ComEd will help its sister companies. That includes PECO, Atlantic City Electric, and the Delmarva Power restore any type of service outages. Now, those companies say employees will be working around the clock as customers report power outages.
Well, local bars and restaurants are hoping to maybe cash in on the snowstorm. McGillen's Old Ale House in Center City posted this photo here. Look at this. All the kegs lined up, all ready to go for anyone who might plan to go ahead and brave the elements. That is a lot of beer. The storm comes right in the middle of Center City Restaurant Week. So some restaurants say they will open no matter what, whereas others, they're just kind of monitoring the situation. If you do have reservations, it's probably a good idea to go ahead and call to make sure the spot is still open. We want to remind everyone, be safe if you do choose to head outside, even if you're walking. That can be dangerous. Now, if you do need to travel, AAA wants to remind you of a few tips to stay safe out on the roads. Make sure to increase the distance between your car and the other vehicles. It's a good idea to maybe leave 5 or 6 seconds following time. That way you can stop a little bit better if there's some ice. When it comes to braking, firm, steady pressure on the pedal. If you're going up a hill, don't floor it on the gas. You can spin out, build up some steady power first before you go up. And be sure just to keep some extra blankets. It's a good idea. Warm clothing, maybe some water just in case you do run into an emergency.
Yeah, those are some good driving tips. I know when I was driving on the Schuylkill this morning, this was the first time I voluntarily drove slow. Because I was concerned about what was on the roads. So as the storm moves through the area, we want to see what conditions look like in your neighborhood. So be sure to send us your photos, any type of videos to 6abc.com/share, and you just might see them right here on air on Action News. We'll be right back.
Good morning, everybody. Happy snow day. This is the part that we like, where it's all snow everywhere. It's light, fluffy snow. It's fun to get out there if you want to wake up at the crack of dawn. The thing we're not looking forward to is when the ice moves through the region. So right now in Storm Tracker 6 with our multi-sweep scan, the snow is coming down pretty good everywhere from the Lehigh Valley to the city to the south. Let's talk about what you can expect as we watch this snow change over. We watch Future Tracker 6, and you see that area of purple. That ice moves in right around lunchtime. Do you see the bright area of pink jetting through? This is a look at later this evening, but we have ice changing over about noon and continuing through the evening. But that layer of ice, that freezing rain, that's the thing that we really have to watch. That's so difficult to travel in. That could accumulate on power lines and cause some real issues. Right now, we look outside live, kind of hard to see with that snow so steadily coming down. Look at these numbers. It's 15 degrees. The wind chill is 2. It is cold out here, and the wind's going to ramp up at least 30 miles an hour later on this afternoon. It's your hour-by-hour forecast showing the snow is coming down pretty good all morning long. It's about 13 degrees at 8 o'clock with that snow everywhere. By lunchtime, you're starting that transition. You're starting to get warmer air aloft. It's only 18 degrees, but it's sleet coming down, and you're starting to build up some ice in the city. By 4 o'clock, you're starting to see some changing to freezing rain. You're still below freezing, but the warmer air aloft is what causes the problem. So we'll be tracking that hour by hour and giving you totals coming up in just a minute, John.
All right, Karen, thank you. The snow is rolling in several major highways. Some of the area's busiest bridges, they are now under speed restrictions because the conditions are just getting worse and worse. Mobile 6 was on the road. This is the Ben Franklin Bridge. The speed limit reduced down to just 25 miles per hour. You can see the speed limit sign just above there saying 25. And you can see there's still a snow on there. It is slippery. Not a lot of people out at this hour. Still, give yourself some extra time no matter where you're going. You'll have to take it slow.
Yeah, we also know that bridges and on-ramps are the first to freeze. So things are also quiet this morning in Philadelphia's Queen Village neighborhood as the snow comes down right here. Mobile 6 drove along South Front Street trying to capture the view of the road and the cars that are now covered in white. You can see the snow coming down pretty quickly there, but we haven't seen anybody on the roads. Except for right here. Here's a live look at 76 and Montgomery Drive. You can see the snow piling up on the interstate. PennDOT crews also on scene. You can see the flashing lights, either trying to plow what is on there or continue to salt and treat. Now, PennDOT is temporarily reducing the speed limit to 45 miles an hour on several major roads because of the storm. That includes Interstate 76, 95, 295, 476 and 676. Restrictions are also in place that prohibit commercial vehicles from traveling on most major roads during the storm.
Yeah, the good news is a lot of people are just avoiding the roads altogether.
Taking our advice. That's
really
good.
Idea.
Stay with us for our continuing coverage of the winter storm, and it continues in just a few moments.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we are tracking the first major storm of the winter season. And as you can see behind us, the storm is now covering our entire area.
Yeah, everybody's seeing the snow. It's really coming down out there. A winter storm warning is in effect here for our area until tomorrow. The heaviest snow is expected to fall throughout this morning.
Photojournalist Dan Sheridan is driving around in Mobile 6 right here and giving us a live look at the road conditions here. This is a look right here of the westbound lanes of Westchester Pike in Willistown Township. You cannot see any of the road at all. It is completely snow covered.
Yeah, that's not, I do not envy his job
for
being
sure
out there on the roads. All right, let's talk to our meteorologist about what we're seeing out there, those roads. I mean, the snow is just not going anywhere.
And I saw Dan flash his brights. He's up and at it this morning. He's paying attention. He's got two hands on the wheel because that's what we need.
We didn't see a lot coming down where he was in Westchester Pike, and we're seeing that elsewhere around the region. And we've really overcome that dry air. Everybody's got something sticking at this point, Payton.
And that's because the surface is so cold around here too. So it's not taking much to pick up that coating this morning. We've had now reports starting to trickle in of around 1 to 2 inches from many communities south of Philadelphia. Philadelphia started seeing some of that snowfall around 3:30 this morning. It has now taken over the Lehigh Valley into the Poconos, and it's on its journey to the north and east. Air temperatures right now either in the single digits to the teens. It's only 15 for Philadelphia. We've got that fluff factor right now. We've got high snowfall ratios, and the rate of that snow is going to continue to increase this morning. 1 to 2 inches per hour. That is lowering visibility, not just right now, but it's going to continue to be that way before we actually see a big turning point as warmer air nudges in aloft about midday. Sleet, even freezing rain will develop in spots this afternoon. It's not a done deal for snow lovers. You're just going to have to travel through the Lehigh Valley into the Poconos to stay mainly snow. Our impact scale remains elevated from this morning into the evening, all because not only are we having that thump of snow, but we also see precipitation flip over to that wintry mix across the area, and it is ongoing through parts of the deep south. They've got icing in Memphis now to Atlanta, and that's making itself known into the mid-Atlantic. Snow shield expanding from St. Louis to Cincinnati up to Chicago, even northeast Ohio. This is going to continue to be a problem. Our winter storm warnings continue until Monday afternoon. So we still have some time with this. In fact, it's just getting going. But Karen, so impressive that these alerts, they expand 2,000 miles. The eastern half of the country is taking this one way or another. It's icing for those in the deep south.
Yeah.
It's snow for those to the north.
And there's so much moisture to work with as it taps into the Gulf. And the models have all agreed on that. I mean, the one thing behind the scenes we're driving ourselves crazy with is the sleet line.
Correct.
Like, because the more sleet you're getting, the less snow you're getting. So that's what we're going to watch unfold. That's really the only model divergence right now, is when that sleet moves in. And that's going to be the big factor for us, because the snow is coming down heavily everywhere. So we're seeing that now, and all through the morning hours, it continues to accumulate 1 to 2+ inches an hour. So we're piling up on the snow early on. Future tracker showing 10:30 in the morning, it's still snow everywhere. But there's that sleet line we start to watch. Not because the surface is any warmer. The surface is 18 degrees, but at lunchtime, around midday, you start to see that change from snow to sleet in the city because of that warmer air aloft, and that's what we're watching. So lunchtime, you've got the sleet coming down. All right, you could still play in it, but you don't like the sleet coming down too long. Even that sleet up in the Lehigh Valley this evening, all afternoon and evening, it's still precipitating. It's just sleet through much of the area. But do you see that area of pink? That's the area of freezing rain. That's the one that causes so many problems. The issues with power lines, the issues that could be with down trees, only if it's widespread. So we have to see how much of that ice accumulates. We see it all pull out of here, 11:30 at night, nothing more than one leftover snow shower. You're good to go. So spelling it out hour by hour, look at these temperatures. I mean, it's so cold. It's snowing everywhere, even cold aloft. We're starting with temperatures in the low teens. At 1 o'clock, it's 20 degrees. By then, we're starting to change from snow to sleet. Temperatures rise to about 27 this afternoon. We see that changeover with sleet continuing and in freezing rain. So those are some of the things we're concerned about, how much ice we get. We know we get a lot of snow in the Lehigh Valley, areas in those northwest suburbs. That's where we've got the highest amount, because you see even in the upper levels of the atmosphere, it holds on to the snow, that cold air longer. So Lancaster, Reading, Allentown, 10 to 14 plus, 8 to 10 inches along the I-95 corridor. Interior South Jersey, if you're in Gloucester, Camden, Burlington, you're looking 6 to 8 inches, 3 to 6 at the shore. It'll be a little less there, guys, because you're even transitioning to rain. You're going to get into the 40s in Cape County today. A wild range in temperatures. Payton's going to come back in a bit, and she's going to talk about how this just never melts. We've got a lot of cold air coming.
Yeah, so what you get depends on your zip code.
That's right, that's right.
Karen, thank you.
A snow emergency is in effect in Philadelphia. City residents were required to move their vehicles off of the snow emergency routes beginning at 9 last night. Major travel restrictions have also gone into effect this morning. So that means no commercial vehicles will be permitted on Pennsylvania interstates.
So again, that includes I-95, I-76, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and the extensions. Also, the School District of Philadelphia has already announced that all schools will be closed tomorrow for a snow day. Archdiocesan schools in the city are going virtual.
All right, let's check in with our team of reporters. They're stationed all throughout the viewing area.
Let's start now with Action News reporter Catherine Scott, who's in Manayunk this morning, where the roads often get a little tricky, very challenging because of those hills. Catherine, what are you seeing this morning?
It certainly can get tricky around here with all the hills and Manayunk and Roxborough, and the plows have been making the rounds. It's been snowing here for several hours now, and it's been picking up the pace a bit. I'm going to start on Levering, and you can see there's no cars coming right now. Take a look at the coverage on the roadway. You can see I'm making tracks as I'm walking here. Their plows have actually been through here not that long ago. I'd say about an hour ago, and you can see that it's piling up already. So this is certainly something that you're going to want to stay off the roads for because, as I mentioned, the snow is picking up the pace. Depending on where you are, the snow started around 3:30 this morning, and it's gotten a little bit heavier, starting to accumulate. Plows have been making rounds across the area, but the conditions are certainly slippery. And of course, they've been preparing for this. We've seen brining, we've seen salting. Even here in Manayunk, we've seen on the sidewalks where they put the rock salt down. So they've certainly been preparing for these slippery conditions. But everyone is urged to stay inside. You can see that poor guy walking along the street there because not only is it snowy, it's also very cold. And of course, as the day goes on, it's going to do that changeover into sleet. So we'll see what happens. So in the last half hour, I measured this planter. It's hard to guarantee the integrity of the snow here. So it was about an inch and half an hour ago. Now it's slightly over an inch, maybe an inch and a quarter there. So we'll see. We're going to keep monitoring this, but the snow is falling here. It will continue to. Be safe, everybody. We'll check back in with you soon.
Yeah, Catherine, I know we were talking when you were doing your live shot, saying the last time we circled back with you, there was hardly like anything on the ground, and it's really picked up in the last half hour. And I know Payton was talking about just the rate at which it was going to fall this morning. So you're really giving us an illustration of that.
You'll be able to measure the snow on your hat here eventually. So we're going to check back in with you, Catherine.
LOL.
Well, the city has been prepping for the storm for days, making sure that the plows are prepared and the salt trucks are ready to go.
That's right. So we are now joined by Carlton Williams, the director of the Office of Clean and Green Initiatives, with more on the preparations. Nothing green out there this morning. The snow really coming down. Tell us, what's the city doing at this hour?
We're out on the streets plowing. I think the reporter just said, and I'm happy to hear, that she's seeing plows out in the street right now. We're trying to get ahead of this, Christy and John. I mean, this is going to be a long, intense storm, and it's going to get more intense as the morning goes on. I think it's going to hit very quickly. And then the concern, as the meteorologist just said earlier, is that changeover to snow and ice. That is where we're concerned about, because we don't want this stuff freezing up. Once it freezes, it's hard to move. So we got to stay on top of it, get ahead of it, get as much snow out of the roadways as quickly as possible so that we can make the streets safe and passable. Once that operation continues, we'll start adding more salt to it. But right now, it's strictly a plowing operation just to try to keep the roadways at a manageable and continue to hit it with salt. But that's the work that we're doing right now. We have over about 350 pieces out in the street right now, both on primary, secondary streets and residential communities. So we're going to keep hitting this strong, and we're going to keep fighting throughout the day.
Carlton, what is the biggest challenge that your crews are facing, given that the rate at which this is falling this morning is about 1 to 2 inches, and then you're also concerned about the switch over to sleet? Like, how do you tackle that?
Yeah, I think we have to continuously plow. I mean, that's why we put extra pieces. At the height of this storm, we'll have over 600 pieces of equipment throughout the event. And ultimately, when it gets to a point where plowing is no longer effective or not as effective, we're going to have to implement a lifting operation, especially in those tight-knit communities. You were just up in Manayunk, but we're talking about South Philadelphia, West Philadelphia, North Philadelphia, all of those tight communities. It gets very challenging to navigate our equipment through those areas. So that's why it's so critical and important that we hit it hard, fast now, and try to get as much out the way before that icy mix, wintry mix kicks in and start to freeze everything up.
Yeah, your crews have their work cut out for them today, that is for sure. And I know you guys will have a news conference a little bit later today to give us an update. Thank you for all that you guys are doing, and we'll be checking back in with you throughout the day. Carlton.
Absolutely. Stay safe, everyone.
You too.
Thanks, Carlton. Well, as the storm moves through our area, we want to see how things are looking in your neighborhood. So be sure to send us those photos and videos to 6abc.com/share. You just might see them right here on air on Action News.
We've got a lot more ahead. Our coverage of this winter storm continues right after the break.
Welcome back. We're going to head out now to the suburbs to see what conditions look like right now.
Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson is live for us in King of Prussia this morning with a look at the conditions there. Becca, what are you seeing now?
John and Christy, I'm on 202 right now, and I want to show you something, because if you've ever driven 202 in King of Prussia, you know, or you would know, that there's a median in the middle of the road here. You can't see it because it's completely covered in snow. And I don't know how bright this is, but there are some tire tracks there. That's because these roads are so snow covered that someone trying to take a left into this store ran over the median. So the snow here, you can see, really piling up. And it's also an example of, if you don't have to be out, then simply stay home. I will tell you that a lot of the people we've talked to so far this morning are those private plow truck drivers who are out plowing commercial properties. I've seen one of them behind us at a Chick-fil-A starting to plow over here, but it's already covered in snow again. And I want to give you another example of just how rough the roads are. Take a look. This is from my dash cam video driving here to King of Prussia. This is the Blue Route in Delaware County going past Havertown. It's pretty much unrecognizable. You can't see any of the lines in the road. You really can't see anything besides the snow that's already covering it. PennDOT did tell us that they salted these roads, but guys, keep in mind, it is so cold out that salt becomes less effective. And take it from a plow truck driver we talked to a little bit ago, just stay home.
Don't go out. Stay in, stay dry, stay safe. The roads are not great.
Yeah, I was noticing Yeah, you get the vibe from Blaze that he would be home too if he could, but instead he's out working. He said this is one of the really great days for business for him, so he'll be out plowing some commercial and private properties all day long, while hopefully the rest of us stay inside with some hot coffee and hot chocolate. For now, live here in King of Prussia, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News, guys.
Yeah, good idea to stay off the roads and stay off the medians too, apparently. Becca, thank you. The snow's starting to pile up as this winter storm intensifies this morning. Look at the roads here. Not a good day to be out. Mobile 6 is giving us a live look. Westbound lanes of the Westchester Pike now in East Goshen Township, and the only thing you can see are the tire tracks. It really doesn't look like this area has been hit yet by plows. You might see a little bit of pavement there from maybe some salt that was dumped in the roads, but yeah, this is what we are seeing throughout the area right now.
Yeah, let's go now to meteorologist Payton Domschke with the latest on the storm's track and the continued timing, because I know when we spoke to the city streets department, they were talking about whenever everything changes over to sleet.
And there will be a changeover. I mean, this coming in right now, the front end is all snow area wide. Catherine and Becca doing such a fantastic job out in the field with their photographers and showing that that snow is indeed stacking up. And I've got confirmed reports from the National Weather Service of just that. Newark close to 2 inches, North Whitehall Township around 1.5 inches, even Barnegat Township. So taking you out to some of our shore communities, around 1 inch so far. Generally speaking, around 1/2 inch to almost 2 inches for a lot of the area, and it's because of this expansive storm system. This stretches over 2,000 miles, and there's a warm sector and a cold sector set up to this. So there's a snowy side from St. Louis to Cincinnati, now pushing into the northeast, into the mid-Atlantic. More icing is taking shape. They've got plain rain through some of the Gulf Coast states, but icing still continues from Louisiana into Texas this morning. It's purely snow right now as temperatures are in the teens, if not the single digits, through some of our northwest communities. Malvern and Quakertown just at 9 this morning, so the surface is plenty cold to see that accumulating factor be in full effect, I should say, this morning. So that snow again piling up. It's 13 in Tabernacle. It's about 20 in Cape May. But our shore communities, you're going to start to see a big change first, and especially those through southern New Jersey and Delaware, as we start to see the sleet line progress its way a little bit closer to some of our inland communities. So it's still snowing at a good rate, 1 to 2 inches per hour. So that means the fluff factor goes to a little bit more intensity as we go deeper into the morning. But watch the shade of purple here. That's that sleet. And we could see hours of it through parts of the area from Middletown to Clayton to now Philadelphia around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Temperatures down the shore close to 40, while it's still 5 in the Poconos, in the teens in Allentown, where it continues to snow. We've got a sub-freezing surface, but warmer air is surging in aloft. We continue to hold with that sleet precipitation type from Exton to Trenton, now even on the fringe of Lansdale around 5 o'clock, taking over our exclusive radar site in Lancaster County, while a cold rain now has formed through southern New Jersey. In fact, most of South Jersey here. Newcastle County starting to see some freezing rain. It does not look like the entire area sees freezing rain, but parts of the I-95 corridor could squeeze some of that out. This starts to exit in general around 1 o'clock in the morning. Still some lingering snow showers through the higher elevations of the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos, and that's where the most snow winds up. 10 to 14 inches of accumulating snow, around 8 to 10 from Philadelphia back to Chester, Montgomery, Bucks, into Mercer County, even parts of interior South Jersey. 6 to 8 inches, Middletown out to Manahawkin, 3 to 6, where you start to see that changeover through far southeast areas. That just means less snow. To reiterate here, snow takes over this morning. We flip to sleet midday. 1/10 to 1/4 inch of ice is possible, and that could also then add to the factor of not only being snowed in, it being very cold, but you could actually experience a power outage or two across the area too. In your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day, the AccuWeather alert in place today, but check out the deep freeze we hold in all week long. And if you've looked at a calendar in a hot second, this is the end of January here, and Mother Nature is showing off. Temperatures much of this week about 15 to 20 degrees below where they should be. Morning lows, even for the city of Philadelphia, in the single digits. That means, Christy, your walk or maybe
run? No.
I don't know about that. It's going to be slick out there. To Salad Corps is going to be very slick and very cold. Yes.
I'll be canceling out.
Stay home.
John, I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm staying home.
Payton, thank you. Action News will be right back.
All right, back at 6:53 this morning. We're taking a live look at the slopes of Spring Mountain, one of several ski resorts that will actually not be open today for skiers despite all the snow. In Carbon County, it's the same story at Blue Mountain Resort. The slopes there remain closed today. Now, skiers have been sounding off online about this, many voicing frustration over the closure, some even going as far to say, who closes a ski resort for snow? Yeah, a few hours after the announcement, the ski resort explained its decision.
If we have a guest that gets here early, when maybe the storm wasn't so bad, it picks up in intensity later in the day. Now they're stranded. We have nowhere to lodge these folks, and we will not put our guests in that situation.
So it's a safety decision there. The good news, Blue Mountain plans to reopen at noon on Monday once the conditions improve. The resort said that it is opening later than normal just to give crews time to clear the parking lots.
Safety first. Well, as the storm moves through our area, we want to see your photos and videos. So be sure to send them to us at 6abc.com/share, and you just might see them right here on air on Action News. We'll be right back.
Morning, everybody. Happy snow day. Be careful out there. Stay inside. Try to stay warm. We're looking outside live, and you really see it coming down. I don't know if you can see under the headlights, too, but you get a good shot of how quickly it's coming down. It doesn't necessarily look like this everywhere, but it is snowing everywhere. Right now, that snow rate about a ½ an inch an hour, an inch an hour, but that's going to increase later this morning. Look at the temperature, 15 degrees. The wind chill is 2. The winds are 12. They're going to get a little gusty this afternoon. So the snow continuing for everybody. Everybody's getting it right now, and it's going to keep piling up till about lunchtime. That's the time to watch, because that's when we stop with our accumulating snow in the city. Now we just add ice on top of it. We're adding sleet. So at that point, that sleet moves in. And then 4 o'clock, it's still sleeting, but shortly thereafter, a change to some freezing rain in parts of the region. So that's something we'll watch. So Future Tracker kind of showing that and snowing that too. Lehigh Valley, you hold on to that snow a little longer. 1 o'clock, it's still snowing there, but there's that area of sleet moving in, and that's what we'll watch really closely today, Christy.
All right, Karen, thank you. Well, coming up, our live team coverage continues.
We have a team of reporters all across the region. They'll be bringing you the live updates when we come right back.
Action News, Philadelphia's leading news program, now continues.
It is 7 o'clock on this Sunday morning. We are tracking a major winter storm dumping snow all across the region right now.
Yeah, the system is threatening to deliver the heaviest snowfall our area has seen in years. So be sure to stay with 6ABC throughout the morning and afternoon for our live continuing team coverage.
All right, we're going to give you a few live looks right now. This is what the roads are looking like at this hour. Mobile 6 is traveling through downtown Westchester right now. You could just see some tire tracks. It doesn't look like this has been plowed at all, at least probably not in the last hour or so. The good news in this street, at least, I don't see any cars. I don't see anybody walking on the sidewalks either.
Yeah, heeding our advice. Now let's go into the city. Sky 6 taking a live look right here of what you can see or make out of for the Ben Franklin Parkway. The snow started falling around 3:30 this morning. You can see it's really coming down at a heavy pace. It's been picking up all morning long. We can see a little bit of flashing lights in the distance. There are, you know, here and there some cars that are driving through, but we know that the city streets department is trying to plow what they can. We have a team of reporters spread out all across the region, bringing you the updates on the accumulating snow in your neighborhood. They will bring you the latest on the storm's impact throughout the morning.
But first, let's check in with meteorologists Payton, Domschke, and Karen Rogers. They're in the Action News Weather Center with the track and the timing of this monster storm, and we already have a lot of snow on the ground.
We do, generally speaking, about ½ of an inch to almost 2 inches for a lot of spots.
I'm thinking of those reporters out there. It's cold.
They are the troopers and the photographers.
But you know what? We've got that fluff factor because it's so cold right now. Later on, it's going to be like a fort you can build because it's the kind of dense snow that you can really pack in there.
We're going to start to dwindle down those snow ratios. Right now, we've got that fluff factor in full control right now. In fact, if we can flip over to one of our products here, we've got temperatures expected here here as we go through time and into your Saturday or Sunday morning, I should say, in the teens across the area. It's only about 11 in Reading as we go through time together, 13 in Clayton. As we continue to watch with Future Tracker into the depths of the morning here, we're in the teens, watching the progression then of a sleet line. But with Storm Tracker 6 in this moment in time along I-95, that snow has made its way area-wide now, impacting areas south of Philadelphia with some of the highest snowfall totals right now. It's 15 for Philly. We are holding in the teens, if not the single digits. That means the ground is primed for accumulation that is starting to stack up. We've had proof of that this morning, not just from viewer reports, but even Mount Holly. The National Weather Service has picked up 1.5 inches of snowfall here. We will continue to watch those rates increase really on the other side of the sleet boundary that's going to start to move in here. So this front end thump of snow exists. It's lowering visibility, but again, sleet and even some freezing rain is expected through parts of the afternoon here. It's not for everyone across the area as we go through time, but I want you to ease with caution. Your impact scale, it remains on the moderate to high side early this morning, but flipping into the high note as we go through time, as that snow becomes a little bit more compact. Then we flip over from sleet to even parts of the area experiencing that freezing rain, while the Poconos continues to experience purely snow here. That winter storm warning is in effect right now. It continues until Monday afternoon. We'll be watching this very closely, Karen. I know that this big swath of pink, it means a lot of things for different people, especially as we start to encounter more of that wintry mix. And that's where some of the most impactful setups with this system, I mean, we're talking freezing rain. That's kind of just the cherry on top when all is said and done.
You know, there are in Louisiana, Texas, I was reading some 60,000 people without power in the cold that they're not used to because of the ice. We're not expecting widespread issues like that, but it is something we're going to watch carefully because some folks are going to be getting a lot of that ice. So let's talk about what you can expect. We saw how it's snowing everywhere through the region. Then we look at Future Tracker. This is one of the key times we're watching. When does the sleet move in? Why do we care so much about that? Because that's when you shut off the snow. You're no longer getting more accumulation. You're stopping it around halfway through the day, and then you're adding some sleet on top of the snow. So we see this around the 1 o'clock hour. Then we continue to watch Future Tracker. The next thing we're keeping an eye on is when do we see some of that freezing rain start to mix in. That's the area of pink. You see that right here? Looks like it'll be a little bit more southwest of the city than near the city itself. That's the part that accumulates on power lines and trees. We're not expecting widespread issues with that. We're going to watch that carefully. And right now, it looks like we'll see a glaze of that ice. But you see that sleet. This is the evening hours, 6 o'clock, now taking over even in the Lehigh Valley. And hard to believe it could be 14 degrees in Philadelphia right now. And we're talking some rain in Cape May County and parts of the shore communities where you get towards 40 degrees this afternoon. It all wraps up late tonight. 10, 11 o'clock, nothing more than a leftover snow shower to the north. So we spell it out hour by hour. You're waking up, it's snowing, head out and enjoy it. By about lunchtime is when you see that change over to sleet. You stop accumulating snow, you start adding the sleet. Then we talk about parts of this community getting some of that freezing rain wrapping up later tonight. Snow region by region. In the Poconos, about 14 inches. Lehigh Valley, where you have less sleet, you have more snow. So 10 to 14. This is a big storm for you. Pennsylvania Turnpike, 8 to 10. Philadelphia, around 8 to 10 inches. South Jersey, 6 to 8. You're going to have that changeover earlier to sleet. Central Delaware and Cape May, about 3 to 6. So we're going to be talking about the cold. Guys, we not only have the cold right now, we get 2 reinforcing shots of cold air this week. Peyton's going to explain that in the 7-day in just a minute. Doesn't that sound great?
Oh, sounds amazing.
Mother Nature said, I'm not done yet. All right, Karen, thank you. Well, as we mentioned, we do have a team of reporters all over the region with updates on how this storm is impacting your neighborhoods.
All right, so we're first to check in with Action News reporter Catherine Scott live for us in Manioc, where the snow is piling up there.
That's right, and I can confirm what Karen said. It is cold out here, everybody. The snow has been coming down really quickly. We're in Manioc this morning. We've been keeping an eye on conditions here for the last couple hours. Take a look at Levering. The plow has actually been through here, and yet, look, the road is covered. You can see I'm making those nice squishy noises in the snow when you're walking along here. It really is beautiful, but it's not safe to drive. We have been seeing cars out and about here this morning. Main Street has a little less coverage. It is still covered, but maybe not quite as deep as Levering. So obviously the plows are doing their job, but the snow is coming down pretty quickly this morning. The snow started around 3:30, depending on where you are, and it's picked up the pace. Way down the street there, you can see there's some somebody taking a nice walk in the snow. We actually just spoke to her. She woke up and she said it was a winter wonderland, and she's taking a nice walk in the quiet Main Street, Manayunk right now, because everybody is inside hunkered down for this storm. And it is quite beautiful out here, but when it comes to driving conditions, it is not beautiful. You do not want to be on the roads right now. Hundreds of plows from the streets department are around the city, and they're trying to get on all these tricky areas, like not Main Street so much, but like up the streets and the hills of Manayunk and Roxborough, obviously the smaller streets in South Philadelphia, all around the city. They've been doing their job. And we've been monitoring how fast the snow has been falling. And I'm going to go back to this trusty planter. Obviously, it's hard to get the exact snow totals here, but we think this is pretty good. I'm flipped around here. Okay, so where are we now? We are, what about an inch and a half of snow this morning. It was an inch at 6 o'clock, and it's growing. So, it's going to be snowing for another couple hours now. We're going to keep an eye on conditions here, but stay off the roads if you can, everybody. It is cold. And as you can see, the roads are covered. Back to you.
Every time we talk to you, you get another quarter of an inch or so, it looks like. So, piling up.
It's really coming.
It is. All right, Catherine, thanks.
Well, the Lehigh Valley is projected to get the most snow in our viewing area.
Yes, we have Action News reporter Taronda Thomas live for us in South Whitehall Township with a look at the conditions there. Taronda, good morning.
I can tell you these flakes have been falling fast. In the past half hour, they really picked up. And I want to give you a look at what they're doing to the roads here. So this is a major road here. This is Cedar Crest Boulevard, and a car is trying to make its way down. We have seen plows. This road was pre-treated, but you cannot tell by looking at it right now. It's absolutely snow-packed, still passable, as you saw that car just pass by. But definitely, if a road like this, that's a major thoroughfare, is looking this snowpack, it can help you understand what's happening in the rest of the area. Let's look down so you can see how much snowfall we've gotten. I would say maybe like a little bit over an inch or so. I don't have the official measuring stick out, but these boots will do the trick right now. The thing that we've been noticing as we're in the parking lot of this gas station, people pull up to get gas, right? And these plows have been going nonstop. This plow passed through, I don't even think 15 minutes ago, and now it's back to the job, coming back and forth, trying to keep this parking lot clear. It seems like this might be their only job today because the snow is falling that quickly. We actually started our morning in Bethlehem, and we can say that when we were driving on 78 towards the Allentown area, we really saw the snow pick up. So there was slippage happening as we were on the interstate, especially on those overpasses, those on and off ramps. Those are places where people really need to be careful if you do need to head out. We did not have much company on the roads, only 1 or 2 cars, and that's what we see passing by. A lot of them driving very carefully, which is good news, because on a road like this, on a day like this, you need to take your time. As a matter of fact, on 78, where the speed limit is 65, we saw signs saying that the posted limit right now is closer to 40 miles per hour. So keep in mind, if you're driving, that speed limit is for ideal conditions, and these conditions are far from ideal. So we're going to keep an eye on things out here, drive throughout the Allentown area so you don't have to. Hopefully you can stay home and take it all in, but we just want to give you a look at what it's doing to the roads. Definitely snowpack conditions, and this storm is just getting started. We're live in South Whitehall Township. Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News.
Yeah, Taronda, you stay safe out there when you go to your next location. And this is new video just in that shows the view in the Lehigh Valley right here. You can see that snow really coming down. It's covering the roads all around Bethlehem, and drivers actually stopping to fill up their gas tanks at Wawa, just trying to get, a little bit ahead of the storm, even though it's already here. Let's go live now to Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson. She has an update from King of Prussia. Becca.
Good morning, Christy. We've been out here in King of Prussia for a couple hours now, and I can tell you the snow seems to be picking up. I want to give you another look at 202 behind me. We see just a couple cars. That guy, if you do have to be out, please clear off your cars. It's dangerous to be driving with snow covering it. You can see the people on the road here. Who even knows if they're driving inside of the correct lanes or not? Because I can tell you, you can see it yourself. The road is so snow covered that you can't see the lines. Now everyone, experts, PennDOT, anyone you talk to is recommending, of course, that you just stay home if possible. You see one of those private plows on the road here. Take a look at some of our video throughout the morning. You can see in this street lamp just how quickly the snow is falling here in King of Prussia. We have seen a couple plow trucks coming through, specifically those private trucks that are working on the parking lots, including the Chick-fil-A that we're close to. That truck came through and plowed through most of it, but it's already covered again. Of course, some people who do have to be out and about are out. We did see one individual who was walking their bike because, of course, you can't be biking in this weather. It's just too much snow. It's dangerous. It's cold. Of course, stay home if you can. And I do want to mention, coming back out here live now, you're looking at 202. This is a major roadway. You would think that it was treated. It should be clearer than this theoretically. Well, they did treat it. They treated it with salt, but it's so cold out here that salt is less effective. So again, everyone we're speaking with this morning, just heeding that same warning. If you can, please stay inside, stay home if possible. Live here in King of Prussia, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News, guys.
Yeah, we were talking to the city of Philadelphia earlier. They're saying they're not even using the salt right now. They're just plowing, probably because it's not as effective right now. Becca, thank you for that live report. Let's switch over to a different part of 202 at this hour. Mobile 6 is heading north on Route 202, headed toward Valley Forge. Would you look at this here? I mean, it is snow covered on Route 202. I don't see anyone else out there, and it looks like our photographer might even have his hazard lights on as he is driving very slowly down Route 202, so you can get an idea of just what you might be dealing with if you have anywhere to go. So the good idea, just to stay home until this is all over.
Yeah, the snow has been falling in New Jersey since early this morning.
Action News reporter Amanda Pitts joining us now live from Cherry Hill with an update on conditions there. Amanda, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, John and Christy. We've been talking about this winter storm for so many days. I'm almost happy that it's here, and I'm sure I'll regret saying that. But it really is quite beautiful as the sun starts to come up here in South Jersey. We're actually in Pennsauken along Route 70. You can see Route 70 here. It's hard to decipher where the grass ends, the sidewalk starts, and the road starts. But you can see it looks like a ghost town out here, which is good news. That means people are heeding these warnings. They are staying home. I think it's a good thing that this storm is hitting on a Sunday because we're not seeing a whole lot of people out here. But just a few minutes ago, we saw a fleet of plow trucks come through here, about 7 or 8, all in a line, working to keep this road clear. But at the rate at which this snow is falling, it is going to be really hard to keep up with. You can see that the snow is already covering the street again. I was out here a week ago covering last Sunday's snowstorm, and that snow was really big, thick flakes. But take a look at this video that we shot just a few minutes ago. This shows you with the street light and the snow, it shows you just how fine and small these snowflakes really are for this storm here. But here in Jersey, we heard from the governor the last couple of days. They have nearly 4,000 pieces of equipment working to clear these roads. They've been pre-treating them since about Friday morning, which, as you heard from Becca, might not be doing them all that much at this point with all of this snow on the ground. But they have been working to clear these roads. Now they're working on the cleanup all across the state. We crossed the Ben Franklin Bridge to get here to South Jersey, and that had a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. Here in Jersey on these main roads, it's a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. So keep that in mind if you have to go out today. But again, stay inside if you can. Now, just as the others have done, I want to show you just how much snow we're seeing here in South Jersey. We're seeing about almost 2 inches right here. I know this is not a scientific measurement, but it shows you just how quickly this snow is falling. And look at my hair. It's a good example of just how much this snow is piling up. I'm turning into a snowman the longer I'm out here. But for now, live in Pennsauken, I'll send things back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, Karen and Payton warned us that it was going to pick up at a faster rate as we get into the morning. Amanda, thank you.
She's got a tough job out there for sure. Brandon Sacro from Norristown just sent us this shot of his dog Millie posted up by the window there, trying to figure out what's going on, patiently waiting for the sun to make an appearance so she can head outside, maybe play in some fresh snow.
Yeah, she'll be waiting a while, that's for sure. Well, more viewer video coming in this morning. Valentina from South Philadelphia showing us the snow is starting to pile up there. Those smaller blocks are always a problem for residents. We know that for sure. Share your photos and videos with us at 6abc.com/share. Turning now to the skies, we know that air travel is a mess across the country.
Philadelphia definitely feeling the impact. We have Heather Redfern, the spokesperson for Philadelphia International Airport, joining us now live. Now, Heather, I was just checking. It looks like about 10,000 flights in the U.S. have been canceled. I'm curious, are any flights not canceled at PHL right now?
So, believe it or not, we have about 48 flights that have not been canceled so far today, but 624 have. So the majority of our schedule has been canceled for today.
Okay. Are those delayed then, the ones that aren't canceled?
We have 2 delays posted, but they are going through de-icing, so that will add some time. I don't know if those flights are scheduled possibly for later today, so if your flight has not been canceled, please stay in touch with your airline. There's a possibility that it will be canceled.
Do you expect these cancellations or delays to last throughout the day and well into like the next day or two?
Anytime that there's a storm of this size and it's hitting, some of the major airports across the country, it can really put a ripple effect, into plans for the next couple days. So even if you're not planning to fly today, if you're looking at, Monday or Tuesday, check with your airline. We do have about 60 cancellations posted for tomorrow. Some places there's only 1 or 2 flights a week, so you might be delayed a little bit longer.
Now, Heather, we're looking at some video here of your plows hard at work. We've been looking at roads throughout Philadelphia. They're having a tough time keeping up. I'm curious, are your plows having a hard time keeping up with the rate of snowfall? And also tell us about the de-icing process.
So these plows with our crews have been out since the snow started. They started treating the roadway and then getting out there once the snow was plowable. So they are keeping up. They work together in crews, in teams, so that they can clear the runways quickly, and they are working hard and keeping up with it. The de-icing process handled by the airlines, that takes about 30 minutes to go through, but they make that take all the extra off so it's safe for planes to take off.
And certainly I would presume, and I don't know, but the temperature being 15 degrees right now, is that an added challenge when you're trying to de-ice the plane?
It's a challenge for anybody that's out working in it, loading planes, getting everything together, and then that liquid that's out there. But the planes are taking off. The ones that are scheduled are taking off.
Amazing. Heather Redfern, thank you for joining us this morning. I know you have a busy day ahead of you. Well, you get back to work. We'll probably be touching in with you throughout the afternoon.
All right, Heather, thank you. Well, turning now to another set of eyes in the sky. Payton, talk to us about the rate, the timing of when we're going to see this switch over.
Well, the switchover is going to happen around midday. So right now it's the front end of the storm coming in, and it's all snow for everyone. And some of you have actually stacked up several inches of snowfall so far. Philly International only picking up right around an inch and a half, I should say. Mays landing around 2 inches. But the bullseye zone, you have to head south of the city. And obviously that's where the snow started first. Newcastle County Airport reporting just under 3 inches of snowfall so far. And the reason that snow can stick and accumulate so quickly this morning is because we are so cold, and we've been so cold, and we're going to stay that way. So again, the snow is piling up from the parkway here. The flags are blowing in the breeze. It is 15 right now for the city, but it's 23 for our shore communities as the snow covered boards continue to stack up here. We've got no one out here. I had seen some folks earlier, those cleanup crews preparing for what's to come, and the snow is here, but those communities, especially through southern New Jersey and Delaware, you're going to start to see a changeover before everyone else does. Storm Tracker 6 showcasing the fact that the snow has taken over the entire I-95 corridor into the Lehigh Valley, and it continues its journey off to the north and east. So those snowfall rates at times this morning, 1 inch to 2 inches per hour. The intensity will build as we go deeper into about 10, 11 o'clock, just on the either side of really this boundary that's going to come through, and that's going to be the sleet progression into view. Right now there is icing from Memphis back to Texas into Louisiana, even Atlanta into the mid-Atlantic. But the snow shield, the cold air on the northern side of the storm system, is prolific. Over 2,000 miles. In fact, Oklahoma City has seen 5 inches of snowfall as of early this morning. St. Louis, Cincinnati into Cleveland, Pittsburgh seeing the same snowfall we are dealing with here locally. So with Future Tracker putting everything into motion, how do you plan out your Sunday? If the kids want to head out in the snow, it's still coming down at 10 o'clock this morning. across the entire area. Allentown's just at 12, but watch Cape May starting to nudge above freezing. Here comes that sleet and a quick flip to cold rain through Cape May County into central Delaware. The sleet machine is a full go here. Middletown, Clayton up to Philadelphia by 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it's just going to sit here for hours on end. When all is said and done, on top of that fluffy snow this morning, we could have a couple inches of purely sleet here, compacting some of that snow. And if that wasn't enough, we add some freezing rain into the mix too. That's that pink here that slices into the area. That's that shallow boundary of such cold air near the surface that you start to see that around I-95 into parts of South Jersey into Delaware. Again, more mixing happening off to the north and west, while the Poconos you hold even late tonight in the single digits to the teens, and that means that's a mainly snow driven event for you, and that's our bullseye zone. You pick up over a foot of snowfall, about 10 to 14 inches from parts of Lancaster County into upper Bucks and Montgomery County, Reading, Allentown, 8 to 10 from parts of Chester County to Philadelphia to Trenton here. And that's because the snow is coming down at a good rate this morning, but we're going to start to see that switch. So those south and east, we are limiting those snowfall totals for you. Only about 3 to 6 inches down through parts of our immediate shore communities like Ocean City, Atlantic City, even Cape May County, out to even parts of central Delaware. Tonight, the storm exits. There will be some lingering flurries, perhaps even into tomorrow morning, but check out the temperatures. We are below freezing. We're in the 20s for Philadelphia, teens north and west, and we also have a snowpack to take into account. So the cold air is going to remain, and that's going to keep us very cold into the days to come. In fact, dangerously cold at times, performing as much as 15 to 20 degrees below average as we take it into midweek. An average high this time of the year should be around 41 degrees, and we are going to be stuck in the 20s. In fact, the Climate Prediction Center is saying, hey, we don't warm up. We continue this cold stretch into the month of February. This outlook here from Memphis to Cincinnati, Atlanta to Raleigh, well below average from January 30th all the way into February 3rd. We can actually hold still below freezing all the way into the start of February. So through your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, heavy snow the afternoon mixing. Again, that sleet for some, freezing rain for others, holding snow well to the north and west. We are still in the 20s tomorrow, lingering morning flurries, and then we're starting to brighten things up, but it's going to be deceiving sunshine around here. We're just at a high of 20 with single-digit wind chills. On Tuesday, the overnight is 7. So what comes down today isn't going anywhere anytime soon. As we go deeper into the end of the work and school week, when the kids are finally back, they still need all those extra layers. 22 is your high on Thursday. We're around the same thing on Friday. And check out Saturday here. It's mostly sunny, but temperatures are still below the freezing mark. Again, a very frigid week around here, John and Christy. We're going to continue to watch this, fine tune this, and of course, give you perspective as to when that sleet line finally starts to take over parts of the area. Another update with Karen and I in just moments.
All right, Payton, thank you for the update on that. A storm emergency is in effect in Philadelphia. City residents were required to move their vehicles off of snow emergency routes beginning at 9 o'clock last night. Major travel restrictions have also gone into effect this morning. That means no commercial vehicles are permitted on Pennsylvania interstates.
So that includes I-95, I-76, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and the extensions. Also, the school district of Philadelphia has already announced that all schools will be closed tomorrow for a snow day. Archdiocesan schools in the city are going virtual.
A state of emergency is also in effect in New Jersey. This applies to all 21 counties across the Garden State.
Governor Mikey Sherrill is urging everyone to stay off the roads today so that plow truck operators can do their jobs safely. Speed restrictions are also now in effect.
Speed restrictions of 35 miles per hour will be placed on the New Jersey Turnpike, Garden State Parkway, Atlantic City Expressway, and all state and interstate highways.
To be clear, personnel carrying food, fuel, and medical supplies are exempt, as are utility companies, public safety vehicles, and essential personnel.
Governor Sherrill also announced bus, light rail, and access link service suspended all day today. The commuter rail system will stop service at 2 p.m.
Meanwhile, down in the first day, Delaware Governor Matt Meyer checked on Wilmington's most vulnerable prior to the storm's arrival. Christina Park has been established as a sanctioned unhoused community site in response to the city's growing homeless population.
We need to work as a community to make sure we're taking care of each other. And I'm here today, particularly as we go into what we're thinking may be the harshest storm in Delaware in 10 years and the harshest storm in Wilmington. Make sure our most vulnerable are okay and doing whatever we can here.
So that park is managed in partnership with the nonprofit Friendship House for daily oversight. Everyone at the encampment will be moved to an emergency indoor shelter during the storm.
I'm going to switch over to some Sky 6 here. This is a live look at the slopes of Spring Mountain, one of several ski resorts that will not be open today to skiers. You see no one out there, maybe just a bird or two flopping around. Now in Carbon County, same story, Blue Mountain Resort. The slopes there are closed as well. Skiers have been sounding off about this, many voicing frustration over the closure. Some saying that who closes a ski resort because of snow. A few hours after the announcement, the ski resort did explain its decision.
If we have a guest that gets here early, when maybe the storm wasn't so bad, it picks up in intensity later in the day. Now they're stranded. We have nowhere to lodge these folks, and we will not put our guests in that situation.
Just a safety precaution here. The good news, Blue Mountain does plan to reopen around noon on Monday once the conditions improve. And the resort said it is opening later than normal just to give crews time to clear the parking lots. If you do need to travel, AAA wants to remind you of a few things if you are heading out on the roads. Make sure to increase the distance between your car and any other vehicle, maybe 5 or 6 seconds following time. That gives you just a better way to stop if you need to. And when it comes to stopping and braking, just use firm, steady pressure on that pedal. If you're going uphill, don't floor it. Because you could spin around because of that. Just build up a steady power before that incline, and be sure to keep blankets, extra warm clothing, and water in your car just in case you're stranded in an emergency. Local bars and restaurants are hoping to cash in on this snowstorm. McGillen's Old Ale House in Center City posted this photo right here. All the kegs ready to go for anybody who might want to brave the elements. The storm comes right in the middle of Center City Restaurant Week. Some restaurants say they're going to open no matter what. Others just monitoring this situation. If you do have reservations, just call ahead, make sure the spot is still open. And just remind everyone, just be safe if you do end up heading outside, even if you're walking. Could be difficult.
Yeah, all good tips. Let's get over to some viewer video that's been sent in to us this morning. The snow here falling in South Jersey. Carissa Kern sent us this video from Sewell, Gloucester County. You can see how it's really coming down in her backyard.
Good morning, y'all. Yeah, the snow is coming down. Yes, the snow is coming down. And somebody is in heaven running this snow.
All right, some narration there. It's at 7:30 in the morning. You just heard 6 ABC viewer Marie Lisa Dunbar giving her weather report. That's in Levittown. Her husky's loving this weather, of course, but as the snow is piling up, she says that she's got a little advice for all of us. Make it a movie day, maybe action news day, and don't leave your house if you don't have to. Hey, keep sending those photos and those videos in. We want to see the snow where you are. Go to 6abc.com/share. All right, switching over to another view. This is what we've been watching from Mobile 6 heading northbound on Route 202. Really slow going here. It looks like he's maybe going 25 miles per hour at the most. And, you know, the plows, the salt trucks, they just can't keep up with the snow that is falling. And he's been on this road, our photographer, for probably the last half hour or so. And is going very slow, and this is what he's seen the entire way. Just some tire tracks there as the snow keeps falling.
But also encouraging that right now he's the only person on the road, and that means that people are heeding our advice. Let's go now to the Lehigh Valley, where it is projected to get the most snow in our viewing area.
Action News reporter Taronda Thomas live for us in South Whitehall Township, kind of keeping an eye on the situation there. Taronda.
Well, it is still a steady snowfall, and the flakes aren't those big, fat snowflakes, the pretty ones that you usually see. It's more of a sideways, sleety, heavier snow, if that makes sense to you back at home. But I want to give you a look at what an area that we looked at about 15 minutes ago, and it was completely snow-packed. Well, you can see a plow came through, but this is what a plow leaves behind. It pushes, as one is coming right now, it clears that snow, but on the side of the cleared snow, it leaves a rut. So if you're driving, you're in a lane that's going to be rutty as you try to get through that snow. Look how big the pile has gotten just this morning. So this snow has only been falling for a few hours, and already you've got the big snow piles that have come up for this one parking lot, and that plow has been non-stop circling this parking lot. I want to give you a look at the street that we're near. This is a major road. It's Cedar Crest Boulevard out here in South Whitehall Township. No cars that we're seeing right now, but we have seen a few pass by. What you don't see is the pavement. The road is snow-packed. There's not even like those clearly defined lanes when you see two tire tracks as you're driving in snow right after it starts falling. It's even hard to see that. We drove here from Bethlehem, and we noticed immediately, we got on 78, the closer we got to the Allentown area, the heavier the snow started to fall. Now we're seeing a couple of cars pass by on this road, and they're both going pretty slow. That's the advice that drivers have been sharing as they've talked to us, that they stopped to fuel up, that they've been taking it very, very slow, from the experienced drivers to the novices. One guy said he just moved here from Vegas, so this is definitely not the type of weather that he's used to. That's why weather experts are saying, if you don't have to head out, then don't. And you know what, I think I'd share that advice. But some of us don't have that choice because we have to come out and report it to you and share the conditions. So I wanted to give you a look at what we're rolling in today. Of course, we're in the Action News van and just parked here for a few minutes. This truck was in overnight parking. Just a few minutes, we already got our icicles. And that's what you'd be dealing with if you were out on the road. So we're going to clear off the snow from the 6ABC logo and hit the road so we can show you more of the conditions throughout the Lehigh Valley. We're live in South Whitehall Township. Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News.
Taronda, we thank you for braving the elements to bring us what it looks like out there.
Keep that logo clear for us. All right, Taronda. Thank you. All right, it is 7:33. We continue tracking a storm dumping snow all across the region right now.
The system is threatening to deliver the heaviest snowfall our area has seen in years, so be sure to stay with 6ABC throughout the morning and afternoon for live team continuing coverage. Now let's step live outside in the city. Sky 6 taking a live look right here of the Ben Franklin Parkway, or what you can make of the Ben Franklin Parkway, because the visibility has deteriorated this morning. The snow falling around 3:30 this morning and has been picking up ever since.
You just see some flashing lights out there as the sun is coming up. You can kind of see the damage done overnight. We're going to check in now with meteorologists Payton, Domschke, and Karen Rogers. They're in the Action News Weather Center with the track and the timing of this monster storm. They've been here all morning long, and this is timing out exactly the way you guys had predicted.
And it's not just us, Karen. It's a large part of the country dealing with the exact same storm, and it's really just beginning. I mean, yes, it started hours ago for some south of the city, but the fun has just begun.
This is a big snow for us, but a lot of sleet too coming our way.
A lot of sleet. So the front end of the system is indeed all snow across the area. As we switch products with you this morning, you'll see a live look at Storm Tracker 6. The snow will continue to come down as we head throughout the morning here. Right now, temperatures are either in the single digits to around the teens. Again, as we switch over to our different weather source, I can definitely show you what's playing out as we go through time this morning to really set the scene for you. We've got snowfall across parts of our area, and as we go through time, we'll continue to see that snow pivot to the north and east here. As we continue, temperatures again so cold that snow really stacking up at the surface this morning. Temperatures around the shore still around 20 degrees. This is the spot to watch. Southern New Jersey, central Delaware, those temperatures will lift first, and that's where the sleet's going to come in around midday. But perhaps for some of you south and east of the city, that could happen from mid to late morning. We want you to use caution. If you don't have to be out on the roads, don't. You can stay at home, watch 6ABC. We've got updated snowfall rates for you. They're picking up in intensity. 1 to 2 inches per hour is possible this morning. That does fizzle down that visibility. Again, sleet and freezing rain is our concern as we move deeper into this storm system. The wind winter storm just started hours ago, and check out its coverage across much of the eastern half of the country, from St. Louis to Chicago to Cleveland to Pittsburgh, all dealing with the same snow we have here locally, icing Memphis back to Texas into the mid-Atlantic. And yes, there is some plain old rain, and some of you here get just that too. Our winter alerts, Karen, they stretch over 2,000 miles back to Midland, Texas here. They're matching you with the pink this morning. But as we continue to talk about this is a huge national story too, beyond just us here in the Delaware Valley. We've got lots of things to watch, including the timing and tracking of the evolution of that sleet line. As I bring Karen into the conversation, we'll continue to watch the progression of how that's going to eat away at some potential snowfall totals for folks in parts of the area.
That's the thing for us. We're getting about half equal amounts snow and sleet. If this were all snow, it would be even more a blockbuster storm. But as it is, this is a huge storm for us. But it's also one where you're going to need to take some caution. Let's look at Future Tracker. We've got snow everywhere. This is the fun part of the storm. It's all fluffy, light snow coming down, but that changes. So we're looking here, continuing with the snow. Then we progress this to about 10:30 in the morning. We're still getting snow everywhere. It's still piling up. At this point, we expect to see the rates increase, maybe 1 to 2+ inches an hour with this. So 10:30 in the morning, still snowing everywhere. But then we hit about midday. That's when the snow accumulation kind of stops in the city, and we start adding the ice as early as midday. Do you see that area of purple? That's sleet. Everywhere you look, snow still in the northwest suburbs and the Lehigh Valley. That's why they accumulate more and more up there. So then we watch the progression of this. Look at this area of pink. This is something I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, especially southwest of the city. That's the freezing rain. That's the stuff that really starts to stick to the power lines, brings down trees. That's what we'll have to watch carefully. We're not expecting widespread problems, but we are expecting some issues with that. We're getting about a glaze. If we get more than that, it would be more of an issue. So that's what we'll watch very carefully. When does that happen? This is a look at 6 o'clock in the evening. So 6 o'clock. It's all still coming down. It's just not all snow. The only part it's still snow is way in the higher elevations of the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos. Then it all wraps up tonight, just a couple of leftover snow showers. So here's what you can expect. Let's take it region by region. Lehigh Valley, the high is 16 degrees. It is cold all day. Even aloft, it takes a little longer to get that sleet in there. So you're getting a good 10 to 14 inches of snow. In the city, the high 27, about 8 to 10 inches of snow, kind of equal parts, snow and sleet. Now, at the shore, look at this high. 16 in Lehigh Valley, 41 at the shore. What a spread we have in temperatures even at the surface. You go from snow to sleet to rain. 3 to 6 inches of snow at the shore, so less at the shore. And there we talk about that icing line that we'll watch. It looks like we'll get about a tenth, potentially a couple spots could get 1/4 of an inch of ice. What would that really mean for us? Once you get about 1/4 of an inch of ice, we start to see some issues with difficult travel, cars coated. I don't think we'll get any more than that. If you were to get more, that's when you start to see power outages and branches. We're going to keep an eye on that, but not expecting anything widespread with that. So as we progress through the day, we're going to continue to watch this storm and much colder air behind it. Guys, this snow's going nowhere. It's not melting all week long. We'll talk about that cold coming up.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of everything.
Yeah, we sure are.
Karen, thank you. Well, this is some new video just in that shows the Lehigh Valley right here and what the conditions are like. Snow is already covering the roads in and around Bethlehem, and you can also see the snow falling as drivers stop to fill up their gas tanks at Wawa before it really starts to hammer the area. So now let's go live to our Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson, who has an update from King of Prussia, where the snow is just falling so quickly that I know a couple times when we came back to you, we couldn't even see the median.
Christy, we still can't see the median, and I want to show you behind me. We have this individual over here walking to the Wawa. Coffee is so important on a day like this. 202 behind him. Barely any cars on the road, no one going by us right now, and I can tell you I haven't seen a plow come through here. That's pretty obvious with how snow covered the road is. I want to talk about that median again, what we saw a little bit earlier. Since you can't see the lines on the road, you can't see that median, it's snow covered. We saw someone who's in a sedan. Don't recommend driving, especially if you don't have a snow capable car. jumped right over that median. They didn't even know it was there, trying to get into the parking lot. So, of course, the conditions out here so dangerous. Most of the people we are seeing on the road are those private plows who are out here doing some of the commercial space. And my photographer, if we can go over to this Target parking lot over here, we just talked to the individual in one of these plow trucks. They are starting to work on this property over here, both with the trucks and the shovels as well. He says a day like this is long and complicated.
At least there's no traffic over there.
Yeah, that's true.
Oftentimes you hear people say, yield to the plows, yield to the plows. Nobody yields to the plows. It's a mess.
He, of course, recommending that everyone who is able to stay off the roads today. And if you do have to be on the roads for whatever reason, make sure you're giving those plows plenty of space to do their thing. They're trying to keep this all safe for all of us. At this point, of course, like I've been saying, and you can see it with your own eyes, these roads have not been plowed. The snow is really only picking up as we go. And we have our first appearance of our very official Action News snow ruler today. I've been curious because we've been out here all morning long. When I got out here, it was just a dusting, and we are up to, big reveal, 2 inches of snow in King of Prussia so far. Live here in King of Prussia, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News.
All right,
guys,
keep that handy because it's going to be changing here in the next couple of hours for sure. All right, Becca Henderson live for us. PennDOT has been busy preparing for the storm. We've been talking to them all last week, and now crews are out making sure the roads are clear.
Yeah, we're joined this morning by Chris Johnson, the District 6 Safety Press Officer for PennDOT. Good morning. I mean, talk to us about the challenges that you guys are experiencing as you try to keep pace with the snowfall this morning.
So we have some restrictions that are in right now. They came in early this morning. We have PennDOT and the PA Turnpike have Tier 4 restrictions. And also earlier this morning, PennDOT District 6, which covers Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties, in addition to those Tier 4 restrictions, we have a reduced speed to 45 miles an hour, U.S. routes 1, 30, 202, 422. So that is helpful. We certainly don't want people to travel. Please avoid that if at all possible during this winter storm. Our crews are out there in the snow plows as the snow is falling. They are out there plowing, trying to remove as much of it as possible. But certainly with those restrictions and people not driving, it allows our crew to get their work done so much faster.
Yeah, Chris, tell me about the challenges, I guess, that your plows are facing, because we were looking at 202 and it looks like, you know, the snow is just piling up there, but you have so many roads to cover. How are you spacing out the crews, and what is the plan here to try to clear these roads off?
Right. So, you know, our plows, we have right now, the latest number, you know, is that we have close to, you know, over 600 plows. We have 70,000 tons of salt. We have hundreds of employees out on those roads. We have a lot of space to cover, as you mentioned. We start with the interstates first. Those are top priority to get those cleared and passable as safely as possible. Those secondary roads might take a little bit longer. But as you mentioned, we have a lot of roads to cover, and this storm is coming in quickly. So it's going to take some time, especially with those freezing temperatures for this week coming.
And speaking of the freezing temperature, just a plowing operation. And then when do you switch over to actually putting salt back down after you get the snow removed?
So salt needs two things, and we've done so much pre-treating with salt and brine, but salt needs a higher temperature, over 20 degrees, and traffic to really embed that salt in and make it so it's, you know, doing what it's supposed to do and melting that snow. So actually when this snow is coming down right now, it's great for our snow plows because they can pick that material up very easily versus if ice is coming down. So trying to get as much cleared as possible when that ice comes down. And, you know, that's going to cover roadways. Certainly, we want people to be very careful if they do have to be out on the road. Ice is such a scary thing. And black ice, all those things on bridges and so forth. You really need to be careful when you're driving. We can't stress that enough. And make sure that you have a plan when you are going out on the road, and certainly stay off the road if you can.
Now, Chris, I am curious, have you had any reports yet of any problems out there? Have anybody called in for, slide offs, things like that?
We haven't had anything. We haven't had any reports. Everyone is just out, doing their work. Thank goodness we haven't had that. So hopefully, with people staying off the roads as well, it helps our crew just get their work done so much faster, and it's more safe for everyone, obviously.
All right, Chris, thank you so much for joining us this morning. All good tips to remind our viewers who are watching to stay home if you have to, of course, to stay home.
Yeah, if you can.
If you can. So as we mentioned, we have a team of reporters all over the region with updates on how the storm is impacting your community.
We're going to head out now to Action News reporter Catherine Scott. She's been live with us since 6 o'clock this morning there in Manioc. Now we've got the sun up and getting a better idea of just what's coming down there. Catherine?
That's right. Sun is up in Manioc. We've been keeping an eye on conditions here, and they have changed. The snow is piling up. It's beautiful here this morning. The snow is falling. Of course, it's early. The shops will be closed anyway, but who doesn't love window shopping in Manioc? No Philly football, but what a cute sweater. I think I'd want the rest of it today. It is quite cold out here. So this is Levering right now. You can see the sidewalk is covered. No cars coming along, so we're going to go right out in the middle of the street. The plow came through here a little shortly before 5:30, I would say. And since then, we haven't seen a plow here on Levering, and it is well covered, probably a couple inches at this point. Still very quiet out here today. Main Street looks maybe a little bit less covered. It's covered, but you can't see the blacktop, but maybe not quite so many inches on Main Street. However, the plow hasn't come through here for quite some time as well. We know the streets department is out. They have hundreds of plows around the city working all the different neighborhoods. The hills in Manioc, of course, always an issue in conditions like this. Main Street does get a little bit more traffic, like this car going through right now. So I think that obviously is why the snow is packed down there a little bit more, but certainly tricky driving conditions. We were speaking with somebody this morning who was out on a walk. She said she saw the snow and she wanted to come outside and enjoy it.
I think it's magical. I just came from Europe a few days ago and I miss the snow a lot. And being out here so early in the morning, it's very peaceful.
I like it. And what are you going to be doing today?
Walking around and then hopefully maybe sledding later.
Okay.
Because I haven't been sledding in a long time.
So you're just going to walk around, kind of enjoy this?
Yeah, before everyone else gets out. Oh, if everyone else gets out, I don't know.
I expect everyone to be pretty quiet today.
I don't know. I haven't thought about others.
Okay.
I think that's the point, to be present here.
Well, we are definitely present here. We've been present here for a couple hours now. The wind just shifted. The snow is now coming into our face a little bit, which is a little less pleasant than it was earlier. Certainly cold, frigid, bitter conditions out here today as the snow is falling. Now, we've been monitoring with our trusty Action News ruler. We've been monitoring the snow levels here. It was 1 inch around 6 a.m. We're now around 2 inches on our official Action News planter that we've been using today for our measurements, and the snow continues to fall. Piling up here, we will keep you posted on conditions in Manioc as the morning goes on, guys.
Wait, so if you're keeping track, that's like 2 inches in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Because we started at 6.
I think there's a contest going with all the reporters to see who has the most. We'll check back in with you a little bit. Yeah, it is. All right, Catherine, thank you.
Well, the snow has been falling in New Jersey since early this morning.
Action News reporter Amanda Pitts joins us live here from Pennsauken now with an update there.
Yeah, hey, John and Christy, my hair is turning into icicles the longer I'm standing out here. We're along Route 70 in Pennsauken. You can see the sidewalk is covered. You can barely even see where this roadway starts, but this was last plowed. We're on the westbound side. It was last plowed around 7 o'clock this morning. It's been, 50 minutes, and you can see just how much snow is caked onto the road here. We're starting to see more traffic as the sun starts to come up, as it gets brighter here. You can see one driver taking it slow. We've seen some people go a little bit too fast for my liking on this road, but again, it is plowed on the eastbound side. We just saw about 10 plows or so go by cleaning the other side. We're waiting for them to circle back around and get this side, but it is just coming down at a really steady clip, a lot faster than when we last checked in with you just after the 7 o'clock hour. But this is really fine snow, as we've been saying. pick up some here and show you. It is this like powdery, flaky snow. Like you can't even pack it into a snowball, which is kind of a bummer for the kids today maybe, but as it starts to change over to sleet, maybe it'll get a little bit better to work with, but who knows, we'll have to see. And I want to, you mentioned this competition with the other reporters. Let's use the measuring stick and see what we've got here. We're almost at about 2.5 inches of snow here in South Jersey. I don't know where that puts me in the rankings, but we'll have to see as the morning goes on. But it's really coming down, and especially with the wind, I don't know if you can tell through the camera, but it's coming down kind of sideways. So the longer you're out here, I mean, I'm just covered in snow the longer I'm out here. Thankfully, not a lot of people on the roads, but I do want to show you there's a plow coming down. Their plow is not up, but here in Jersey, they have hundreds of plows on the road all day long today. They started Friday morning salting these roads, not doing too much help with all this snow on the road, but now they're switching over to that cleanup. And if you are heading out the door today, we know many people do have to go to work, those essential workers, hospital workers, first responders. We know you might have to hit the roads today. Be mindful here in Jersey, there's a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit on these main roads. That includes the Atlantic City Expressway, New Jersey Turnpike, and all main thoroughfares throughout the state. So keep that in mind as you head out the door today, but maybe don't head out the door. Stay home if you can. I'll send things back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, we have to be patient with those road crews. We know that Camden County Public Works has 1,200 miles of road that they have to cover.
And Amanda, I think you're in the lead, by the way, 2.5 inches. So
for now.
We'll keep track of that.
I love to hear it.
Right.
Thank you. Well, the snow is coming down at a steady rate, and we want to know what's going to be happening in the next hour.
Here's the thing. I feel like we have a new barometer, guys. Amanda's hair is going to be the barometer. When it starts to get icy and crunchy, I'm very anxious to see this changeover. Let's talk about snowfall totals so far. Mount Holly 1.5, Philadelphia 1.6, Trenton 1.7, Atlantic City 2.2, Reading 3 inches, Spring Township with 3.3. So we're starting to accumulate, and it's really coming down. Let's take a look at what we can expect. I'm going to jump there first because we really haven't changed things unless you were looking at some social media posts from somebody else or your phone where you thought you'd get 40 inches or so. Not the case. The models have been pretty consistent as of late through Reading and Allentown. I mean, you're getting the jackpot zone. You are holding onto the snow the longest, 10 to 14 inches. Philadelphia, it's still a big snow, 8 to 10 inches of snow. It's 6 to 8 as we look through Middletown, through Millville, through Toms River, 3 to 6 along the coast where you not only have snow and sleet, you've got pure rain coming down along the coast. So good 3 inches, 8 to 10 inches here in Coatesville, in Exton, in Norristown, right on the border. I mean, you're talking 10 or plus inches in Doylestown. Trenton, you've got about 8 to 10 inches of snow in Deptford Township, in Glassboro, and Tabernacle, 6 to 8. So what makes the difference? It's the sleet. Are we seeing sleet? No. Storm Tracker 6 showing it's all snow. All snow, really cold even in the upper levels of the atmosphere. We look to the west, yeah, we see all that icing out to our southwest. So we're waiting, perhaps not so patiently, to see when that icing mixes in. It looks like lunchtime, the key time frame, 1 o'clock. You see this area of purple, that's the ice. You stop accumulating snow in the city. Now you're just adding ice on the snow, that crunchy stuff. Also slippery, of course. Now in the northwest suburbs, in Exton and Lansdale, it's still snow. This is lunchtime. Reading and Allentown, it's still snow. But what about that freezing line? Look at that. I mean, you're actually getting into the 40s in Cape May today. Crazy, right? Because you're staying in the teens in other spots. So you change over to rain through South Jersey. This is another key thing I'm watching. The time frame of this, 7 o'clock. This is that freezing rain. That's the spot where it starts to stick to the wires, to the trees, and could cause some issues. I'm not expecting widespread problems, but I'm keeping a real close eye on that. And then it all wraps up late tonight, 10, 11 o'clock, just a couple snow showers left. Look at the wind chills. -5 right now in Allentown. Our poor reporters out there, 2 in the city, -1 in Millville. How do they look so cute? I don't know how they do it. You're dressing the kids, everything they got you want to put on. If they're going to head out and play today, even at lunchtime, it feels like about 1 degree. And by then, it's starting to change over to sleet. So then we look at today, 16 your high in Lehigh Valley, 27 in the city, 41 at the shore. So a huge range in temperatures. Your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, heavy snow, then we get the mix, 27 degrees. Tomorrow, some sunshine and breezy, 28. Tuesday, single-digit wind chills, 20. Wednesday, 23. When do we melt? Almost never. Friday, bright and cold winds. Saturday, mostly sunny, 27. I think by early February, guys, we start to get to the freezing mark.
All right.
That's going to be great.
That'll be a lot of fun.
Yes, watch Amanda's hair. That's going to be the key.
Okay, we'll be checking with her.
All right, Karen, thank you. Well, the snow is coming down at a steady clip here in Philadelphia. The action cam capturing this scene right here along Broad Street in Center City, where the roads are covered in some thick blanket of white. A few cars and a SEPTA bus were spotted driving around, and some people bundled up, trying to get an early start on clearing some of those walkways before the snow really starts to pile up.
And the snow rolling in several major highways, some of the area's busiest bridges. They are under speed limit restrictions. Take a look at this. This is Ben Franklin Bridge. We had Mobile 6 on there a little bit earlier today, and you can see there wasn't too much snow on the bridge itself, but if you look up above the green lights there, you can see the speed limit sign flashing 25 miles per hour. Take it slow no matter where you're going, and just be conscious the speed limits are all lower today because of conditions.
Yeah, bridges are always the first to freeze, and things are quiet this morning in Philadelphia's Queen Village neighborhood as the snow is continuing to come down here. This looks very picturesque.
It sure does.
Mobile 6 drove along South Front Street, capturing this view of the road and some of the cars that are covered in white. You can see the snow coming down pretty quickly there.
That was exciting. A couple hours ago. It's a lot different story now. Say hello to Biscuit, sent in to us by Joy. This is from Smyrna, Delaware. Biscuit's kind of sporting her winter coat, her gear out there, going for a walk, just taking a look at all the snow that fell.
I can't tell by the facial expression. It's kind of like, can we just go back in?
Go in? Yeah.
The snow is also coming down along at the shores. Stephanie Kama sent us this video from Strathmere, and you can see even before the sunrise, it already looked like a winter wonderland. Honestly, it kind of looks, with the way the wind is blowing,
looks like a blizzard.
With that street lamp, doesn't look like a winter wonderland, just looks like frostbite.
It doesn't look like fun, is what you're trying to say, right? Here's a look at video from Northeast Philadelphia. This is about 7 a.m. This morning. This was sent in to us by Abraham. You can see the snow covering the street. A state of emergency is in effect right now for New Jersey. This applies to all 21 counties across the Garden State.
Governor Mikey Sherrill is urging everyone to stay off the roads today so plow truck operators can do their jobs safely. Speed restrictions are also in effect.
Speed restrictions of 35 miles per hour will be placed on the New Jersey Turnpike, Garden State Parkway, Atlantic City Expressway, and all state and interstate highways.
To be clear, personnel carrying food, fuel, and medical supplies are exempt, as are utility companies, public safety vehicles, and essential personnel.
Governor Sherrill also announced bus, light rail, and access link service suspended all day today. The commuter rail system will stop service at 2 p.m. All right, it is 8 o'clock. We are still on the air with you on this Sunday morning with continuing coverage of this dangerous winter storm. We're tracking the storm as it's dumping snow across our region right now.
The system is threatening to deliver the heaviest snowfall our area has seen in years. So, of course, be sure to stay with 6 ABC throughout the morning and the afternoon for our live team continuing coverage.
We have crews all over the place. Let's start things out with a live look at how the roads look right now. This is the question a lot of people have, is what will I deal with if I have to go out? Mobile 6 is on Henderson Road in Upper Marion, and I'm telling you, we have been watching this for about 2 hours, and the roads look like this pretty much everywhere Mobile 6 has gone. That deep snow, even some of the major roads look like this as well. So it's a good idea to stay home if you can.
Yeah, we have a team of reporters spread out all across the region, bringing you updates on the accumulating snow that's happening in your neighborhood. They will bring you the latest on the storm's impact throughout this morning.
First, let's get out to meteorologists Payton Domschke and Karen Rogers. They're in the Action News Weather Center with the track and the timing of this monster storm as we see inch after inch piling up out there.
Such a great job this morning.
And it's freezing out there.
It is.
I mean, the wind chills are in the single digits and below zero in some spots.
And that's the reason, Karen, that a lot of the snow is just sticking on contact, and we're starting to really start to pile up some totals. In fact, some of you have actually surpassed 3 inches here. This event started around 3:30 for Philadelphia, but for areas south of the city, it started even sooner. We're still in the single digits to the teens. The shore communities, you're still sub-freezing in the 20s right now. And again, the accumulation accumulation continues this morning. The front end of this storm system is actually all snow area wide. We will continue to ramp up that snowfall rate 1 to 2 inches per hour. That lowers the visibility. And by midday, what's so important here is we're watching the intrusion of warm air aloft. That's going to flip things to sleet, if not freezing rain for a period of time along I-95. That continues into the afternoon here, while a cold rain eventually takes over areas well to the south and east. Think Cape May County out to central Delaware. With satellite and radar, we've got this prolific storm system impacting not just us, but most of the eastern half of the country. We continue with icing down through the Gulf Coast states, now surging into the mid-Atlantic. The snow shield from St. Louis to Chicago to Cincinnati into Pittsburgh here, and that continues to trek off to the north and east. As we look at widespread alerts, not only do we have the continuation of our winter storm warning here close to home, it impacts Nashville to Indianapolis, Cleveland, Ohio, back to St. Louis, all the way to Midland, Texas. That's over 2,000 miles of vast alerts here. And there's a warm side and a cold side, but right in between is actually where we find an ice storm warning across parts of the area here. We've got those deep tones of purple, that ice storm warning in place again for parts of Houston into Atlanta, into parts of then North and South Carolina across the area. Karen, we've been watching this so closely, but what's key as we go deeper into the morning and of course the afternoon is it goes from snow to sleet and then again that threat of freezing rain, which is not something we'd like to see.
And that's something that's really going to unfold in real time, because right now everything's forecasted to be right around midday. The more sleet you get, the less snow you get. So let's look at future tracker. Yeah, 8 o'clock in the morning, we know it. Right now it's snow everywhere through the region. But watch what happens. 10:30, the kids are outside playing. It's still fluffy. It's coming down 1 to 2 inches an hour. Then we start to see around midday, let's say 1 o'clock. This is when that sleet moves in. Can you see that area of purple, how it suddenly changes? That means we're no longer accumulating snow in Philadelphia. We're adding now sleet all afternoon, and that sleet piles up. Now, sleet isn't as dangerous as freezing rain. It doesn't really stick to the trees so much. I'm not going to say it's a non-issue, but it's not as bad as freezing rain. When does that happen? 6 o'clock this evening. See that area? It does look like maybe southwest of the city we get more of an issue with that freezing rain. It all wraps up later tonight. 10, 11 o'clock at night, nothing more than a leftover snow shower. So as for what we're expecting in the Lehigh Valley, mostly snow, 16 degrees for your high, and you get some sleet by the evening hours, 10 to 14 inches. Not looking at freezing rain there, but 10 to 14 inches of snow. Looks like a heavy snow. In the city, snow and sleet, kind of an equal mix. The high is 27, 8 to 10 inches. At the shore, look at that high, 41 degrees, 3 to 6 inches of snow, even changing to rain at the shore. A little bit of everything going on. Here's that bullseye for where we expect some of the freezing rain to accumulate. Again, not expecting widespread power outages, but the last thing you want is no power when we're talking temperatures all week only in the 20s at best. So we are going to keep a close eye on this. I think more if you're southwest of the city, probably the better chance to see a little bit more than a glaze of that freezing rain. So we'll be watching that evolve in the evening hours. So once you start to get maybe a tenth, which is I think what we'll see, to about 1/4 of an inch. It's difficult to travel. The cars are coated in that ice. And I think if it gets a little more than that, we start talking the branches down, some trees down, and perhaps some power outages. So something we're going to watch as it unfolds. And one more thing, Christy and John, earlier I was saying maybe you should be shoveling it as it comes, because I hate worrying about people shoveling so much and thinking about their heart. But actually, our behind-the-scenes meteorologist, Paul, is so great, and he said, you know what, you don't want to do that, because then that ice just adheres to the cars and adheres to the surface of the street. But don't shovel it if you're not in the best shape. Tell a young kid, they're not doing anything, for heaven's sakes, to get them out. I'll send my son house by house. He's going to shovel everybody's, because you got to make sure it's going to be heavy, guys, and that's what could really cause some issues later, shoveling.
Yeah, that ice is really worst case scenario for sure.
Yeah, and shoveling does put a lot of stress on your heart. Karen, thank you. Well, the Lehigh Valley is projected to get the most snow in our area, probably bearing the brunt of the storm.
And it's also really cold there as well. Action News reporter Taronda Thomas is live for us in South Whitehall Township. She was tired of the cold.
She's warm now.
She is inside Mobile 6 now. Taronda, what are you seeing?
That's right. Yeah, I figured out how to work the system. You know, if I get in the car and show you outside, then I don't have to be outside, right? But we have no problem going in and out of the car and showing you the conditions. So let's go to the outside. You can see what we see outside of our Action News van. Right now, we're on Cedar Crest Boulevard. This is in West Whitehall Township. This is what I call one of those yellow line streets. You know, I moved here from Colorado, so typically those yellow line streets out in Colorado, they get that attention first, and we see that as a priority in this area as well. So the area, this street was treated with salt, but you cannot tell as we're driving. Everything's snow-packed. You can't even see the two little lines that you usually see with tire tracks, at least not on this side. We're crossing over where you would access 22 east and westbound if you're going to Harrisburg, say, for instance. What I can tell you is that getting on those overpasses and on and off those off-ramps has been slippery. Those overpasses tend to freeze first, and now we're accessing an on-ramp and doing so very carefully. I'm talking about 10 miles an hour, if that. And a word of caution, if you have to make these types of turns, you don't want to accelerate in turns like this or even brake hard in turns like this. A lot of driving experts say you want to kind of coast and be at a very, very, very slow speed. So as we try to access the interstate, let's let you look at some video of what we saw earlier today. This is when the snow was just getting going, maybe around 5:30 this morning, shoveling happening at the Wawa gas station, and those people working those plows stayed at that gas station the entire time, because as soon as they would shovel or plow, it seemed like the snow just accumulated right back up and came back on the ground, and they really couldn't get ahead of it. The flakes were falling really, really quickly. We noticed them pick up at about 6:30 this morning, so that accumulation would make sense if those flakes were falling that quickly. Drivers still were trying to make it in and out of the gas station. We saw some people slip and spin just a little bit as they even just tried to leave the pump because it's just that slippery. Talked to a few drivers, including one who didn't have a lot of experience and another one who did.
It's pretty bad. I didn't know it was gonna. You know, I would have just stayed at work. Work at the hospital. I would have just stayed there had I known.
Drive very, very, very slowly. And be safe. That's above all things and stuff like that. That's like, even for y'all, I want y'all to be safe. I want y'all to be blessed out here. But this is crazy.
Can I just say, I appreciate that, because people have been telling us as a news crew, you know, we do go out so that you don't have to, because we want to show you the conditions and show you what you would have to deal with if you did go out and what our first responders and other crews are dealing with. So the fact that he said, you know, be safe, I've been getting a lot of texts from friends as well, and we definitely appreciate that. But we want to show you as well what these conditions are. So I'm going to switch the camera back so that you can look at 22, which is what we're on now. This is a major highway. This is what major highways look like right now in the Lehigh Valley. Snowpack, we're bumping along on that ruddy snow as we continue to go. We're only going about 30 miles per hour. Just a reminder, the speed limit is only the speed limit in ideal conditions, and these are far from ideal. So you want to be going about 30 miles an hour, maybe even less, depending on where you are. And we've seen very few cars. As a matter of fact, we're coming up on one car right now. I could see its flashers on, and I'm not sure if that car is moving or pulled over to the side of the road, but we don't want anyone to get caught off guard by this storm. So if you don't have to go out, please stay at home, because you're really not missing anything out here but a bunch of snow and some streets that are going to be a mess for a while. So we will continue to follow the snow trail out here in the Lehigh Valley, close to that Allentown area, and we'll bring you more throughout the day. We are live in West Whitehall Township. Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News.
Yeah, Taronda, I liked how gingerly your photographer was driving to get onto the highway, because I was telling John as I was coming in this morning around 4:30, the on-ramp to the Schuylkill was, and it wasn't even snowing that badly, and that was really slippery. So those are, again,
so
bridges.
icy. So shout out to Zach. He is driving very carefully, hands at 10 and 2, and I'm in very, very good hands. So.
Zach's a good driver. You are in good hands. By the way, PennDOT says 45 is the speed limit on all those major roads because of this winter storm. Taronda, we'll check back in with you. We're switching over to this. This is actually Sky 6 taking a look at Logan Square from our One Cathedral camera. I don't see any body, not a car, not a person out there. Maybe one vehicle dead center of the screen just above Logan Circle. Maybe,
yes,
is that a plow? I'm not even sure. You can't see very well because there's so much snow coming down and already on the ground there.
And you know, Karen, Payton have also been talking about the lack of visibility. Usually we'd be able to see all the way down the Parkway to the Art Museum, and you can't see past 22nd Street on the Parkway. So that really gives you an indicator of just how fast the snowfall is coming down this morning. So now let's go live to Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson. She has an update from King of Prussia out in the suburbs. Becca, what are you seeing now?
Christy, I want to say, first of all, I'm jealous of Taronda hacking the system being inside because I am freezing out here. It is so cold and the snow is blowing so heavily right now, right in our faces. I want to show you 202. We've been looking at it all morning. Ian, my photographer, and I were just discussing this. We've done live shots in snowstorms here before. We've been out here for a couple hours now. We haven't seen a single snowplow come through, which normally when we're out here, we do see it. So these roads are unplowed. It's very difficult to see. Visibility isn't good. You can't see any of the lines on the road. You can't see the median. I've been talking all morning about that person who jumped the median because they didn't even know it was there. A couple minutes ago, we saw an accident almost happen to a plow. A private plow was driving on the road behind a personal car like this, and the personal car had a lot of trouble braking because of that. It was a near accident. Thankfully, that plow was able to get out of the way, but still the conditions out here so dangerous. They aren't meant for normal people to be driving. Most of the people we have seen out here are working. They're the ones who are clearing out these lots. I see a couple of those trucks, one in that Starbucks parking lot over there that's working on clearing that parking lot. We've seen some plows, some shovels over in the Target as well. And of course, we have seen a couple people this morning who are choosing to check out the conditions, which we don't recommend.
You can't stop. You're in trouble if you got to stop. That's it. But, I mean, with the treads I have, I got mud treads on here, and it's a brand new vehicle, so I wanted to test drive it. It has like 316 miles on it. So I was kind of like, let's see how it goes in the snow. So put it in all-wheel drive, and honestly, I'm just kind of doing some spins in the parking lot and seeing how it handles. That's it.
And we do hope that he chose to go home by now. Thankfully, looking at 202 again, in there, someone else just did it again. That is a median, my friend. You can't see the median in the road. If you can't see the median, maybe you just shouldn't be driving at all. So again, just looking out here on 202. Hazardous conditions, to say in the least. And I do have to say, I know we made it a competition now. It's a competition I don't want to win. Snowiest live shot isn't one I want to be in, but we'll check again. We have the ruler. 2.5, so another ½ inch in the last half an hour or so since we showed you the conditions here in King of Prussia. Live in King of Prussia, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News.
Well, you're not winning, so that's the one thing. Amanda Pitts has you beat by about a ½ inch right now. But maybe you can keep the yardstick. That'll be your reward if you win this one.
Becca's like womp womp.
Lowest snow total gets to go home early.
There you go.
All right, Becca, thank you. Well, as we mentioned, we do have a team of reporters all over the region with updates on how the storm is impacting your neighborhood.
Let's head out now to Action News reporter Catherine Scott. She is live in Manayunk with the conditions there. Looks like you have somebody with you there, Catherine.
I have friends with me, yes. So we're with Matt and adorable Dublin here. Hi, Dublin. It's always a good day when we meet our little puppy. How's Dublin liking the snow, Matt?
She loves it. She's built for it. She's been cramping up a couple times in her back leg, but we just she's enjoying it.
Kind of making it quick and going around. Yeah, you're enjoying it, Dublin. We saw Matt with his cup of coffee, and we got jealous, and we wanted to talk. What do you think? What's the walk like this morning?
It's very cold. The wind is cold. But coffee warms you up. Pilgrim downtown in Manayunk is great spot, and they're showing up for their customers.
And then what are you doing today? You're going to go back and hunker down with Dublin?
I'm going to hunker down. I've actually got a buddy on the other side of town who has a 1-year-old golden retriever, and we're thinking of going to Wissahickon for a walk.
A little snow play date.
Exactly. So it should be fun. But other than that, I'm hunkering down and cooking some chilies.
We'll have a great walk home. Dublin, it was so fun talking to you this morning. I got to show the conditions, so I got a little kiss. Okay, well, you guys have fun. Have a good walk. Thanks for stopping. Let me show you what we're looking at here in Manayunk this morning. So we're at Levering right now. A plow actually just came through a little while ago, so you can see it made a little pass there in the roadway. The snow's been coming fast and furious. for the last couple of hours here in Manayunk. And you can see Main Street is obviously a little bit more heavily traveled. The snow's packed down a little bit more. We have been seeing cars coming through here, mostly going pretty slowly because, as you can see, the road is snow covered this morning. The snow started around 3:30, depending on where you were. It started a little bit slower, and then over the last couple of hours, we started to pick up a little bit more. We started to see more people get out and about. Some clearing is happening, some shoveling, people coming out and brushing off their cars, dogs coming out and getting their little morning walk. So it's the town is waking up, shall we say. But a lot of people have plans to stay close to home this morning because it is hard to get around today. As you can see, the roads aren't good. Give plows time to do their work. There's a lot of different places in the city, a lot of different neighborhoods. Here's another cute little puppy taking a walk this morning in the snow. How does he or she like it? Scampering on. I love it. Enjoy. So as you can see this morning, people are kind of coming out and enjoying the walk. And I just want to do my little measurement. We've been measuring every half an hour or so here at this little planter. And right now we have a little over 2 inches on our planter with our very official Action News ruler here. So we will continue to keep an eye on conditions in Manayunk, but still snowing here, still cold, and we are still here, everybody. Back to you.
Oh, we love seeing all those furry friends go out and bask in the snow.
Thank you for that update.
Well, the snow has been falling in New Jersey since early this morning, and the roads are now completely covered right now.
Let's go to Action News reporter Amanda Pitts live for us in Pennsauken with an update there. And those roads look terrible behind you, Amanda.
Yeah, John and Christy, and I look terrible too. The longer I'm out here, I'm just becoming one with the snow. Look at it caked on my hood here. But yes, this is Route 70 here in Pennsauken, and you can see a plow truck driver, hello, going by with his plow up. We're waiting for these state trucks to come through. It's been about an hour since they've plowed this westbound side of Route 70. They plowed the eastbound side shortly after 7, but we have not seen them on this side for quite a bit of time. We have seen some cars hitting the road. Right now, it is completely empty, but we are near Cooper Hospital. So we're likely seeing some of those first responders, those medical workers heading into work. But you can see just a really thick layer of snow on the ground here. If you are heading out the door, take it slow. As we've been saying all morning and really the last few days, this is not something that you want to be driving in. It's beautiful to be standing in. The snow is beautiful, but not so beautiful when you're driving in it. You can see a plow truck driver heading through now, along with some salt. They're heading down the eastbound side of Route 70. If you could zoom in, Amy, on the trees, you can see kind of how the snow is coming down at an angle with this wind. That shows you the contrast, and hopefully you can see how it's really thin flakes coming down at an angle. It's really tough when you're standing out here and you're standing facing the wind. It just whips you in the face, and it is really, really unpleasant. But here in Jersey, they have plenty of plow truck drivers on the road working to clear these main thoroughfares, the highways. Again, there is a speed restriction in place in Pennsylvania and here in New Jersey as well. Here it is 35 miles per hour. There is a commercial vehicle restriction on the main roads. There are also, if you rely on public transportation, buses and light rail have been suspended throughout the day. That went into effect at 4 a.m. Leaders here in the state said yesterday that the buses would be the first to come back online when conditions improve. But as you can see, we're getting just hammered here in South Jersey. And so I want to pick up my trusty yardstick that's covered in snow itself. And I saw Catherine and Becca's 2.5 inches. I raise you 3 inches here in South Jersey. We're almost over the 3-inch mark. So I think I'm winning. If Becca's prize is to go home at 2.5 inches, what's my prize? To stay out here and wait to see just how much we get. So at this hour, we're at 3 inches here in South Jersey. I'll send things back to you.
You get to become a snowman. There's your prize. All right,
Amanda, thank you.
All right, let's take a live look now at how the roads look this hour. Mobile 6 is on Main Street. This is in Norristown. You see a plow truck there off in the distance at that light that's hitting the roads. In fact, these probably are the best roads that we have seen in all the different shots that we have been looking at throughout the morning. So they're doing a really good job there in Norristown. Still, I mean, not great, obviously, but
For what it's worth, for sure.
For what it's worth.
The plow trucks are definitely a welcome sight.
Yes, for sure. All right, meteorologist Karen Rogers here now with a look at what she's seeing. And I mean, from Amanda's shot there, it looks like South Jersey is the bullseye.
It's coming down good there in South Jersey, and I've been checking visibilities. They're down to about a quarter to a half mile through much of the region, kind of showing that the intensity of the snow is starting to pick up. We're also starting to notice some wind gusts, maybe 20, 24 miles an hour right now as well. So it doesn't feel great to be out there. Our reporter's doing a terrific job so far. You know how these snowfall totals come? People have to wake up who are trained spotters for the National Weather Service, go out and measure them and then report them. So we'll get them in as the day progresses here. Dover 2 inches, in Woodside, New Jersey 4 inches, East Coventry Township 2.5, New Hanover Township 3, Aston 2.5, Mount Laurel 1.5 inches, and we're going to see these increase hour after hour as the snow is coming down. It's still, for the most part, around 1 inch an hour right now. So we're expecting 3 to 6 inches down in South Jersey, right near the coast, where you're going to get some mixing to even rain. 6 to 8 inches for Middletown, Delaware, for Gloucester, Camden, Burlington counties. 8 to 10 inches of snow if you're in Chester and Exton and Coatesville and Norristown and Bensalem and in Trenton. 10 to 14 in Pottstown and Quakertown and Allentown. The most snow in the Lehigh Valley, because you get the least sleet. Where you're getting more sleet later on, you're going to get less snow. Let's look at the snow right now. Coming down pretty good everywhere. I am noticing some of the darker shades south and west, and I do think it's coming down even heavier now in Wilmington than it is in Trenton. It's already coming down pretty heavy in Millville here and in Cumberland County, and those snowfall rates of how quick it's coming down are going to expand as we get on. A wider look, you see the size of the storm. Everyone from Texas and Louisiana, I mean, they're without power in a lot of spots there because they've had so much ice. I don't think we're going to have widespread problems like that, but it's something we're watching. So kind of couple key times we're watching. Snow everywhere right now. But then we look at lunchtime, maybe 12, 1 o'clock, we're starting to see that purple is sleet. So now it's changed to sleet in Philadelphia and South Jersey. That's at midday today, 12, 1 o'clock. We advance this to 7 o'clock this evening, still sleeting all through Philadelphia, now your northwest suburbs up towards Allentown. But that area of pink, that's what we're keeping an eye on, because that's the stuff that can cause some power outages. That's the freezing rain that kind of sticks everywhere. But look at the plain rain. I mean, you're in the almost 40 degrees in Cape May and Atlantic City, even in Toms River, you should make it up to 34. 10, 11 o'clock, it all shuts off tonight. So it's precipitating all day, but it's not snow all day. In the city, that stops around lunchtime. Wind chills right now. -6 in Lancaster, 0 in the city, 1 in Millville. Bitter cold. If you're dressing up those kids and they want to get out to play, I mean, you really don't let them stay out too long because it's just so cold. Even at noon, it feels like around 2 degrees. So really cold air. Let's look at highs around the region. Lehigh Valley 16, in the city 27, at the shore 41. I mean, huge range. We see some warmer air aloft, even some warmer air at the surface if you're down along the shore. Your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day 27 with the snow all day and a mix starting around midday on. The whole thing doesn't shut off to 10, 11 o'clock at night. Tomorrow morning, the big issue is just driving around and if they were able to clear some roads and make it a little safer. But we stay below freezing, not just Monday, all 7 days. Tuesday, single-digit wind chills, 20. Wednesday, single-digit wind chills, 23. We get a couple of reinforcing shots of colder air Tuesday and Wednesday. Just kind of keep this Arctic air here. Stuck in the freezer Thursday. Friday, bright and a cold wind. Saturday, mostly sunny, 27. So, guys, I think even into early February, we stay below freezing. So we're going to really have to watch of how we can deal with all this snow, where it's going to go. So not going anywhere soon.
Yeah, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Karen, thanks. Well, you can see the snowfall covering front yards and roads here in South Jersey. Joe Falatico sent this video from Voorhees, Camden County. It looks like a whiteout in his neighborhood.
Oh, the dog days of summer, so far away. We are in the winter storm. But look at this here. This little pup out for a walk in Ridley Park. It's got a nice snow jacket on, a hat. It's got everything. Looks like the dog's having a really good time there.
Just need some snow boots.
Yeah, really.
This is Woody. He's all bundled up as small dogs should be in this winter or in this winter weather. You can thank Ashton Trent for sending this photo or video rather into Action News. And that sounds like something I don't want to hear, an eerie sound right here. That's the wind howling in Middletown, Delaware. Karen sent us this video of a very snowy and blustery landscape in her neighborhood.
Yeah, that's kind of scary sounding there. Heather Mondell sent us some video from Deptford, New Jersey this morning. She's been measuring the snowfall totals there. Already has several inches of snow. You see it piling up there on that patio furniture. And there's a look at her ruler. Maybe we should put her in the running.
We should put her in the running. What does that say?
I can't tell. Probably 3 inches, though, is my guess.
Yeah, maybe 2.5, 3. She's winning now. All right, well, let's go now live to Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson. She has another update from King of Prussia. What do you have there?
Christy and John, we figured, we're doing all these live shots. We might as well get some work done, too. Payton has been talking about the fluffy factor of the snow. I wanted to show that on my car. We're going to clear it off here. Look how light and fluffy this snow is, and really how quickly it's accumulated in these past couple of hours here. You can see it's just really flying off my car rather quickly. We're stalling a little bit here because we're trying to get all this work done, 2 jobs at once. It has been coming down pretty hard all morning here in King of Prussia. See it on the ground here as well, just how quickly it's piling up. This is a parking lot that I can actually tell you we've seen a plow come through and work on it a little bit. You see some of those tread marks over there. That's both from the plow truck and people going to the Wawa nearby as well. You can't even tell that the plow has been through here, though. That's just how heavy that the snow has been falling here in King of Prussia over these last several hours. Of course, some people out on the roadways now do what I was doing and clear off your car before you have to drive. If you do have to go out for whatever reason, a couple people here, they do have snow on the back of the car. The thing you don't want to see happen is that snow fly off and hit the person behind you. And we just saw right over here, if Ian wants to go over to this truck, just how difficult it is to drive right now. People hydroplaning out. Of course, if you are on the roads, look how much space, however much space that you normally give someone when you're driving, you need to double or triple that, or better yet, just stay home. I think he's kind of doing this on purpose. We're not going to give him any more airtime because this is not what you should be doing right now, doing donuts in parking lots. Instead, you should be staying home, watching Action News, drinking some hot chocolate or coffee, and enjoying the warm weather while we're out here in the cold. PennDOT, of course, recommending that everyone stay home. We're recommending that, too. Live here in King of Prussia, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6. It is so cold.
Donuts are for eating, okay? You don't need to be doing donuts out in the parking lot. Not safe. All right, Becca, we're going to let you get some heat. It looks cold out there.
For sure. Well, it is 8:30 this Sunday morning. The Lehigh Valley projected to get the most snow in our viewing area. If you are just waking up, we have a snowstorm that we are in the middle of.
We're taking a live look here at Sky 6 from our One Cathedral Square camera. That is Logan Square. You see a car trying to make its way around there. We took this shot maybe 20 minutes ago or so. We did see a plow out there, and now we're starting to see a few people braving the elements because all these roads, we were talking to the city of Philadelphia about an hour and a half ago, and they said their main focus right now is just going to be plowing. They have so many roads to plow, and then once the temperatures creep up beyond this 15 degrees we're seeing, we'll start seeing them salt these roads. So hopefully at some point we'll be able to see some pavement from this shot. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, now let's go up to the Lehigh Valley in the suburbs. Action News reporter Taronda Thomas is live in Allentown. So now you are out of Mobile 6 and you're back on the streets.
Yep. They said that I could not spend the whole morning in the car. I had to actually be in the snow. So we made our way to Allentown. If you were on with us maybe about 20 minutes ago, you saw us getting on the highway, how slowly we were going, about 10 miles per hour as we accessed the highway. Well, we did make it to Allentown. And it looks like I've got the whole town to myself, walking out right here in the middle of 19th Street at the Theater District. There is no one out here save for a couple of plows. Speaking of those plows, they've been doing all they can. Let me show you what the street looks like. So even though it's snow covered, this is a relatively thin layer compared to what you see across the area. That's because those plows are continuously coming through. There's a plow right now that's going to be coming this way. It looks like it's clearing a parking lot, but we've seen lots of those throughout the morning at different gas stations, businesses that are trying to stay open throughout the day. So as that plow comes with its blades up, It's not going to hit this street, but it goes through some of those parking lots like we mentioned. So thanks to them for all the work that they're doing, because it's certainly been a busy day. Now, as far as your highways go, they really actually look worse than this street does. Much more snowpack, much more ruddy. So think about what we're seeing here, like over where you would typically park a car. This type of snowfall, this type of the ruddiness in between the lanes, that's what we see more of on those major highways. So even though it's a major highway, major interstate, it's not guaranteed to be in great condition. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even think that it would be in good condition at all. Don't assume that if you're one of those people who does have to go out, say you have to work like we do. If you don't, stay at home. I talked to quite a few drivers, and their advice is all the same. Go very, very slow. You see this car coming down a hill here. Allentown is a different type of a challenge because it is a pretty hilly area. As a matter of fact, there was one car that was coming, across from us as we made it down a hill, and that car almost didn't stop, and we were kind of saying to ourselves in the car, stop, 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 because we're coming down a hill, and fortunately that car did stop. But as you see this one stop at the red light, you've got to be very careful when you maneuver those hills, especially if there's ice underneath this snow. So also one thing that we saw is as cars start to get going, whether that be at a red light or at a gas pump, some of those cars, the wheels are spinning a bit. So that gas has to be hit very, very ever so slightly to gain traction so that you're not spinning those wheels. This car is passing by in the ruddy snow, waving, saying hello. We appreciate that, but both hands on the wheel, please. That's definitely a better idea than waving. So I'm going to go back out right here in the middle of 19th Street because no one else is here. This is the type of stuff you can do on a snow day. And looking at the 19th Street Theater, it makes me think like this is a great day to watch a movie. So stay home, get cozy, watch a movie after you watch nonstop coverage of the snow on 6 ABC. We are live in Allentown. Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News.
Yeah, we love the Action News plug.
We're going to be here all day. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Taronda, thank you.
Tell the boss I said so.
Well, we are also keeping an eye on the roads that are across our region. We know a lot of them are snow-packed. We're asking you, don't get on the roads if you don't have to.
Yeah, let's head out to Action News reporter Catherine Scott live in Manioc. I know you've been watching as different plows have been coming by, but the roads are just hard to keep up with.
It really is hard to keep up with it. We did just get a plow train coming down Main Street, and that made a big difference. You could actually see blacktop for a couple seconds, but that has changed. You can see that it's already starting to replace itself, even though the plows just came through not too long ago. It has been snowing here in Manioc. It started around 3:30 in the morning, depending on where you were. You can see here on Levering, there's also coverage. A plow came through here not too long ago as well. Pushed some snow to the side, but it's still snowing, still coming down. Streets Department crews are across the area, but it's just very tricky conditions out here today. As it's gotten later, we've seen more and more people waking up. We've seen people out to get their coffee or walking their dogs. It's still relatively quiet. People are hunkering down for the storm today. It is quite picturesque if you do come out for a nice walk this morning. We have seen crews here in Manioc shoveling the sidewalks, though obviously there's a lot of ground to cover, so that's going to take some time as the plows continue to come through here. But the snow has really picked up the pace throughout the morning, and obviously we're waiting for that changeover to sleet later on. It's bitter cold out here today, so conditions are rough. If you're walking around, bundle up if you decide to come out. Now, we have been measuring snow totals. 6 a.m. we had an inch, everybody. So now, I don't even know what time it is anymore. What is it, 8:30? Okay, so we have 2.5 inches here on our official Action News yardstick measurement here. And I have a shout out to Mike Niklowski's dad, Mike. He's pulling for us in the yardstick competition, everybody. I don't want to let you down, Mike. All right, so we're going to head on back to you and continue to monitor conditions here in Manioc. Back to you.
Okay, Catherine.
Love the shout out to Mike's dad.
Absolutely.
Catherine, thank you. Well, we have another Mobile 6 live look of the roads for us right now, especially for us city dwellers.
Yeah, 76 eastbound here, the Schuylkill, and this is what we're seeing. So there's supposed to be 2 lanes of travel there. Obviously, we're just kind of picking, it says 30 miles per hour.
Yikes.
This morning when I used the Schuylkill, it was 45. They have dropped that down right by Gulf Mills, eastbound lane. So this is going to be a hill kind of going downhill. There's an on-ramp on the right. So this is definitely going to be a dangerous drive. Looks like, it's hard to tell, but looks like there's a vehicle maybe a quarter of a mile ahead of Mobile 6. And yeah, I mean, I know the plows have been out throughout the morning, and we're still seeing this. And this is a major interstate, so this is probably as good as it gets when it comes to the roads in Pennsylvania.
It's
Be
hard to
careful
tell that the plow trucks actually went through because of the accumulation and just how fast the snow is coming down. Well, as the storm moves through our area, we want to see your photos and videos. So send them to 6abc.com/share. You just might see them right here on Action News on Air. And here's a look at some of them right now. Heather Mondell sent us this video from Deptford, New Jersey. She says that she has been measuring the snowfall totals. Uh-oh, Karen. She's here for your job and already has it. She said you can have it. She already has a few inches of snow this morning with her trusted snow measurer right there with the ruler.
And the dogs are loving this weather, by the way. This is Biscuit right here, sent in to us by Joy from Smyrna, Delaware. Biscuit just sporting a nice winter a sweater maybe there, out for that morning walk really early this morning.
And the snow is also coming down along the shore. We have a video right here sent to us by Stephanie Kama from Strathmere. You can see even before the sunrise, it already looked like a winter wonderland, although when I look at this, I just see frostbite as far as the eye can see.
It is cold out there. Let's look at the video from Northeast Philadelphia. This was about 7:30, so maybe an hour and a half ago, sent it to us by Abraham. You can see the snow-covered streets and cars, and they've probably gotten another 1.5 or 2 inches since this video was taken.
And you know what else that I think is really important about looking at this video is a lot of these are side streets and narrow streets, and we know that the city's priority are obviously the snow emergency routes, the main streets like the Parkway and so forth, but residents are going to have to be patient when it comes to getting your own street plowed. We know that's always a concern in a lot of those neighborhoods, especially South Philadelphia, Port Richmond, Kensington, and so forth in the far northeast. Well, here you can see snowfall covering front yards and roads in South Jersey. Joe Falatiso sent this video from Voorhees, Camden County. It looks like all whiteout conditions there.
And I think this dog is doing it right. Look at this snow coat this dog has. This is in Ridley Park, out for a walk there in Delaware County this morning. A hat and that snow coat.
Okay, Woody just needs some snow boots. That's all. Just some snow boots. He's also bundled up as small dogs should be this weather.
That's great.
Thanks to Ashton Trent for sending us this clip. That sound is enough to keep me indoors for like the entire week. It's an eerie sound right here. The wind howling in Middletown, Delaware. Karen sent us this video of a very snowy landscape down there.
All right, let's head outside because Action News patio is covered in snow, and we sent Payton Domschke out there to confirm that it's cold out there and it's coming down. Looks like you're having a good time there, Payton.
You know what, John? You're from Kalamazoo. I'm from the suburbs of Chicago, so I didn't just come prepared in my work pantsuit, but I also had my snowsuit on the backup too. I'm out here obviously live on the patio. The snow is coming down. It's so peaceful out here. It's quiet. City Avenue is not loud. I can actually see some crews cleaning up the Target parking lot next door. And the snowfall that is on the ground right now, I'd estimate I have to get the trusty ruler just like our reporters, but I would just say maybe around 3, maybe 4 inches of snow has come down already. And I've had my dear friends in the studio help clean off the set for me to get out here. But I do want to go through time for the rest of this morning, because if you want to brave the elements, be the kiddo today, whether you're the adult and get outside in the snow, we've got the heaviest period of snow expected this morning. The front end of the system is purely snow with snowfall rates 1 to 2 inches per hour. That obviously leads to issues on roadways across the area too. But from late morning into the afternoon, that's where we begin to see this switch here. So while this is fluffy snow, light snow coming down right now, it's going to start to switch around. Sleet, even a period of freezing rain is possible for parts of the area, while those well south and east are going to start to flip to a cold rain. Now I'm targeting locations like Cape May out to Dover, Delaware. That's where temperatures get close to 40 degrees this afternoon, while those way inland, think some of the northwest communities into the Lehigh Valley, and of course the Poconos are jackpot zones for mainly snow with this event. So as we go through that storm timeline together, we continue to track those differences here, but the dangerous cold is what remains. So everything that's come down and everything you could see here on our Action News patio, it's going to remain unless we get the crews out to clean up. That's because we are in the deep freeze in the days to come. In fact, temperatures are going to hover just around 20 at times through the afternoon. That means some outlying communities, you could be stuck in the teens for future afternoons. Mornings in the single digits when our average high this time of the year should be in the low 40s. We're about 15 to 20 degrees below just that. And it's not just the next couple of days. The Climate Prediction Center is saying, hey, we've got to pump the brakes on some of the possible warmth around here because the cold blast continues. It's not just going to last through the rest of January, which takes us into next weekend. If you're doing the math with me right now, because it is Sunday, by next Sunday, we've got February to look forward to, and we are still trending well below average. So those 20-degree days, they're not going anywhere anytime soon. We're going to continue to track the elements not only here on the Action News patio with you, Karen Rogers in studio, and the rest of our crews out in the field as well. We'll have real-time updates all morning long. But John, Christy, I say you need to get your own little snowsuits on and come out here and join me because it really is so nice. I don't know if it's just that I am a winter baby from the Midwest. I just feel in my element.
All right, you gonna stay out there?
We're so happy that
I think I am. Once I put this hat on, you don't want to see me take it off.
All right.
We'll leave that to you. We'll stay in here.
Well, we're going to hold it down at the desk. Payton.
Payton, thanks.
We'll be right back.
Well, thanks for staying with us. Now, many of you are heeding the advice and staying off of the roads this morning, but not everyone has that option.
We have seen some vehicles out there, so we want to make sure that you're safe if you do have to hit the roads. We have Janet Tidwell from AAA with us this morning. First off, Janet, thank you for joining us this morning. And we're also going to put some information on the screen as you give us, what you want people to know if they are heading out on the roads.
Hey, John, as you have been saying all morning, if you don't have to be out there on the roadways, please stay home. But we do understand that there are essential workers who need to get out and about today. Please remove all the snow and ice from your car before returning to the roads. It is the law, and it is a dangerous effect if anything becomes dislodged and hits anything out there on the roadways. Also, visibility and control of your vehicle will be the biggest concerns. So you want to make sure cleaning off, headlights work, windshield wipers work, the washer fluid is topped off. There's a lot of salt and brine out there. Then buckle up. Give yourself plenty of extra time. We see right there how slow people have to move, and those speeds need to be reduced significantly there on the roadways. So also making sure that you can increase your following distance. This car right here, perfect. Increase the following distance so that if you have to make a maneuver, change lanes, exit, enter a highway, you have the space to do that safely and you give yourself some room for error.
Janet, could you talk about, some of the essentials that you should have packed your car or your truck with if you do have to be out on the road? Like I know for me, when I was leaving my house, I was trying to make sure that I had extra batteries, snow windshield scrapers, and anything else that I might think that I need in case an emergency were to happen while I was on the road.
Absolutely, Christy. We've been talking this week about preparation. A vehicle emergency kit is critical. If you haven't packed one yet, do it now. The basics, jumper cables, first aid kit, flashlight, as you mentioned, with fresh batteries. But during the winter months, some abrasive material like rock salt or kitty litter, in case you need to throw it under those tires for some additional traction. Also, that collapsible snow shovel to dig yourself out, a snow brush, ice scraper, de-icing spray, plenty of extra washer fluid. And then remember, plenty of non-perishable snack foods, extra bottles of water, whoever you're traveling with, whether it's an infant, toddler, small child, an older passenger, and even your pets, whatever things they might need on a regular basis, including plenty of doses of regularly taken medication, you should have that with you. I know people say, do you really need all of this stuff? But no one ever plans to get stuck.
So better to have these things and not need them as opposed to needing them and not having them.
Yeah, that's right. And this will become handy, the next week or so, too, because the snow's not going to go anywhere with these cold temperatures, which can also do a number to your car. We know that when you're looking at temperatures in the teens, sometimes single digits, your vehicle, your battery, these things can have problems. By the way, this is eastbound on the Schuylkill, and you can see it looks like it has been plowed, but we are still keeping our distance. And on the right, the speed limit, I know, said 25 a little ways back, so that's how slow things are going right now. But yeah, the vehicles could have a real issue in this, Jana.
John, the problem that we're going to see heading into this week, as Payton said, temperatures are not going to be above freezing. The extreme cold takes a toll on car batteries. So AAA anticipates that come tomorrow, when most people return to the roadways, and even Tuesday of this week, we will see a surge in our member calls for dead car batteries. So make sure that even if you're not heading out today, go out there, start the car up. Same thing tomorrow. That could potentially help you. But if you haven't had your battery checked yet for the winter months, please go ahead and do so, because you may get out of this cold snap, but the next one, and we have several weeks left of winter, you might not be so lucky after the next cold snap.
And maybe also check the air pressure in your tires too, because we know that when it gets really hot or it gets cold, you start to lose the pressure. Yeah, so probably do that one as well.
Absolutely. Many people, myself included, have seen that low tire pressure warning come up on the dash in recent weeks. Cold temperatures cause the PSI in your tire to drop. With every 10-degree temperature drop, the PSI will drop 1 to 2 pounds. So you want to make sure you check the inside door jamb of the driver's side. There's a sticker there, tells you exactly how much to inflate those tires, but tires are critical on the roadways, especially in conditions like this. Making sure they're properly inflated will be key.
Another thing people may not really think about when you're brushing your car off, you think, okay, rear windshield, maybe the windows on the side, but the roof of your car can also be a problem, especially since we're talking about getting ice later today.
Hey, we saw this last weekend, and it is critical that you clean off, as hard as it is for a lot of people, clean off the top of the car, because that becomes a projectile. Once the car warms up, if that's still on top of the car and you're driving, say here on the Schuylkill Expressway or 95, that piece, those chunks of frozen snow and ice become, unfortunately, deadly projectiles. So take the extra time. I know it's not easy, especially for those of us who are challenged to reach the top, but it is for your safety and the safety of every other driver out there on the roadways. Please clean that off.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling when you're behind somebody and then they break and then all the snow comes onto your windshield. Jana, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Hey, my pleasure. Stay safe.
All right, well, we saw the roads there, Karen. The eastbound Schuylkill looks like a mess. The snow's still coming down.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because it's coming down so heavily, right? Let's take a look at some of these numbers just coming in, some of them. Philadelphia, in the city itself, 2.3. Mount Laurel, 3. East Nantville, 3.3. In Newark, Delaware, 2.9. Birdsboro in Berks County, the winter so far at 4.5. Newcastle Airport at last report was about 2.9. We have a great meteorological debate going on. You guys went in on the group text situation. Okay. So it's not about the storm. We're all in agreement with that. So that's good. It's about the snowing, the shoveling of the snow. So I was thinking you definitely want to get out there and shovel it. It's going to be too heavy later. I'm worried for your heart. So my behind the scenes meteorologist said, okay, no. Let it all pile up, then go. But then Cecily just texted me. She's like, I disagree with both of those. You got to do it in stages. This is the great meteorological debate going on. But whatever you do leave some snow on the surfaces before the freezing rain and ice come down, because then it's hard to get off. And do be careful. This is going to be heavy. It's light and fluffy right now, but the one thing we all know is it's getting heavy because the moisture content as well as the warmer air aloft is going to make it that kind of snow where it kind of hurts your heart if you try to do too much. So take it easy out there. 10 to 14 inches of snow. You're getting the heaviest snow here in Lancaster, in Reading, and Allentown, and the Poconos. 8 to 10 inches along the I-95 corridor, including Philadelphia. A bit less in South Jersey. Jersey, 6 to 8 inches, 3 to 6 at the shore where you actually change to rain. In the city itself, all of this is snow, yes, but you get almost the same amount of ice on top of it. So you get a lot of sleet. Right now, we're all snow everywhere, no sleet. You see some of the heavier snow. Can you kind of notice some of the darker shades of blue, south and west, in Reading, now towards the city, and in Millville, where it's really coming down good right now. Maybe a little less in Trenton as far as the rates right now. I mean, this is such a major storm affecting everyone from Texas and Louisiana. A lot of folks without power there because of all that ice. We're not expecting that to be a widespread issue for us, but we are tracking some ice. So when does that happen? All snow through the morning hours. This is a look at like 12, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Sometime around midday, we start to see that sleet take over. This is not the kind that kind of sticks to the power lines and the trees. That's freezing rain, but this is an icy mess that develops. So you're no longer accumulating snow from that point on. In Philadelphia and South Jersey, everything extra is just ice on top of the snow. Still snowing midday, 12, 1 o'clock here in Lansdale, in Reading and Allentown and the Poconos. The next key time to watch is the evening hours. Let's say 5 or 6. This is a look at 7 o'clock when it's really established. But you see that bright pink area? That's the next thing I've got my eye on, because that can be really dangerous. That's the freezing rain. That's the stuff that if we get too much of, it does stick to the power lines and the trees, and we see more issues. I think if you get any more issues, it would be in this area right here, especially through Delaware. So something we're keeping an eye on as far as how much ice. The next time to watch is when it wraps up. 10:30, it's all out of here. Leftover snow shower, that's it. Look at these wind chills, -3 in Exton, -1 in Philadelphia, -7 in Allentown. 1 degree is what it feels like in Hamilton. If you're out there, it is brutally cold. And I know the kids want to play in it, especially before it gets all icy later, right? But even at lunchtime today, it feels like 2 degrees. Got to wear everything if you're heading out in the snow. They want to sled, the hat, the gloves, whole 9 yards, and really take a lot of breaks because it's just too cold today. How cold is it? In the Lehigh Valley, we get to 16. That's it today. 27 in the city, kind of an equal mix of snow and sleet. 8 to 10 inches there. At the shore, you get snow to rain because you get up to 41 degrees in some spots at the shore. So a dramatic spread in temperatures at the surface, not just that warmer air aloft. Here's your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast. 27 today, that heavy snow. Around midday or so, it changes to sleet. Around 6, 7 o'clock, it changes to some freezing rain in some spots. The rest of the week is kind of quiet. Maybe you see a stray snow shower Wednesday or Thursday, but it's really just about cold and getting colder. 28 degrees. Tuesday, 20. We get a reinforcing shot of cold air. Wednesday, 23, 22 on Thursday. Friday, 22. Saturday, 27 degrees. So we stay below freezing until early February, guys. You got to really get ready for this cold, and that's why I'm just really keeping an eye to make sure we don't see an issue with power being out, because, I mean, you're not even getting above the freezing mark anytime soon.
The snow isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Karen, thank you. Well, this is video just in from West Norriton Township, Montgomery County. You can see plow truck drivers hard at work around Trooper Road and West Main Street.
It looks like maybe round 1, 2, 3 for the crews clearing the snow from business parking lots without too many cars in the road. One driver we spoke to really didn't have too much trouble out there this morning.
Pretty atrocious, but the drive here was pretty easy, I'm not gonna lie, but the roads are the worst I've ever seen in my life. The non-main roads are not really plowed yet, probably gonna need a couple hours for that, but the main roads are getting there, you know, not half bad.
So one business says that they saw crews clearing an auto zone, which could be important for any driver who is struggling with car issues this morning for the winter storm. And as the storm moves through the area, we want to see your photos and videos. So be sure to send them to 6abc.com/share. You just might see them right here on air and on Action News. And let's get to some of those. The snow falling right here in South Jersey. Carissa Kearns sent us this video from Sewell, Gloucester County.
And Brendan Sacro from Norristown sent us a shot of his dog Millie inside, looking out the window at the snow. We're going to be right back with more weather coverage. We continue to track a major winter storm dumping snow all across the region right now.
The system is threatening to deliver some of the heaviest snowfall our area has seen in years. So, of course, be sure to stay with 6 ABC throughout the morning and afternoon for our live team continuing coverage. We have a team of reporters spread out all across the region bringing you updates on the accumulating snow in your neighborhood. They will bring you the latest on the storm's impact throughout the morning.
But we're going to start things out with meteorologists Payton, Domschke and Karen Rogers keeping an eye on the snow. We've seen a lot of dog pics this morning, Karen.
We have. It's my favorite thing to do is the art form I call Dog in Snow. And this is Jill who sent this in from Levittown. That's Bo. Loving the snow. This is the fun part of the snow. No ice is here yet. We're talking some accumulations. Philadelphia 2.3, Mount Laurel 3, East Nashville 3.3, Newark, Delaware 2.9, and Birdsboro, Berks County 4.5. Newcastle Airport 2.9. Of course, these numbers are going way up. This is just the start of what we'll see. So as we take a look at our winter threats today, obviously the big issue is this heavy snow straight through about midday. In Philadelphia, we keep this heavy snow. It goes nowhere. But then about, let's say 1 o'clock on, it all changes to heavy sleet. And we watch that sleet line. We get equal amounts of snow and sleet. Power outages, a medium threat, strong winds, also a low to medium threat. We're going to start to see some gusts, maybe 30 miles an hour or so. Keeping a close eye on those power outages. But right now, we don't have any ice anywhere. It's snow everywhere. But look how cold it is. -3 in Doylestown, 2 in the city, 3 is the wind chill right now in Millville. Storm Tracker 6 Live with our multi-sweep scan showing not only snow, but we can see over the past, I don't know if you can make this out at home, how it's a little darker, how it's moved in. That's that heavier snow where we're getting 1 to 2 inches per hour coming out. And this is a major system, and Payton's outside. She's going to be talking about what happens next with the snow. Payton, I know you are cold out there with those wind chills. It's a good thing you are a snow lover.
I'm a snow lover. In fact, I've got some cardinal birds that have just joined me. They've been chirping, and that's just a good sign that things are peaceful right now across the area with this light, fluffy snow coming down. Those snowfall ratios continue to actually be really high. That means we've got some decent snowfall rates at times as well, and it's all because the air is so cold, as Karen was just alluding to. As we go through the rest of this morning, the temperatures lift ever so slightly back into the teens for the city, but you're going to start to watch this intrusion of warmer air aloft, and that's going to start to make some changes as you approach midday into the afternoon, especially for those south and east of Philadelphia. But this then trickles into some of the northwest suburbs. We're talking about sleet to then the potential for a little ribbon of freezing rain. It does not take much to see some power outages form as well, to just a plain old cold rain down the shore as we go deeper into this afternoon. It's almost 40 in Cape May, while the Poconos holds onto the teens and single digits. That cold air there is going to firm in the idea of a mainly snow-driven event in that direction. That's the bullseye zone today. And as we continue to see this taper off this evening, when all is said and done, some lingering flurries remain, but those snowfall totals, again, 10 to 14 inches well into the Poconos, the higher elevations of the Lehigh Valley, and about 8 to 10 for Philadelphia. What's not going to change is everything that comes down today, whether it's that fluffy snow initially to then sleet to even that glaze of ice. It's going to be the dangerous cold that settles in on the back end of all of this. I mean, it's cold right now, but check out temperatures over the next couple of days, 15 to 20 degrees below average. We're just going to be in the 20s across the area, and some mornings in the single digits. In fact, the Climate Prediction Center is saying, hey, we do not stop there. There's a warming trend out west, but there's a seesaw effect to the atmosphere. While it's warm on the west coast, we take the brunt of that bitter chill, and that's not only going to close out the month of January here, Christy and John, but welcome in February. It's a different kind of Groundhog Day by the time we get there. We've got our own Groundhog Day. It's the cold day and day again. But if you can get out this morning and enjoy the snow while it's coming down, at least across all of the area, I would advise to do just that. I'm enjoying myself right now.
When I hear that the temperatures are going to be like this into February, I have to remind myself it's only until next week. It's not that bad.
Next week. It's only the winter.
Yeah. I don't know. We got a lot more winter to go.
Payton, thanks. Well, let's go live now to Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson, who has an update from King of Prussia. The snow's still falling pretty fast there.
Christy, the snow's still falling. I don't want another week of freezing. I'll take 60 degrees tomorrow. You can see on 202 here, all these people trying to drive in the snow. Please be safe. Roll up your window. Please be safe. We don't recommend that. Stay home if you can. A lot of the people we're seeing on the roads are these plow trucks. If we come over here to the Wawa parking lot, you can see that they're working on plowing up the snow from the lot here. I want to tell you, though, just walking around a lot out here this morning, it's so cold that underneath this snow is a little bit of ice, too. My photographer, Ian, did take a little spill trying to walk over that ice. Thankfully, he's okay. He's a tough guy. He's fine. But, you know, just another reason to stay home, stay inside if you can. You can see there's another plow coming up here on 202. We haven't seen this road plowed too much since we've been out here for about 4 hours so far this morning. And it's really just speaking to this snow, how quickly it's falling, how it's covering these roads, and how it's making these roads dangerous because you can't see any of the lines on the road. You can't see the median here on 202. I've been talking about this all morning because I keep seeing people trying to turn into the parking lot and they're jumping the median, not even knowing it's there. And some of these turns are getting pretty treacherous too. I just saw someone a couple minutes ago in their car. They couldn't even get up this slight little hill into the parking lot. Their wheels just started spinning out. Of course, this is a difficult storm to keep ahead of. We talked to PennDOT earlier this morning about the plan.
Salt needs two things, and we've done so much pre-treating with salt and brine, but salt needs a higher temperature, over 20 degrees, and traffic to really embed that salt in and make it so it's, doing what it's supposed to do and melting that snow. So actually, when this snow is coming down right now, it's great for our snow plows because they can pick that material up very easily versus if ice is coming down. So
we're hoping to see some plow trucks here on 202 soon. And now the competition that I don't want to win, the first competition in my life that I don't want to win, who has the snowiest live shot here in King of Prussia. Let's check with our official ruler. 3.5 inches, that's about an inch over the last hour. So you see just how quickly this snow is falling. Live here in King of Prussia. Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News, guys.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. I'm glad Ian is okay. Get him a coffee or something. Okay, good.
Becca, thank you.
He laughed it off.
Well, we're keeping an eye on the roads across our region right now because we know that they are snow-packed and dangerous.
Yeah, they are. And we want to head out to Action News reporter Catherine Scott for us. She's been keeping an eye on things there in Manayunk as the snow is piling up. How are the roads now?
Well, the roads are still very covered, but we did actually just see not one, but two runners go down the street. There's one. The other one's going in the other direction. I yelled to her, "How is it?" And she said, "Cold," which I guess if you ask a question like that, you're going to get an answer like that. It is cold out here today, but you can see it's not stopping some of the dedicated exercisers, the good people of Manayunk. The roads, for the most part, they're snow covered, pretty quiet. We have seen some cars along Main Street. Of course, this is the main drag around here, so we have been seeing some cars go through. A plow train came through, about an hour ago maybe, and that really made a difference, and you could see blacktop for a short amount of time. But then, of course, the snow came and replaced it. And if you take a look up, you can also see more evidence of the cold. There's a big old icicle hanging from that lamppost down there. It is bitter cold when you walk out and about this morning. Still, people are getting up and getting out and about. They're going to get some coffee. They're taking their dogs for a walk. So many cute dogs out here today we've seen this morning. Some of them scampering and frolicking in the snow. The wind keeps shifting a little bit, and I'll tell you, it just did that there. I don't know if you could actually hear the snow on us. We could feel it, I could tell you that. But as you're taking a look on Levering, you can see there have been actually plows through here. Not super often, but there's more coverage here. So certainly on those side streets, you're going to see a little bit more coverage. You definitely do not want to be driving if you are able to help. And then also, of course, the icicles. More icicles here on the front of these Action News SUV. Very cold out here today, but we've been talking to some of the people out and about this morning, but they think of the snow.
It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's quiet. You're not going to see something like this for probably another 10 years, maybe less. Who knows? Weather's crazy, but.
So are you going somewhere or are you out here voluntarily?
No, I'm just walking. I'm just hanging. My wife just went to work, and so I'm awake and enjoying the snow. It's nice right now. It's grippy, but it's going to get bad, I'm sure, once the freezing rain comes along. But for right now, it's nice, and I'm not really going to worry about later.
And back here live this morning. No, we're just talking to people. I see you're with your dog here. Who's your dog? Cooper. How's Cooper like in the snow?
The snow, so I feel like we will be out here multiple times today. So go running. We woke up, we're like, okay, it's time to go to the dog park, and it won't be our first trip there.
And how's the walk been so far for you? I'm sorry, I just got you with my Action News ruler.
It's a lot more than I expected for this early in the morning, but exciting.
Piling up pretty quickly. Okay, well, that segues perfectly into what I'm about to do next, everybody. Oh, bye, Cooper. Are you enjoying? Oh, my goodness. Beautiful eyes. You're very smart. Your instincts are good. Here, let me show you what we have here. In this planter we've been checking all morning. Still around 2.5 inches. Could that be right? I don't know. 2.5? Well, I guess I can't mess with the scientificness of all of this. So we're still getting about 2.5 inches on this planter. But obviously the snow is still coming down, and we're continuing to keep an eye on conditions here on Main Street, guys.
It doesn't seem right.
No, I think you got more than that.
But if the competition is who has the least amount of snow and they get to get cleared.
Be wrong?
Right. I mean, how could it possibly? By the way, my dog would hate the snow, so I'm impressed all these dogs are loving it out.
Coop loves it.
All right, Catherine, thank you.
Well, more viewer video is coming into us this morning. Valentina from South Philadelphia showing us the snow is starting to pile up right there outside of her house. Those smaller blocks are always a tricky spot for residents, especially in South Philadelphia, far northeast. Share your photos and videos with us at 6abc.com/share.
Good morning, y'all. Yeah, the snow is coming down. Yes, the snow is coming down, and somebody is in heaven running this snow.
Yeah, Huskies love this. This is 6ABC viewer Marie-Lisa Dunbar giving us a weather report there from Levittown. The Huskies loving the weather as the snow is piling up in the yard. She says that she does have some advice for all of us. Maybe make it a movie day and Action News Day and just stay home. Don't leave your house if you don't have to. Continue sending those photos and videos in. Again, 6abc.com/share is the place to do that. And snow coming down here in this video from Chesterbrook sent in by Raylan David. Really piling up there.
Yeah, for sure. And then we've got some snow that's falling in South Jersey. Well, this is actually the same video, I think. Carissa Kern sent us this video from Sewell, Gloucester County. Well, as the storm moves through your area, as we've been mentioning all morning long, we want to see your photos and videos. You can send them to 6abc.com/share. You might just see them right here on air and on Action News.
We've got one more. Philadelphia snowplows working on the neighborhood streets where they possibly can. An Action News producer sent us this video here of a plow in Winfield. It's going to take a lot more than one pass, though. That is for sure, to clear all that snow out there.
Yeah, I have to be patient with all of those plow trucks.
Yes.
Well, the snow has been falling in New Jersey since early this morning, and the roads are completely covered now.
We've been going to Action News reporter Amanda Pitts. She's moved over to Collingswood for us. She is live out there with an update. Almost whiteout conditions.
Yeah, John and Christy, I've teleported to Collingswood. I've also changed my hat. Check out my hair, though. I've only been out here for a few minutes, and it is still coated. This is a good look at the secondary roads here in South Jersey. We are at the intersection of Haddon Avenue and Cuthbert Boulevard, right outside of the Wawa. You can see how it is just completely unplowed, caked onto the roads here. We're seeing some people walking. Definitely not a pleasant morning to take a walk. Drivers here taking it slow. As we've been saying all morning, stay home if you can. Don't drive on these roads. They are really, really difficult to navigate with all of this snow. It's coming down at such a steady clip. It is just really difficult for these plow drivers to tackle. If you could see down the road here on Cuthbert Boulevard, you can see plows starting to plow this boulevard here for these drivers. But this is the first set of plows that we have seen all morning here since we've been here. Earlier, I want to show you some video. We were in Pennsauken. This is around Route 70, and you can see plows were starting to plow that, but it was snow covered for hours as we were standing there. We know that New Jersey has hundreds of plow truck drivers across the state, but just at how steady this snow is falling, how quickly it's falling, a couple inches an hour as we've been forecasting, it's really difficult to keep up with. So stay home if you can. Now, we showed you in Pennsauken how we had 3 inches or so, and I won the measuring contest. Well, I have my measuring stick again. It's interesting. We're only 10 minutes down the road, but here in Collingswood, we are at about 2 inches. So it's interesting just going down the street, the difference in snow totals that we're seeing so far this morning, but things are certainly going to change. And I want to introduce you to my friend John here, who flagged us down when we pulled up. He has his priorities straight. Look what's in his hand. Hot coffee. John, how are you? You have been driving on the roads this morning. What are they looking like?
They're a little tricky. You know, it's deeper than I thought, and it's only going to get worse, I think. But it's all packed down. It's not real super slippery, but it's, like I said, a little deeper than I thought.
Are you surprised to see just how much has accumulated even at this hour?
Oh yeah, definitely. There's no street showing. It's all snow. It's packed down, so the cars are going real slow, and everyone's being a little careful. Yeah. When
you saw this forecast, what went through your mind? It's been a few years since we've had significant snowfall.
Well, first thing was make sure we had plenty of food and supplies, and the next thing was get to the hardware store to get some salt and make sure my shovel's working.
And you are one of the lucky people in this area to get salt. It's been sold out everywhere.
Well, I wasn't able to get the salt.
Oh, okay.
So I went to the Acme and I bought some Morton's kosher salt. And, yeah.
Smart. And so what are your plans today?
Shovel, and then warm up, and then shovel some more.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, John. Nice to meet you. I appreciate it. Guys, I want to show you some plow truck drivers here in Collingswood. This is a good, again, idea of the secondary roads. They are a mess. So are the main roads in South Jersey since we drove here. So stay home if you can. Stay warm. You don't want to look like me. I mean, this is a good, Karen said my hair is a good barometer of how strong this storm is. I'm honored that my hair is a barometer, but it is not pleasant out here. I'll send things back to you guys.
I love how that gentleman that you just spoke with was primed to pivot and decided he was going to get the Mortons.
Salt is salt, right? whatever you can get. All right, Amanda.
I know, really smart.
Very smart. Clever indeed. All right, Amanda, thank you. Well, let's step live right here at looking at the Battleship, New Jersey in Camden, New Jersey right here. You can see the sidewalk completely covered. Water's still going, but flakes are flying across the screen. Bottom of your screen right there. Hey, we've jumped a degree, 16 degrees this morning.
Gives you a good idea here with the visibility. You can't see anything past the Battleship, New Jersey. Let's switch over to Sky 6 in Ocean City. No one is on the boardwalk today. Look at, you can see the wind blowing that snow around. You can kind of make out the surf in the background. Yeah, winter has definitely taken hold here in Ocean City.
And here to stay for at least the week in terms of the temperature. We have another Mobile 6 live sighting right here on the roads for us right now.
Media, Delaware County, right by the courthouse. It looks like as Mobile 6 is passing by. Look at the roads. I mean, we're going through here. Just some people out there walking. Hopefully, we're going to take a right here. Yeah, so it looks like they have plowed the main drag there. Yeah, so the main street through is plowed, but yeah, this is a snowy scene in Media, Delaware County from Mobile 6. Take it easy out there.
Well, the Lehigh Valley is projected to get the most snow in our viewing area, possibly bearing the brunt of this storm.
Yeah. Action News reporter Taronda Thomas has been all over the Lehigh Valley. She is live for us in Allentown with a look at conditions there. Taronda.
Not only has the snow picked up, the wind has picked up, so it's kicking that snow around and decreasing visibility and making it harder for people who want to clear their cars. People like my friend Tom here. You've been busy this morning.
Yes, I have.
Tell me about what it's like clearing these cars.
Well, I live in a condominium now, so I don't really do this kind of work very often. But now that I'm visiting, I'm having the time of my life.
Wow. Okay, well, we'll let you have at it then. Go on and clear that car. Have a good time. Okay. Since it's that much fun. Now, I like the broom technique that Tom is using there, just scooting the snow off the back of the car. And we've seen people really all morning kind of trying to get ahead of this storm. That's a nice, like, kind of fluffy snow. Let me reach in and tap a little bit of it. Yeah, this is a really fluffy, powdery snow. It's not that icy, heavy snow. So when people clear it, hopefully it's a little bit easier as they clear those cars. We've also seen people out here, just a few of them, walking in this snow, and you can hear it crunch under your feet. That's how you know it's like a good, firm snowpack. Not always easy to walk in, but believe it or not, some people are walking, and one of them stopped and talked to us. Okay. We don't have that interview, but let me tell you, she was out getting snacks of all things in this snowstorm. So didn't plan ahead, but that's okay. She made her way back to her home. And this is what I want to show you now, which is what this snowfall is doing to the streets. We're walking very carefully because it's deeper than it looks. But let me take you to the intersection so that you can see the snowpack that is at the corner of 17th and Allen. We've seen cars, successfully come to stops, which is definitely good news. But when you hit those hills, that's when we've approached them and gone kind of, okay, let's see if this person is going to stop in time for us to make it through the intersection. So while we're watching and seeing the plows come through, they have taken away a couple of inches of snow, but it's still snowpack on those roads with some ice underneath, which again makes it hard to still walk in that snow. So let's hear from that walking commuter. What's the gear? Like head to toe?
I got rain boots. I got waterproof overalls on.
Okay.
Layered up.
All right. And who's that on FaceTime?
She's out.
And you're out. She's outside too. Wait a minute. What is going on? I'm going to interview FaceTime. Like, what are you getting?
I got headphones down.
Oh, okay. So
she's actually going to Starbucks to see if it's open. I'm like, it's gonna be closed, so we should make a bet.
So you're getting snacks, your girlfriend's getting Starbucks,
yep.
Walking in the snow.
Walking in the snow.
Make it make sense. I mean, if I didn't have to be outside, I don't think I would choose to get snacks. I'd just stay home and make do, but definitely understand the desire to be cozy with all the snacks inside. We just saw a car pass by and made its way through pretty well. And if you're used to driving in snow, you know that when you hear that whooshing snow sound, that you're on a steady, firm snowpack and not necessarily ice. So that's a little bit better to drive in between that and ice. So for any of you who do have to head out today, if you're in the Allentown area, it's a little bit of an encouraging sign that you hear that sound instead of that slick, icy sound. So as a car makes its way here to the intersection, we'll see if they can come to a complete stop, because again, on that snowpack, I don't know if you could hear that, but that was a good sound because they were able to come to that complete stop without sliding. So that's encouraging. We've seen snow plows, crews doing the best job they can trying to get these roads clear, but it's just impossible to be all the way ahead of this storm. So if you can stay home and you already have your snacks, then it's a good idea to do that. We are live in Allentown. Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News.
Taronda, you know what else was really encouraging was the fact that she was doing all of this on foot. She wasn't
on foot. She's amazing.
On foot and on FaceTime.
Yeah. I was like, you're my hero. She was my hero.
I'm guessing Starbucks was close. All right. Taronda, thank you for that live report.
Well, time to get another look at the forecast, and we're heading outside for that.
Because meteorologist Payton Domschke is in solidarity with the reporters. She is out there. Now, you have the official Action News snow total stick there. So tell us what you're seeing out there on the patio.
I feel like, Vanna, this is my opportunity to show off how much snow we had on the Action News patio. We've had nearly 5 inches of snowfall. Now, could there have been a little coating from last weekend still on here? Yes, indeed. But we've got that fresh powder continuing to come down. And what I love most about days like this is that they're so scenic from our Sky 6 cameras that we can show you. I'm going to toss that snow meter down there. Live looks, though, across the area. As we take you out to the pagoda in Reading right now, it's just 11 degrees. You can see that snow-covered trees. You can see all of that featured there with even reduced visibility overhead. As we make it closer to I-95, our One Cathedral camera showcasing Logan Square right now. You can see that there are some tire tracks around the circle itself. We've got calm to light winds northwest, but we're starting to pick up that breeze here. I felt it at times on the patio myself. And for our shore communities, while we do have snow coming down right now on the front end of the storm system, and it's snow for everyone across the area, it's going to start to change. And that's because we're taking on more of an easterly wind component as we go deeper into the morning. So that's dragging in more of a marine layer. The ocean temperature right now is around 40 degrees. So that's going to encourage the atmosphere to warm aloft and then to the surface, especially for those well south and east. But check out the mass this storm system is across the eastern half of the country. Over 2,000 miles right now of active alerts in place. You've got that snow shield on the northern side, the cold side of the storm setup, icing right in the middle, and you've got pure rain through parts of the Gulf Coast states. This is all headed eastbound in one direction toward us. So with Future Tracker here, we keep the snow for at least the next hour or two widespread. And then we watch that sleet line try to trend to the north. That's that warm air coming above that sub-freezing surface. Not only do we have that chance for sleet, but Karen Rogers is going to talk a little bit more coming up about that freezing rain potential that could cut into some of our overarching snowfall totals. John, Christy, back to you in that warm, cozy studio.
Payton, thank you. Local bars and restaurants hoping to cash in on the snowstorm. McGillen's Old Ale House posted this picture from Center City of the kegs they had lined up, ready to go for anyone who might want to brave the storm this morning. The storm comes right in the middle of Center City Restaurant Week. Some restaurants say they're going to open up no matter what. Others just kind of monitoring the situation this morning to see how it goes. So if you do have reservations, you may want to call ahead. And we want to remind everyone, just be safe if you do head out. Even if you're on foot, it can be dangerous. Sky 6 taking a live look at the slopes from Spring Mountain. Look at this here. One of several ski resorts, believe it or not, that will be closed today because of the heavy snow. And you can see it coming down in this shot here. Now in Carbon County, same story, Blue Mountain Resort. Slopes there also closed today because, this is dangerous. And the skiers have been sounding off online, many voicing some frustration about the closure, some saying, who closes a ski resort for snow? But a few hours later, an announcement from the ski resort explaining the decision.
If we have a guest that gets here early, when maybe the storm wasn't so bad, it picks up in intensity later in the day. Now they're stranded. We have nowhere to lodge these folks, and we will not put our guests in that situation.
Now, Blue Mountain does plan to reopen at noon on Monday once the conditions improve. The resort's saying they're going to be opening a little bit later than normal just to give crews enough time to clear the parking lots there.
And the snow really started coming down as a steady clip here in the city around 4 o'clock this morning. This is a look at Broad and Walnut Streets. The action cam capturing the scene in Center City where the roads are covered in a thick blanket of white. Few cars and a SEPTA bus were spotted driving around, as you can see there, and other people bundled up trying to get an early start on clearing some of the walkways before the snow really starts to pile up. They're going to be struggling with trying to keep pace with that. Well, things were also quiet this morning in Philadelphia's Queen Village neighborhood as the snow continues to come down. Mobile 6 drove along South Front Street, capturing this view of the road and the cars covered in white. You can see the snow still coming down pretty quickly here.
All right, our continuing coverage of this major storm will continue at 9:30. We're going to be on the air with you throughout the day. We're going to be right back as we take a live look at Independence Hall as the snow continues falling.
We are back with more coverage of the major winter storm that is hitting our area. On the right hand of your screen, Sky 6 giving us a live look here of the Ben Franklin Park, or from our Ben Franklin Parkway camera. This looks like City Hall, yeah, Dilworth Park. You can see that's the intersection of JFK and 15th Street. So 15th and JFK, and you can see that it is snow-packed there on that side and then to the left we have Storm Tracker 6 live radar with all of that system moving into our area. It is Sunday morning. I am Christy Aletto.
And I'm John Paul. You're watching our special winter storm coverage right here on Action News. Now, some parts of our area could see up to 14 inches or more with this storm, and ice is also a major concern as that could be moving in sometime later today.
Yeah, added challenges for sure. Conditions on the road have quickly deteriorated throughout throughout the morning. This is a live look from, looks like our Mobile 6.
Yeah, Media PA right here.
From Media PA on Baltimore Pike. And you can see that they do have some sort of crew trying to clear off what looks like might possibly be a sidewalk. And then here, our photographer is slowly approaching Baltimore Avenue, but you can see a lot of the roads here are snow packed.
Yeah. Some new video just coming in from Mobile 6. Our photographer Jack Harper is making his way through Seacane and Ridley in Delaware County. Best part of this video, I don't see any drivers on the road. And actually, you can almost see the road, which is good news. They're heeding the advice, staying inside. We have live team coverage of this winter storm. Action News reporter Taronda Thomas standing by live for us in the Lehigh Valley. Area is seeing the most accumulation we're expecting in this storm. Becca Hendrickson live for us in King of Prussia with an update on conditions there.
But first, let's get a check on the Action News AccuWeather alert that we are under. Meteorologist Karen Rogers joining us. What we can expect for the rest of this next hour.
We have the best seat. Do you feel so bad for everybody standing outside? I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so cold out there, right? So let's talk about the snow. What a beautiful scene we have. A snowy scene sent to us by Scott Hathaway in Kent County in the wee hours of the morning. We started accumulating snow very slowly at first, about 3 o'clock this morning. And since then, we've accumulated very quickly. Let's look at the snow so far. We know these numbers are changing, but just to give you an idea of what's happening so far, in East Nantmill Township, 4.5 inches already, 4.6. Martins Creek, 3.9. In Newark, Delaware, again, almost 4. In Morton, Delaware County, 3. In Exton, Chester County, 2.4. In Spring Township in Berks County, 4.5 inches. So the snow accumulating rapidly at this point. We're seeing accumulations that are bringing up there pretty quickly between over 1 to 2 inches an hour. Heavy snow, one of the highest threats that we'll be dealing with right now is the heavy snow through this storm. Just about as much snow as we're getting sleet in the city itself. I mean, that's an equal concern of how much ice is coming on top of this. As far as power outages, it is still a concern for us, not as high as the heavy snow. We'll see how many issues we have with that depending on the ice. Strong winds of a somewhat lesser concern. I think we'll see winds about 30 miles an hour or so, but what that means is those wind chills, so cold. Let's talk about that ice. Expecting about a glaze or so of ice near I-95, but there is an area, I'd say especially southwest of the city, maybe stretching into Middletown, Delaware, and in that area where we could get up to potentially a quarter. And what happens with the freezing rain, that's what sticks to the power lines. That's what sticks to the trees and causes so many issues for you out there. So looking right now at Storm Tracker 6 Live with our multi-sweep scan, we not only have the snow through the region, but we've got heavy snow through the area. And I know Payton is standing outside and ready to talk about exactly what you're dealing with out there right now. I see the snow. It's still light and fluffy all around you, Payton.
It is still light and fluffy, and Karen, I've been talking all morning since I've been out on the Action News patio that it is light, fluffy snow right now. In fact, I took the latest measurement not too long ago here on the patio, and we have nearly 5 inches so far, and that's impressive. I mean, this event began around 3:30 for Philadelphia. We've had snowfall rates around 1 inch per hour. I wouldn't be too shocked of ahead of our sleet boundary that's going to start to work in here, that we pick up some of that momentum, and that's the reason we have so much snow on the ground so far. Presently, it's only 15 degrees for Philadelphia, but as we work together to put things in motion eventually, we're going to start to see sleet continue to make its way through the area. Of course, that's the current big thing across the area is the winter storm of today. We have snow-covered areas from the boards all the way in to the Lehigh Valley. If we find future tracker together, which I know we can, we got sleet that moves into here as we go through the middle of the day, and perhaps a little sliver of freezing rain also that happens to play out through time. So you can see here at 11 o'clock as I advance the graphics with you, we've got 18 degrees with that purple hue here as we continue to see things rise to the north. That's that warm air intruding aloft. We've got cold rain now down well to the south and east, and you're starting to see this ribbon of pink move in. That's that freezing rain. We've got snow still into the Poconos. We've got hours of sleet expected for Philadelphia. So the big thump of snow we've got right now, it doesn't last forever. It is short-lived, and even more short-lived as you head south and east. And that, of course, is going to continue to knock back some of those totals. So when all is said and done, Philadelphia sees around 8 to 10 inches. And that's because we introduce a different precipitation form here. Where that blockbuster event sets up is north and west, from Reading to Allentown into the Poconos. You see in spots over a foot of snowfall, but it's so limited then to the south and east. So what you got right now, enjoy it, because it's not going to last too long when it comes to just that fluffy snow. It will hang around anything that comes down because it's going to be so bitterly cold around here, about 15 to 20 degrees below average. We hang on to that for the next several days. We should be in the low 40s. We're far from that. And in fact, we're going to stay that way into the end of January. And Christy and John, even the beginning of February. It's going to be cold around here, but we can do it. We'll do it together.
Thank you.
Well, the Lehigh Valley is in the bullseye with up to 14 inches of snow. More expected to fall later today. This is also a look at the conditions earlier today in Bethlehem. Some people braving the flakes right here to fill up their gas tanks.
And that was before it got really bad. Their Action News reporter Taronda Thomas is on the roads. She just stopped there in Allentown, live with an update for us. Taronda.
The later it gets, the fewer cars and people we see out here in Allentown, because this snow is keeping them indoors, as it should. I want to show you what it's doing to the roads. A couple of cars passing by, but very, very carefully, because this snow is still packed on the roads. We had seen snow plows come through. We know that a lot of areas were pre-treated. It's just hard to tell that they were, because the snow has been falling pretty steadily since early this morning. If you had your car parked outside, this is what it would look like right now. So people who have parked those cars have it completely covered at the top. But something I've been noticing as we go down these streets in Allentown, one thing that I've been seeing is people are taking on a new, maybe we're going to call it new technique, because we know it's taken over on social media. Look at these cars over across the street. They're covered in tarps. We've seen these videos where people cover their cars, their steps with tarps just to try to get ahead of that snow, and so that ideally when it stops snowing, they would just flip this tarp off and wouldn't have to shovel or take any snow remover from their cars. A lot of people, we see them kind of tucked underneath the bottoms here, so we'll see if this technique works. And we met one man as he was mid-tarp mission trying to protect his car.
When the snow finish, it's not too much some work we got to do to clean it off the car.
Where'd you hear about this?
We seen this on YouTube, and then we seen other people doing it, so we decided to do it.
All right, so all the best of luck to him, hoping that when the snow stops, he'll be able to remove that tarp, they'll be able to remove theirs and kind of have no problems. But a couple cars passing by each other in the snow, we don't recommend that. So as much as you see people doing it, look, Zach, turn around this way. This car that just went through the stop sign, you just missed it, was fishtailing. So as people pass by, honking, waving, maybe it's kind of fun to someone, but it's actually pretty dangerous. So what you just saw, don't do that, because I can tell you from being out here in the snow, not too many fun things about it unless your kid out here building a snowman. Otherwise, the roads are very snow-packed. We've seen people fishtail. We've seen people have a hard time stopping, especially on the hills, and there are a lot of hills here in Allentown. So what we're going to do is get back in the Action News van, and we're going to drive around and let you see from that vantage point. I still hear this car trying to rev up, and I'm wondering if the car is having a hard time there, trying to make it in that area, but it's becoming more and more snowpacked. So that's the thing you're going to have to deal with, digging yourself out of those snowy situations. So as those crews try to get work clearing the roads, the best thing you can do for them is to stay off those roads. We're live in Allentown. Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News.
Yeah, go warm up, Taronda.
Those tarps could get heavy, too, if they're trying to remove those.
I think that's a boss move.
We'll see. We'll see if
I also saw it on social media, and I was like, that might be a good thing to do.
Social media's not wrong.
Well, let's go live now to Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson. She has another update for us from King of Prussia. Hey, Becca.
Hey, Christy. Hey, John. I wish I would have known about the tarp thing. I should have brought one for my car, because I've just been watching the snow pile up on it all morning, and the snow piling up on the roads, too. We're talking about people fishtailing. We're talking about people getting stuck. That happened a couple times right behind us here on 202. Someone got stuck trying to just come up this little ramp up into the Wawa, and, you know, you can see several cars have gone under it at this point. And if we go in over here, this person's trying to take a left into there. They're having trouble. These roads are treacherous at this point. This sedan again having to back up because their wheels were spinning out. A lot of these cars, and I don't want to presume what people are up to, but we are recommending if you don't have to be out on these roads, simply stay home because driving in these conditions is not safe. 202 has been snow covered all morning long. As you can see, you don't see the lines in the middle of the road. I've told you about these medians so many times. This poor car over here, we'll hopefully get them help once we get off TV here. We've seen people jump this median because they didn't even know the median was here. What we want to show you instead is all of the workers out here. So many people out here with snow plows. You see this one over here in the Wawa parking lot. They're really working hard to try to keep some of these essential businesses, places that people need to get gas from or whatnot, try to keep it so that people are able to drive in those parking lots. We've seen so many of the plows out here this morning. They're all telling us the same thing. They're really hoping that people will give them space on the roadways and give them space to do their jobs in this storm. Back out here live now, you can see 202 once again, and just an update now on our snow competition. I was taking a couple measurements earlier. You can see all of them in the ground here, all the different places that I've tried at this point. Again, who has the snowiest live shot and how quickly is this snow falling? Just about 4 inches now in King of Prussia. So this snow falling pretty much an inch per hour since we've been out here live in King of Prussia. Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News, guys.
Yeah.
Piling up. It looks like that driver was able to get moving. Thought they were going to be stuck.
They got out of here, thankfully.
Yeah, that's good. All right, Becca, thank you. Well, road crews have been out across the area, including in Philadelphia, working on this snow removal. Now, this morning, we spoke live with Carlton Williams, the director of the Office of Clean and Green Initiatives for the city.
He said right now the streets department is just focused on repeated plowing just to get ahead of any of the snow and the ice pileups. And then later on, they're going to transition to treating the roads with more salt when the temperatures improve a little bit. Right now, hundreds of plows are making it through the primary and the secondary streets.
At the height of this storm, we'll have over 600 pieces of equipment throughout the event. And ultimately, when it gets to a point where plowing is no longer effective or not as effective, we're going to have to implement a lifting operation, especially in those tight-knit communities.
We will hear an update from the city about the winter weather response when Mayor Sherelle Parker holds a news conference later this morning at 10 o'clock. Well, meanwhile, our live storm coverage continues in the city now. Action News reporter Catherine Scott has the latest from Manayunk, and we feel like every time we come to you, there's furry friends that are stopping by your live shot. I don't know if you have any guests this time.
No guests yet, but you know what? If one shows up, be sure that I will grab the pup. We actually moved down the street since we last spoke. We were over by Levering. We're now down by Jamestown. We were taking a measurement the last time with our trusty Action News ruler, and I feel like the planter we've been using all morning let us down. It was 1 inch at 6 a.m., and then it seemed to pause at like 2.5 inches. So we were offended, and we moved down the street for better snow, and also because we heard there was coffee nearby. So anyway, let's take a measurement here. We are approaching 4 inches, according to this very trusty ledge that we have not been monitoring all morning. So that is our unofficial total right now here in Manayunk. But let me take a look at, let's take a look at what we are looking at here in Manayunk. And you can see that the sidewalks are covered. We have seen people out and about with their dogs. A little clearing has taken place, a little shoveling here and there. But mostly people are inside this morning. That is Jamestown. That is one of the hills that we know of in Manayunk. You see people are all parked along here with their windshield wipers up. There's going to be clearing on the cars later on, I'm sure. But the side streets have not gotten as much attention from the plows as some of the main streets. But to be honest, we have seen plows come through. There was a plow train on Main Street a little while ago, and that really made a difference at the time. But the snow is falling fast and furious, and it's replacing itself. So the driving conditions really aren't good at this point. The roads are snow covered. The hills are tricky. You definitely want to stay home if you can. And I see another puppy out for a walk. Does he or she like the snow? Oh, yeah? What's her name? Nemo. Hi, Nemo. Oh, here's another one. Oh my gosh, Nemo's eyes are gorgeous. How does Nemo do in the snow?
She loves the snow. She's part husky.
Oh, okay. So, and how do you like it?
Hate it.
So you're out here for Nemo's sake?
Yes.
You know what? Very cute. So I see why you're out here, yes. And then just tell us a little bit about your walk this morning, what you've seen.
Snow is very thick, much thicker than I thought. I was walking around to the park. Obviously not a lot of ice, but it just seems to keep coming down.
Okay, great. What's the plan for the rest of the day?
Relax inside, stay warm.
Sounds good. We'll go cuddle with Nemo. I know, you're scared of me. I'm just going to wave from afar. You're adorable. Have a good day. See, we found a dog. It was a successful live shot. We're going to send it back to you, everybody.
Nemo said, it's my time to shine.
Do you have dog treats in your pocket or something? Because the dogs seem like they all
love you.
I should have brought some.
It's my trick.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. All right, let's switch over to here. Apparently, this is Philadelphia International Airport.
Wow.
I'm told it is out there somewhere. Yeah, this storm is just causing a huge disruption for air travel all across the country, and you can see why. Normally in this shot, you can see some of the planes there on the tarmac. We can only see that little parking lot there. Wow, it is a lot of snow.
Yeah, more than 600 flights are canceled at PHL. A good chunk of them are American Airlines. And this morning, all throughout the morning, we've been talking to you guys about the lack of visibility out there.
Yeah, and we did talk to the airport spokesperson, Heather Redfern, about the plowing and the de-icing process there.
The de-icing process handled by the airlines, that takes about 30 minutes to go through, but they make that take all the extra off so it's safe for planes to take off.
So more than 10,000 flights are canceled nationwide just for today. That's the most in a single day since the pandemic began. The flight issues are expected to linger into the work week.
Now we're seeing that snow coming down at a really good clip, but New Jersey will be one of the first places to see that changeover that we've been talking about from snow to sleet today.
That's right. Action News reporter Amanda Pitts is joining us live from Collingswood, New Jersey with an update there. Amanda.
Yeah, hey, John and Christy, I'm turning into a snowman the longer I am out here. I'm actually facing the wind. So when the wind gusts hit, it brings the snow and it kind of hits you in the face and it's like little ice pellets. It's you'll see me squint and you can see that I probably have ice on my eyelashes and clearly all over my hair and my body. But take a look at these secondary roads. This is Haddon Avenue and Cuthbert Boulevard here in Collingswood. You can see some plows out and about. This morning, all throughout South Jersey, we didn't see too many plows on the roads as the snow started to accumulate. You know, they wait until it's like an inch or so on the roads before they start to do their jobs. But now as the morning progresses, we're starting to see these plows come by. You can see one lane here is plowed, but it is still a lot of snow caked onto these roads here. So this is why we were urging people to stay home. You can see this person taking off from the red light, their tires spinning and kicking up snow. You can see, oh, this Jeep right here starting to spin out. If we could pan the camera that way, he's starting to spin out. Hard to see from where we're standing, but we have been talking to people out and about getting coffee. That's pretty much what people are doing this morning. Everyone I've talked to is out getting coffee and then going back home and starting to shovel. And they're saying because this snow is so fluffy, it is pretty good shoveling snow. It's not too heavy. You can see how it is just really light and fluffy. So if you're heading out the door to shovel today, you're going to be shoveling a lot of it. I know we're in a competition here with our measuring stick. I saw Catherine say she's almost at 3 inches. Well, here in Collingswood, we are just at about 3 inches, maybe a little over 3 inches. This is not a scientific measurement, of course, but I'd say we are still in the lead here in South Jersey. So I will send things back to you. That's the latest here in Collingswood. John and Christy.
All right, Amanda, thank you. And this just into Action News. Upper Darby just announced that they will be closing all schools tomorrow.
It's on top of Philadelphia schools that'll be closing tomorrow as well. Let's switch over to look at the roads here. This is 95 northbound right at 322 in Chester. And you see a vehicle that's coming down the road. This is why PennDOT has been asking people just go ahead and stay off the roads. They just can't keep up with the amount of snow that has been falling. And so even though they've been plowing as much as they can, the roads end up looking like this, and it's a dangerous time to be out there. Heather Mondell sent us some video from Deptford, New Jersey a bit earlier. She's been measuring the snowfall totals there and said that she already has several inches on the ground.
And here's a look from Delaware County. Patty Ann Monzo took this video driving into St. Thomas Catholic Church in Glen Mills, trying to get to Mass. Well, we want to see more of your snow photos and videos, so be sure to send us all of that by heading to 6abc.com/share, and we may just feature them right here on our special snow coverage. Well, now let's get another check of the AccuWeather forecast and that storm that is barreling on top of us.
Yeah, and I'm curious, Karen, you've been watching all these live shots. Anything standing out to you when it comes to the totals they're seeing?
One thing that I'm just noticing about what Amanda said is kind of foremost in my mind, that it's so light and it's easy to shovel. But I do want you to be aware that that consistency is going to dramatically change through the day, because we've got some warmer air aloft. Instead of this light, fluffy snow we have now, it's going to be heavy and it's going to be dense. Then it's going to be topped off with ice on top. So yeah, you can shovel it now. Shoveling it later is going to be a challenge. But you want to make sure you leave some sort of snow onto the sidewalk that you're shoveling, on the driveway, before the ice comes down, because then it's going to be really hard to remove. But it's also the kind of snow that's so heavy. Make sure somebody young is taking care of this for you. They've got time. They can do it. We have snow area wide right now. That's going to change as well. But right now, everybody's seeing the snow. Most transition to sleet by about midday. In 1 to 1/10 to perhaps 1/4 of an inch of ice possible near I-95. And that's enough. We're going to watch for some scattered power outages or tree limbs down. I'm not expecting anything widespread, but it's that freezing rain that sticks to the power lines that we're going to keep a close eye on. Let's talk about some of the snowy totals so far in Philadelphia. 3 inches as of about 9 o'clock this morning. There was a train spotter that reported that in the city, and about 8:30 they reported 2.3 inches. So you see you're gaining almost an inch a half hour there. Little Egg Harbor, 4 inches of snow. In Lower Toa-Mincing, 4.2. Mount Laurel, 3. Eagleville, 3.8. East Nansemond, 4.6 inches of snow. It is piling up through the region, and our snowfall totals really haven't changed much. 10 to 14 inches. Lehigh Valley and those northwest suburbs. That's where you get less sleet, and it's mostly all snow. You don't get the sleet into the evening hours. And then across I-95, including Philadelphia, 8 to 10 inches, 6 to 8 through interior parts of South Jersey, where you expect to see that change to sleet, 3 to 6 where you get even a change to rain closer to the shore. So Storm Tracker showing everybody's in the snow. Everybody's in the snow that's coming down pretty heavily right now. A wider look, and you see it's really an ice storm that stretches to the south and west. I mean, they've got people without power in Louisiana and Texas, and freezing conditions there. Heavy snow moving into West Virginia, as well as that icy mix. So look at what we can expect. We wait till about lunchtime to get that sleet pulling in through the area. That's the area of purple. So we snow until lunchtime, that change to sleet in the city. Then we see that change to sleet this evening, even far north and west near the Lehigh Valley. But here's that freezing rain, that pink that we're watching. And that's when we see that freezing rain that starts to stick to the trees and the power lines. I think especially near Delaware might be an even better chance for that. And then you see that push of warmer air even at the surface, where it changes to rain in the evening hours through much of South Jersey. Wraps up late tonight, 10, 11 o'clock. You've got nothing more than a leftover snow shower. Right now, it is cold. -1 is the wind chill right now in the city. -8 in Allentown. 4 degrees is what it feels like in Millville, New Jersey, as the storm gets cranking. If you're heading the kids out to play later on, I mean, you really need to bundle up and let them take breaks inside, because even at lunchtime today, it'll feel like it's around 1 degree. Much of the day today feeling like the single digits. And a real range in temperatures this afternoon in the Lehigh Valley, 16 for your high. And in the city, 27 degrees. At the shore, 41. I bet Payton wishes it was 41 as she's standing outside in that bitter cold. And you see that light, fluffy snow all around you. You look like a snow globe there, Payton.
It really is a snow globe, Karen. I wish it was more than just about 40 degrees. I wish it was 65 and sunny at times, because not only is the snow coming down, it's really light in variety, but the breeze picks up every now and again, and then my eyelashes are covered. You get the gist. We've got some changes expected, though, as we go deeper into tonight. Visibility will start to improve as the storm system moves off to the north and east. Temperatures, though, area-wide, regardless of some of that warming that happened south and east this afternoon down the shore, everyone is back in the freezer. So that means we will have travel problems yet again, even during the overnight and into the day tomorrow. temperatures are actually just going to be right around 30 degrees at best. It's going to feel like the teens as tomorrow we hold the breeze, and temperatures should be in the low 40s this time of the year. We're still performing about 15 to 20 degrees below where we should be. It's not just a tomorrow problem like a one and done. This continues into midweek, and it's a trend that holds as we've got several blasts of Arctic air that move through not just this week, but they stretch into next week. The Climate Prediction Center is saying, hey, that seesaw effect, if you want warmth, you're going to have to travel out west as we approach the upcoming weekend. While it could be a little brighter around here, we will hold temperatures well below average. And again, not alone, just like the impacts of this vast system across the eastern half of the country, we hold temperatures below average into the start of February. So I joked earlier that Groundhog Day is nearly around the corner, but we're living out our own Groundhog Day, the cold and cold day after day. While today, we've got that change of that thump of snow. First, that sleet's going to come in, and Karen was just mentioning that freezing rain. We'll have another update coming up in the next half hour. John and Christy, back to you.
Yeah, most of the country below average.
Exactly.
How about that? All right, Payton, thank you. All right, let's switch over to another live look. This is 320 in Marple Township, Delaware County, and this is the same thing we are seeing throughout the viewing area. These snow-covered roads, you can hardly even see the roads. I don't know if this is a 2-lane road or a 1-lane road. Doesn't matter. You're not getting anywhere fast on the roads.
For sure. All whiteout conditions there. And this is another live look outside Sky 6, trying to show us Independence Mall from our Keystone camera. Just whiteout conditions there. Normally you'd be able to see beyond those skyscrapers into the Delaware River, but all you can see are the monuments. We'll be right back with more live snow coverage and the latest from Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker right after the break.
Right now on Action News at 10 a.m., the major winter storm is slamming our area. We have continuing coverage all day long as the snow piles up, and those conditions are going to change. We are tracking it for you every step of the way. I'm Alicia Vitarelli.
And I'm Gray Hall. That storm, it is here. Let's take a live look from Sky 6. This, of course, overlooking Spring Mountain. This is where the skiers, they are loving this type of weather.
Yeah.
They live for this.
Exactly. And we're going to take you out on the roads right now, give you a look at what it's like if you are thinking about putting your key in the ignition and heading out. This is a shot from Mobile 6 live right now in Broomall. And, you know, the roads, they really could use a little more work before I think you want to get out there and get driving somewhere.
Yeah, we've been saying it all morning. If you don't have to get out on the road, stay inside and just watch our coverage. This is some new video we're just getting in of what it looks like in the Lehigh Valley. You see the plow trucks there doing what they need to do to clear those roads. You can see those plow trucks hard at work. This right now in Bethlehem.
Yeah, well, they're working with a lot of snow out there, and the conditions continue to change. We are awaiting a press conference any moment right now from Philadelphia city leaders. We'll bring that to you live as soon as it begins.
And of course, we have a team of reporters standing by in the Lehigh Valley, the suburbs, Philadelphia, and of course, New Jersey. But we want to begin with meteorologists Karen Rogers and Payton Domschke.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, cold out there. We see that snow coming down, guys. Let's talk right now about the weather and look at this cake. Why do we've got a cake? It's all set up with these many layers that we're receiving. Be kind of fun if this were just a snowstorm, right? We're throwing everything at you. A base layer of light and fluffy snow. That's what's happening right now. You've been hearing our reporters talk about it. It's light, it's fluffy, it's easy to pick up. All of that is going to change through the day. This is an evolving and complex system. The mid layer is going to be heavier, wet snow, and on top of that, a layer of sleet. On top of that, a glaze of freezing rain on top. So we're really throwing everything at you. And of course, the ice, that's the trickier part. That's going to be on top. So light and fluffy now, but the snow gets dense as the day progresses. Let's talk about some of the numbers coming in. And Dover, Delaware just got this number from the National Weather Service, 6.5 inches of snow. In New Hanover Township, 5. Newark, Delaware, thus far 3.9. 3 in East Norton. Exton is 2.4. Spring Township, Berks County, 4.5. We've had about 3 in the city so far. Of course, these numbers are changing rapidly, so we're constantly updating them and bringing them to you because we're adding a good inch to 2 inches an hour at this point. Main winter threat we've got right now, the heavy snow, the heavy sleet, almost an equal amount of snow and sleet. The snow shuts off in the city around midday. There on after, it's all sleet on top of it. Power outages are a concern. A lesser concern is the stronger winds. You're feeling that wind gusts out there. Not enough to cause too many issues, though. I think the real issue is the snow and the ice that we get coming down. So how much ice? About 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch. I think the area just southwest of Philadelphia probably has the best shot for a little bit more icing. So that's something we'll watch carefully. That's what could very quickly adhere to the power lines or the trees and cause so much damage. We're not expecting anything widespread, but keeping a close eye on who and when gets that ice. That doesn't happen just yet. Right now, Storm Tracker 6 showing the entire area getting the snow, and it is heavy. Payton Domschke is in the thick of it right outside. Payton, I know you're enjoying that snow right now while it's light and fluffy. When you get the sleet pelting you, maybe not so nice.
It's when the breeze kicks up, Karen, that it's not as pleasant. But I will tell you that I have actually shoveled my little pathway from time to time here on the Action News patio. It is light, it is fluffy, but our snowfall rate's likely around 1 inch an hour right now, and that's amounting to a decent amount of snow as the front end of the system is purely snow, and that's going to continue into late morning, at least close to Philadelphia, and then areas north and west. You hold the snow momentarily, but by midday, we're seeing the intrusion of warm air aloft. Karen was alluding to the fact that we've got layers to the system, and we do indeed. In fact, that sleet line makes it to Philadelphia around 1 o'clock this afternoon, while then Cape May is flipping to just a cold rain. Temperatures there are closer to 40 degrees, and Philadelphia still has a sub-freezing surface. We are seeing that precipitation fall into a shallower pool of cold air closer to the surface, and that's where you flip from sleet then to freezing rain. And the concept of that exists kind of like the cherry on top to that cake. At the end of this, as the system is trying to pull out late afternoon into the early evening, we'll see that near I-95, and the snow, it's going to remain off to the north and west, while South Jersey, you flip to rain. You get the gist here. If you hold snow more, you're going to have more snow when all is said and done. And that's where some of our totals take you around 8 to 10 inches for Philadelphia, some of the immediate northwest suburbs, and then 10 to 14 from Upper Bucks, Upper Montgomery County into the Lehigh Valley. And of course, again, the Poconos, those local ski resorts going to so enjoy this in the days to come. And then less in the way of snow south and east of the city. So to reiterate everything for you, this morning, the heaviest rain is coming down. 1 to 2 inch per hour snow rates are possible. That has led to dangerous travel, not just outside in the patio. Can I tell you that that snow has definitely measured up, and it's accumulating quickly, all because our temperatures are stuck in the teens for the area. We've got the prime atmosphere to see that snow stack up, but reduced visibility. I've seen the crews out here cleaning on City Avenue, the Target across from me. They are doing their jobs. If you have to be on the roadways, please give them plenty of room. What is not going to let up after this is all said and done is the cold air. By tomorrow, Alicia and Gray, we're only at best going to feel like the teens around here, maybe 17 at best, when high temperatures are just shy of freezing. So what comes down today, from the fluffy snow to that sleet to that glaze of ice and even rain in some communities, it's going to slicken up yet again, if not already being slick by this afternoon and evening. Karen and I will continue to track this together, and of course have other members of our Action News weather team start to join us throughout midday as well. I'll send it back to you in that warm studio for now.
Yeah, and you come on in and get warm for a few moments until we check back in with you.
I will do just that. Thank you, Alicia.
Okay, Payton, we got a hot chocolate waiting for you.
Yes, we switch now to Action News reporter Taronda Thomas. She's live for us on the roads in Lehigh Valley. Taronda, you're heading now toward Bethlehem. How are the roads? Have they been treated from your vantage point? Can you see any plow trucks?
They have really deteriorated since this morning. We've been on the road since about 5:30 this morning, and I want to give you a look straight away to what we're seeing on 22 eastbound. There's a car ahead of us, and this car is struggling. And I can tell you, a couple minutes ago, they passed us up, and now we've had to slow down so that we maintain a safe stopping distance behind them. And they can see the car sliding just a little bit. It's really in some snow-packed conditions. And again, This is a major highway that we're on right now. We're on 22. Earlier this morning, we saw tire tracks. You at least saw those two little tire tracks as you would drive to guide you as to where a lane would be. Now, no such thing. And these roads have been treated. We have seen plow trucks. We have seen snow plows with the blades down all morning going down roads like this, interstates, but it really just cannot keep up with the rate of snow that's falling. You know, I lived in Colorado for a long time, about 15 years, and this reminds me of the drives that we would take up to I-70, up into the mountains as we were going to Vail and Golden, because that's the type of snowpack that you would be used to seeing on roads when you would encounter these snowy conditions, not when you're necessarily in Bethlehem, Allentown. Speaking of Allentown, I just left that area. I'm posting a video on social media right now in case you missed that live shot. Their roads are also very snow-packed. Allentown is dealing with a lot of hills too, if you're familiar with that area. So we saw some cars that kind of had a hard time stopping too. The good news is that that snowpack is better than ice. So if you do have to go out on the roads, then that snowpack could help you have a little bit more grip. As we continue on 22, we're going to make our way in the Bethlehem area so that we can show you what it looks like. But I've even talked to people who have been walking, traversing through this snow, and you know, some of them have had a hard time even staying up on their feet. We've seen people covering their cars, putting those tarps over them. That's a big thing on social media right now, covering the car in tarps so that hopefully when the snow stops, they can just peel it off and the snow falls off. Hopefully, but really the main concern now is being somewhere safe. You know, oftentimes we hear those warnings, if you don't have to go out, don't go out, and you think, oh, really, how bad could it be? Well, this is how bad it is right now. We can't really see where the lanes are, and we're in a big, high-profile vehicle, driving very carefully, less than 40 miles per hour. We're in the 30s. We're passing by a couple of plows that are going in the opposite direction. Those plows are 3 at a time, so when you see those plows 3 at a time, they all have their blades down, and it's so that they can take that snow and put it off to the side of the road as best they can. The trouble is, if you're driving, it's hard to get around those plows because they're occupying all the lanes, as they should, because they're clearing those lanes. So you want to make sure you give those plows lots of distance because they're doing the work that they have to do to try to keep people safe if they have to get on the roads. But again, if you don't have to get on the roads, I would not advise it. And before we wrap up, shout out to my photographer, Zach, who is taking things ever so slowly and cautiously. I'm going to give you a look as we're getting off on, this is an off-ramp, guys. An off-ramp on a highway looks like this right now. We're going about 10 miles an hour, if that, very slowly in this curve. You try not to accelerate, try not to even brake too hard because that will cause all types of trouble too. So these are the types of conditions we're dealing with. Driving as carefully as we can, really keeping safety in mind, but we want to be able to show you these roads so that you know it's serious when we say don't go out. We're out here so you don't have to be out here. So we're going to keep making our way to show you more of the conditions and check back in with you later. We are live now in Bethlehem. Rhonda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News.
Yeah, and Zach at the wheel of Mobile 6, doing a really great job navigating those roads out there. Thank you so much for giving us a firsthand look at what it's like driving out there in the Lehigh Valley. Just that off-ramp alone. Woof.
Yeah,
work to be done.
I came in this morning along 202 and 76, and it is just same as what you see Rhonda driving through. And you're driving, there's not a lot of cars, which is a good thing, but there are some cars. I'm thinking, where are these people going? But some people like us have to come into work, so use caution if you do have to be out there.
Absolutely. We're going to head out now to Manayunk. Our friend Catherine Scott checking out the conditions there. Rhonda was telling us about the hills, Catherine, where she was, and you know, Manayunk, it's a neighborhood of hills.
Lots of hills here. Right now we're on Main Street, so not a hilly section, and we made a new friend, Ryan, this morning. Ryan was on his bike, and I actually was like, can we talk to you really quickly? Tell us how the conditions are.
Yeah, snow's everywhere. There's like a single track plow line all the way down the main roads, but the side roads are, whatever, 8 inches or however much we got.
So tell me about the side roads. Were you meeting any hills?
Yeah. So I live like 2 blocks up the hill, and those 2 blocks are a little scary.
But you have to be out and about. I see you're coming here to Pilgrim, right? You're the owner?
I am the owner of Pilgrim Roasters, yeah.
And you guys decided to open today. I mean, so many people are coming here. We came down the block because we heard you were open.
Yeah, I mean, we're lucky enough we have employees that live within walking distance, and they're said they wanted to come in, and I guess enough customers wanted to come in that it seems worth it so far.
I think a hot cup of coffee is a good thing on a day like today.
I'm ready for one myself.
Here we go, thaw out, and we're going to tell them a little bit about conditions here at Manayunk. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, so we are on Main Street right now, and as you can see, the street itself has actually just been plowed. However, as Toronto was talking about the plow, obviously the snow gets shuffled off the road onto the sidewalk. So the sidewalks are actually pretty snow covered at this point. The main street still snow covered. The side streets, as Ryan was mentioning, have more coverage. They just, there's just a lot of road, and it takes time for the plows to get to them. Looking up at Jamestown, you can see that's one of the hills that we talk about here in Manayunk. It is snow covered. It is on an incline. There is a snow blower, so that sidewalk is getting done. But from a roads perspective, it really just isn't safe to be out and about. And you can see it. People have their windshield wipers up because they know the snow is piling up on their cars this morning. It looks like another plow is coming down Main Street right now. And so you can see that they're making the rounds, but there are a lot of different areas of the city. Main Street, the hills around Manayunk are one section that we talk about, and Roxborough, obviously South Philadelphia. There are a lot of neighborhoods that need coverage. They're very tricky to navigate in conditions such as these. So definitely stay off the roads if you can, so plows can continue to do their work. A lot of people here in Manayunk on foot. We've met a lot of dogs this morning. We met a lot of people that are out getting their coffee and just kind of enjoying the snow. But just keep in mind, it is bitter cold out here today. You definitely want to bundle up if you're coming out. And just one last measurement. We've been checking up here. We got about 4 inches right now in Manayunk, according to this ledge that we have not been monitoring all morning, so I can't guarantee the authenticity, but that's what we have here in Manayunk at this point on this ledge. 4 inches. Be safe, be warm, everybody.
Yeah, go get an extra large coffee. I'm so happy to hear that they're opening for people like us who need to stay fueled and warm.
We like making friends on snow days too. Okay, Catherine, thank you.
We sure do.
Yeah,
friends who have coffee.
Thanks, Catherine. I want to show you a piece of video now. This is some nice video out in the snow that's coming in from Nicole out in Townsend, Delaware. She sent us this video of her dog, Cash, enjoying the snow and a fitting color too.
Right.
The snow. The dog seems to love jumping around in that nice fluffy snow.
You know, the pups love the snow, the kids love the snow, some adults I think also love the snow.
When they don't have to work in it.
Right. And check out these guys. The Three Dogs in Mullica Hill, Action News editor extraordinaire Leanne Coyote sending us this video of Lexi, Pam, and Max frolicking in the snow out there. Wow, they get some good exercise and also really having fun. That's cute.
Good stuff there. As the storm moves through the area, we want to see your pictures, your videos. Send them to 6abc.com/share. You just might see them here on Action News.
All right, we're going to head out now to Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson, live in King of Prussia for us, checking out the roads there, seeing how people are doing. I mean, there's a gas station, a Wawa right behind you. I imagine that's a popular spot.
Alicia, great. The Wawa is the place to be in a snowstorm. We need our coffee, we need our restrooms, we need our gas, so we're parked up here. I do want to show you, though, 202, getting to Wawa may be a little difficult because it's unplowed. We've been here since 5 a.m. and we have not seen a plow truck come through. So this road completely covered in snow at this point. I've been saying this all morning. You can't see the lines on the road. You can't see anything on the road. You can't see the median on the road. We see people continuously hop this median because they don't know it's there. But still, we continue to see cars out on the road. Now, again, we don't know where people are going, why they might be going there. But the recommendation is if you can stay home, then you need to stay home. And we also just saw actually Aliana Gomez. I don't know why she was out driving. She better be on her way into work. Otherwise, she's getting an angry text from Ian and I. Other people out at this hour. We see a lot of people working on the parking lots around here. No one in the Wawa right now, but across the street at the Target, there are a couple plow trucks over there, a couple shovels. People really trying to make this, passable and safer at this point. But 202 has been a difficult spot all morning. We've also seen several cars out here either fishtailing or hydroplaning, a couple near accidents. So we can't repeat this enough. Just the recommendation to stay home if that is available. Now, I do want to show you, because we've been keeping track all morning long of the snow totals here in King of Prussia. I think a couple other people, other reporters who are out in this frigid, cold snow that's just like pelting our faces like little pieces of ice, are close to 4 inches. That is the situation in King of Prussia here as well. Oh, we passed getting closer to 5 inches. So we've been falling about an inch an hour from our very scientific measurement, the Action News ruler. Hoping it slows down. Doesn't seem like that's the case. Live here in King of Prussia, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News. Guys.
Becca, I just texted Aliana to find out what she was getting at Wawa, but I haven't heard back from her. Yeah, so we'll get back to you, right? Probably a nice breakfast sandwich, some hot coffee.
Okay. Thank you, Becca. Well, we switch now to Action News reporter Amanda Pitts. She's live for us in Cherry Hill with an update on the roads and conditions there. Hi, Amanda.
Yeah, good morning, Gray and Alicia. It is a winter wonderland here in South Jersey. We're actually in Collingswood along Haddon Avenue, and the snow is coming down really steadily. You can see just how much snow is caked onto these secondary roads. This is why we are urging people to stay inside. All the people driving here, we've seen tires spinning, folks struggling to get out. After this red light turns green, they struggle for a bit, they spin out, and eventually they get on their way. But certainly not any sort of conditions you want to be out in if you don't have to be. Now, we've talked about how this snow is fluffy and light, but it is not that way when it is hitting your face in the wind. I want to show you my hair is just a frozen, solid, I don't know, piece of hair. My mom's watching at home and she's horrified with what this is going to look like when I get home after my shifts, and I'm also horrified. But I want to show you, we've been talking about snow totals here in Collingswood. A little bit ago, we told you it was about over 3 inches. Well, right where we are standing, it is about 3. But when you go further in where the snow has pushed, the wind has pushed the snow, we're almost at about 4.5 inches. So that's about maybe where Becca is over there in Delco. So here in South Jersey, it is coming down really, really hard. We're here at the Wawa, just like they are. We've been talking to people who've been spending the morning picking up coffee. I'm actually going to send things back to you guys in studio.
All right. You go grab a coffee, and we are going to head now to a live press conference with Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker, updating us on how the city is handling the snow.
Across the city at around 3 a.m. This morning. And how many inches? Do we know how many inches, Dom, about now?
We were 3.5 at the EOC at 9 a.m.
So 3.5 inches at 9 a.m. This morning. And after that ends, we're anticipating an additional sleet and or what we're referencing as freezing rain conditions, and that will stay with us for a few hours. This remains a significant winter storm, and there are rough travel conditions expected all day long. So please remain at home if you possibly can. Since 5 a.m. this morning, for about 6 hours now, we've had a combined force of about 1,000 of our city workers and contractors, and they are using nearly 600 pieces of equipment, battling continuously to keep our roads safe and clear. And when we say equipment, we talk about everything from those triaxle dump trucks to loaders, sanitation compactors with plows that are attached to them, pickup trucks, and this was a new one for me, Philadelphia. Even ATVs have been deployed to help keep our roads clear. And beyond that, I want you to know that there are hundreds of city employees working collaboratively across departments and agencies to keep our warming shelters open to answer 311 calls and 911 calls, and to ensure that our utilities are ready. And of course, all of our essential city services are operational. So I want to thank all of our municipal workforce because their work and their service right now, today and in the coming days, is essential, and we want you to know that we appreciate you. Philadelphia, we also want you to know that the city remains under a snow emergency that began at 9 p.m. last night. As of this moment, there is no update on when we anticipate lifting those restrictions, as we still have more hours of precipitation to navigate and to clear. So I want to say thank you also to those citizens who have cooperated, and they've moved their vehicles. Many of them did that before last night at 9 p.m. when our snow emergency went into effect, and we want you to know we don't take that lightly. While our snow emergency has been in effect for just about 12 hours, I also want to acknowledge our teams that have been working in an enhanced emergency posture since last Tuesday under our enhanced Code Blue operations. Now, Philadelphia, you should know that the Code Blue addresses additional support and operations for vulnerable populations during bitterly cold temperatures that are expected to continue for much of the coming week, far beyond when today's precipitation will actually end. I do understand that we have provided at least 250 additional bed slots during this emergency, and you're going to hear more from our Deputy Managing Director, Crystal Yates-Gale, on those details shortly. But speaking of bitterly cold temperatures that will remain, they will continue to remain with us, I want to reaffirm several of the safety messages that we shared with you yesterday. First, please remain off the roads if you do not have to travel. This challenging forecast means that we must completely clear the roads of snow, listen, before applying salt, since it will not penetrate snow due to the frigid temperature.
We apologize. There is some apparently audio issues coming in from the mayor's news conference there as she updates the city on the snow emergency. She's saying since about 9 a.m. this morning, the city saw about 3 inches of snow. Want to let you know that you can see the mayor. We are working to get that audio situation fixed. When that is resolved, we'll get you right back into that sound so you can hear the mayor. Can we hear her? No, not yet, but she's urging everyone, of course, to stay at home if they can. Also letting us know that about 1,000 city workers and contractors with 600 pieces of equipment working around the clock. Some of that equipment, of course, plow trucks. Also, she mentioned ATVs out there on the road, making sure the snow is clear and the communities are as safe as possible.
Yeah, she also talked about, of course, snow emergency
and the volumes of snow
effect since last night. And here's the continuation of her update.
Now helps them to get the snow out of the way faster, and we thank you so very much for your patience. Last, the forecast transition from snow right now to ice and sleet later today has us all on heightened concern about slippery road conditions and an increased possibility of power outages. I want to say a special thank you to our utility companies, PECO and PGW, for staying on the ready and in constant communication with the Office of Emergency Services here, led by Dom, so thank you for that. Now is the time, Philadelphia, to go around your own home to ensure that you are prepared. And once you're secure, please do what you can to check on your neighbors to make sure they are ready as well, especially our seniors and those folk who are disabled. We want to make sure we're providing as much assistance as possible. So if you have a neighbor that you know needs help with shoveling or anything related to the storm, please help them. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it's what I mean when you hear me say One Philly. This is when we get a chance to show the best that we have to offer. If you see someone who is outside or who is disabled and they need help, I want you to remember that you can call this number, 215-232-1984. Again, that's 215-232-1984 if you see someone who is outside or disabled and they need help. And if you or someone you know needs immediate access to resources to get and stay warm, I want you to know that you can visit phila.gov/getwarm. That's phila.gov/GETWARM. Now, our aim is to convene the media again on Monday around this same time for another snowstorm update. So we want you to watch our communications on social media. And to Dom and Director Williams, Joe Grace, you all have been doing an amazing job with keeping our residents up to date. We want you to know that we will let you know via our normal channels, whether that's our public channels on cable or again on our website. So Philly, let's stick together. Let's take care of our family and our neighbors. Let's follow the guidelines we're providing for you. And I want you to know that we will get through this storm together. And I now want to turn things over to our Director Williams to share more about our snow operations.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, we want to start off by thanking you for your leadership through these very challenging times in reference to this event led by and at the effects of Winter Storm Fern. I want to give you an update on our operations, where we are today and how far we have to go. Needless to say, I have to say this, we have a long way to go. This storm just started early this morning as forecasted by many of the meteorologists around the city of Philadelphia and around the region. They anticipated that it would start off slow and pick up very rapidly. We're right now in the heart of the accumulation that is expected to hit our region. So it started at about 3 a.m., picked up around 7 a.m. So far you heard our Office of Emergency Management Director Don Morales said 3 inches are on the ground now. We expect another 4 to 7 inches to hit the ground in the next couple of hours. And so we have to continuously fight this storm throughout the entire day. So what have we done? First of all, we've brought in over 500 pieces of equipment that are constantly plowing the streets. They've been plowing since 5 a.m. in the morning. It may not look like roads have been plowed, but that shows you the amount of accumulation and how fast it's coming down. But it's important that we stay ahead of this storm. We cannot allow snow accumulation to get to a point where it's unplowable. And so they have to continuously work throughout the day, throughout the area. I want to reinforce what our mayor said. Please stay off the roadways. It's important, because you slow our operation down, and it's a risk not only to our workers, but it's a risk to yourselves. So allow us to do our jobs and clear those streets. We will continue this operation until we see that transition, and we are watching it very closely because that is a big concern for us, that wintry, icy mix. The concern is that once that wintry, icy mix hits, things will start to freeze over, and it will make it that much difficult to plow roadways. So what are we doing at noon today? We're bringing in a lifting operation. We'll also start not only a lifting, but a plow and salt operation. Right now, we're just trying to push as much snow off the roadways so we can clear paths. But once that wintry mix kicks in, we don't want it to freeze. We have to put more salt down. That's why we're here at the Salt Dome, to show you that it is important that we manage our salt reserves efficiently. And speaking of salt, I have to say this as well. This is an important message. We've received comments and notes that the city is giving away free salt. That is not the case. We need our salt for our roadways and events because we cannot afford to give it away and be in a situation where we have icy conditions all over the city of Philadelphia. To find out the facts, contact our official social media networks at www.phila.gov. Please don't look at erroneous Facebook posts and think that is the law. We must make sure and be smart about the work that we're doing here in the city of Philadelphia because this is a matter of life and death in some cases if we don't get this right. As I stated earlier, we wanted to be in advance of this storm, and that's why we're fighting it continuously. We know that in certain parts of the city, the accumulation will get to a point where we now have to lift it out of the neighborhoods and then take it to designated locations and use different strategies. So I want to thank the Philadelphia School District, PIDC, PGW, Department of Public Property, and so many others, PGW. They've provided locations for us to do that lifting operation. In addition, as the mayor stated earlier, and as you saw right outside this building, we've invested in a piece of equipment that's going to help us expedite the removal process. We will have a snow melter that delivers 135 tons an hour melting snow throughout the city of Philadelphia, servicing North Philadelphia, South Philadelphia, and Center City, where those streets are extremely tight, and we're going to make use of that equipment throughout the week as it goes on. That equipment will continue to run this evening. We will be giving a live demonstration at a press avail, and we will be notifying you what that location is at a later date. I just want to also remind people about some of the rules. First of all, we talked about don't drive if you don't have to. If you do have to drive, follow the speed limits. As I was coming in today, Mayor, unfortunately, I saw a car who thought they could navigate these streets and they spent out and hit a median and they caused traffic jams. I hope that citizen is okay, but ultimately it just shows you how dangerous these roads is to drive. I was surprised to see that much traffic out, and I want to reiterate the importance of staying off the roadways. Secondly, Commissioner Bethel is going to talk about the snow route emergency and why that's important. I also want to talk about making sure you park legally in neighborhoods. We can't get our equipment in if you're parked illegally on corners. We must stress that. We got to get to those small streets. We have what they call pippins and skid steers. That's the smallest piece of equipment that will help us move this snow fast. It would help us if you cooperate and not have your cars parked at those locations. So I want to reiterate that. We will be working with our partners at the Parking Authority to tow vehicles out of that area. We will let you know how to get your vehicle back. But in the meantime, we have to move those vehicles out of that location. Once we clear those streets, we'll continuously work throughout the day and throughout the evening, salting those areas. The next thing I want to be able to tell you is that when this snow concludes, please remember to shovel your sidewalk at a 36-inch path. I said it the other day. I'm still from the old school. I shovel by hand, but some people got snow blowers. Do not blow snow into the street. It creates snowpacks, and with these temperatures, it's going to freeze immediately. What that does is for equipment that you see around here, it slows the operation down. We have to expedite getting ahead of as much snow off this street as possible before these temperatures plummet and it begins to freeze. So those are the things and the tips that I want to remind people of. Regarding other services, trash collection is suspended on Monday. We will notify you if it resumes, but right now we are a day behind on trash collection, and depending how far we get this evening and tomorrow, we will let you know if trash and recycling collection resumes. There will be no twice-a-week trash collection this week in those areas that receive it. It has been suspended. I just want to end by saying this. We exercise patience. I need our residents to exercise patience because this is a long, drawn-out storm. We cannot have residents flood 311 calls because we won't be able to get to them right away. We are going to continuously service our routes, and we will take your complaint, but we won't be servicing it until after the event closes. You can still use the 311 app and take a picture of locations so we have that information and we can give it to our crews now so that they can service it on the existing routes. But please be patient when you're making these calls and so that we can service the areas accordingly. That is all, and I would like to introduce Don Morales, who is the Director of our Office of Emergency Management, who will give you an update on OEM operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Williams. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. The city's Emergency Operations Center moved to a full activation at 11 p.m. last night with two dozen agencies seated together in person to implement the citywide snow emergency plan and respond to the conditions on the ground. I want to thank the numerous emergency management liaisons, and partners who are sharing information and problem solving around the clock and will continue to do so as we are in the response phase of this storm and eventually transition to recovery. As you've heard, overnight snow began falling in the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock hour, and that snow quickly began sticking, and the pace is only increasing. 3.5 inches at the EOC just after 9 a.m. At 7 a.m., we were only at 1.5 inches. We picked up 2 inches in 2 hours. Right now, until this early afternoon, you will see our heaviest snowfall rates. Philly, stay home if you can. If you must travel, you can check PA 511 for PennDOT's conditions, although I saw the same spinouts coming up 95, and I got a shout out. Our PennDOT partners are out there. They are in the Emergency Operations Center with us. They're doing their plow trains up and down 95, but still, whether you have four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, the conditions are not favorable to be on the road right now. As you heard this afternoon, the precipitation is anticipated to change to sleet and freezing rain. When that happens, even front steps and sidewalks that had been shoveled earlier in the day and cleared out could have a very thin layer of invisible ice. That first step could lead to a very easy fall. Please be careful this afternoon and into tomorrow. Now, you may remember on Friday, we deputized Philadelphia emergency response neighbors to connect to information, to check on one another, and to report emergencies. I am very pleased to report that more than 3,200 Philadelphians became ready by signing up for alerts, texting the word Ready Phila to 888-777. Again, they text the word READYPHILA to 888-777. And there is still time for you to step up and connect to information. If the conditions change, if services change, and we expect they will, as we continue to respond and then recover to this storm, that will be the official way that we communicate. When the snow emergency is lifted, the city's blog on phila.gov and the city's website will continue to be the way that we communicate that official information. Lastly, while I hope and I know that many of us are already at home and being comfortable, I want you to remain weather aware after the wintry mix stops. This storm is not just about the snowfall and the wintry mix. It is about the extreme cold that brought us up to this point and the extreme cold that continues right now, at least until the end of this week and potentially further. As we know, this extreme cold can stress much of our infrastructure. So if you are home today, please find 20 minutes to visit www.phila.gov/ready. And I want you to check out tips for 3 scenarios. What do you do if a tree limb falls? Plenty of information online. Call 911 if it is in a power line or blocking a road. If it's not and it's more routine, call 311. 311 is open right now and taking those calls. Scenario number 2, what to do if you have a water emergency or you see a water emergency in the street. Today, you can make sure that you keep your water at home well stocked. Fill a pitcher, fill the ice cube tray. Make sure that you have your emergency reserve. We recommend enough water, a gallon per person per day. But do what you can with what you have. And if you see a water emergency, the water department's line, 215-685-6300, is answering emergency calls and dispatching emergency crews. We've already responded and resolved to one water main issue today and one downed tree limb today. So please keep making those reports. And the third scenario, what to do if the power goes out. Right now, keep your devices charged. And if you have to find an alternate way to keep warm, make sure, you are doing so safely by using generators outdoors and not in enclosed spaces, and keeping supplemental heating sources away from flammable items. And I think our fire commissioner will have a little bit more to say about that. And lastly, you can report power emergencies by calling PECO at 1-800-841-4141. Philly, we have a few more days ahead of us. And as those days change and evolve, we will keep you updated, even after the snow. So please, let's keep ready and let's continue to take care of one another. Thank you.
All right, you have been watching Philadelphia leaders brief us on what they're doing as we go through this winter storm. You heard from the mayor and other top leaders there addressing this winter storm.
Well, from snow to sleet to ice later, it is continuing coverage, and their response will continue to change throughout the day as the conditions change as well. Our live storm coverage continues on all of our streaming platforms right now. For now, though, we will join ABC's This Week already in progress.
Stand by.
It is 11:30 right now on Action News. The major winter storm slamming our area. We have continuing coverage all day long as the snow piles up and the sleet begins to fall. It is a changing system, and we are here for you every step of the way. I'm Alicia Vittorelli.
And I'm Gray Hall. Let's get you another live look outside. A live look from Sky 6 of one cathedral camera, if we have that. If not, we'll stay here on this PennDOT camera. As you can see, the left side of your screen looks like a plow truck has been through there. The right side, not so much. This is a live look from Spring Mountain there. Skiers, of course, are loving this day because, hey, they love the snow. Snow's good for business.
And right now, the kids are outside enjoying the snow, and they should do just that until it turns into sleet. And then we have some ice moving through. It's a live look now from Mobile 6 on the scene in Havertown, where you can see, taking it slow, our photojournalist Dan Sheridan out there on the roads for us this morning.
And you can see that road where he is not plowed, but plow trucks will eventually make their way, of course, throughout the area and get these streets cleared out.
Yeah, they have a lot to get to. We want to show you an accident scene right now coming in from the Lehigh Valley. It's a triaxle that is wedged under an I-78 overpass. Oh, this is really a scary picture here. This is Lehigh Street in Allentown. It's unclear what caused this. We're not being told of any injuries as of just yet, but of course we're continuing to follow this. If you do not have to be outside and on these roads, stay home.
Yeah, important advice. We'll keep reiterating that throughout the morning. Maggie Oldham sent in this clip of the winter wonderland. This outside of her family's front door in Springfield out in Delaware County. Look at the kids enjoying this day here. Her children took advantage of the snow day and said, hey, Mom, Dad, we want to go sledding.
Yeah, and while it's fluffy and fun to play in, this is the place to be. Time to dust off those the sleds out of the sheds and get them going.
This reminder now, we have team reporters standing by in the Lehigh Valley, the suburbs, Philadelphia, New Jersey, but we begin with meteorologists Karen Rogers and Adam Joseph.
Yeah, good morning.
What's up, guys? Can I just say that I have the best date on this? No, don't leave us. Don't leave us. All right, Karen.
Adam, you got the hook. Go ahead.
I'm not chatting with her. I was going to say I have the best date on a Sunday. I never get to work with her.
Aw, thank you. I know this is fun.
It's a lot of fun. It's fun for the kiddos. It's not so much for those who want to be outdoors here. East Nottingham so far, some of the highest totals nearing 7 inches. That is in Chester County. Hocassin, Delaware, 6.5. Dover, 6.5. Berwyn, 6.5 inches. Over 6 inches in Union Township and Norristown, Montgomery County, nearing 6 inches of snow. But let me just say one thing. It is 11:30. We have nearly 10, 11 hours more of this storm. I know. I know, but it's a Sunday. We don't have to like really be anywhere, right? Or we do. We do. All right, look down the pike here. A lot of precipitation still to come. And the issue now is that transition from the snow to the sleet and the freezing rain. And we are now seeing that flip over. If we take a look at the reflectivity on the radar is showing what type of precipitation is falling. The blue is the snow. You're seeing a bit of this purple near Dover. That is the sleet. The temperatures are in the teens inland, but notice near freezing along the coast. Now I'm flipping the radar storm tracker into what's called the correlation coefficient mode. All right, what is that? What it is indicating is slicing the atmosphere in the vertical and the horizontal to take a look at the particles in the atmosphere. Where it sees particles that are mixing, raindrops as well as snowflakes and ice particles, that is kind of that fuzzy look here. So here it is. This is the transition now to sleet. It is knocking on the doorstep of Philadelphia. It's happening in South Jersey. It is happening in Delaware, where you have kind of smooth look. That is all snow. Down here, this is more all sleet. So we're seeing that line now progressing to the north. Despite that the reflectivity is showing snow, the radar's got to go in different modes for you to look at what's happening in the atmosphere. So again, where you're getting that transition line, you typically see the heaviest snowfall right before it transitions over to another type of precipitation. And again, that continues into the southern areas as well. Visibility, we look at this as also because we're taking a look at a quarter of a mile visibility to the north where you have that blinding snow. But notice Philadelphia up to a mile, Wilmington a mile, over a mile in Dover. Again, as it goes over to sleet, your visibility is going to improve, and that sleet layer is going to kind of grow on a lot of that snowpack here this afternoon. Current condition, just 15 bitter degrees in the city. Winds out of the northeast at 16. It feels like 1 below 0 with respect to that wind out there. So it is just feeling absolutely nasty out there. All right, Karen, I'm going to bring you in. I think your graphic is next. I can't remember.
Yes, that's good.
All right, so walking over here, I mean, it's stinging. It was very uncomfortable walking from the hotel. Oh, wait, we got to go this way.
Okay, sorry.
Walking from the hotel. I'm not pushing you.
Come with me. No, this is good.
What's that? Like a tango? So the other thing here, you're going to talk about what's to come here this afternoon, and that's kind of the more dangerous part of the storm.
And the thing that I noticed as you were looking at the correlation coefficient, one thing we've been talking a lot behind the scenes is the sleet line. Like, when does it get there? That was the whole difference with the models. Wasn't how much we get, how much precipitation, how much liquid we get, but when does that sleet set in? So it's interesting to see. It's now only 11:30, and it's starting to get that sleet mixing in.
10 hours of sleet.
Yeah, that's a long time.
You've got a lot on that.
Yeah, so people have a lot, thanks, to deal with right now. Let's break it down for what this means for you. What's coming next with this? So the rest of the storm, and we're only halfway through, guys, and we already have a lot of snow out there, but we're halfway through this storm. The rest of it is the icy concern that we were worried about, and we're watching that sleet. We have a long period of sleet, potentially around 2 inches of sleet just on top of that snow that we've been dealing with. A glaze of freezing rain, maybe 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch. This is key that we don't see any more than that, because the freezing rain, that's the one that kind of sticks to the power lines, the trees, that could cause some issues. So watching closely for that, but that doesn't happen until the evening hours. Right now what we're seeing is the sleet start to mix in. Travel gets worse, not better, and that's the point I want to really drive home. Stay off the roads. When you see the snow stopping and the sleet starting, it's not time to go out. Even if people have cleared the roads, you gotta wait till that freezing rain gets out of there, when the precipitation entirely shuts off and they're able to treat the roads, because it is going to get better and not worse if you need to drive, or worse and not better if you need to drive. Future Tracker 6 showing, yes, at 1 o'clock we've got sleet not only in the city, but the area of purple all through South Jersey, and even some rain in Cape May County, where it's now 35 degrees at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We watch this progress. Another time to watch is the evening, because that's when you see that freezing rain mix in that Adam was talking about. So we go from sleet to freezing rain in the evening hours. How far that progresses, we will see, but we're expecting that mostly to be south and west of the city. And then wrapping up 10, 11 o'clock, the last of the snow showers, really moving out of here by then. So the kids want to go out and play. My son is a teenager. He is surely sleeping through most all of this, but at lunchtime today, it feels like -1. At 2 o'clock, feeling like 3 degrees. At 3 o'clock, o'clock in the afternoon, still feeling like the single digits. You have to really bundle up head to toe as you're heading out there. So be careful as you're going out. Make sure those kids are well bundled and ready for this. And little to no melting going on. Guys, highs are stuck in the 20s.
Wow.
Many nights are in the single digits the entire 7-day period. Gray and Alicia, I think everybody's online. They're booking flights to Florida, right? Because this is awful.
I just got a text from a friend who said that her parents are saying, could we get in the car on Tuesday and just start driving
Just drive south.
Yeah.
So you hit warm weather.
And
I'm in.
I
We're
said,
all in.
Road trip.
is there room for me in the car?
Yeah, we're all in. And what kind of made me a little sad is that Adam Joseph just said we got 10 or 11 hours more to go with this stuff. So we're not done just yet.
Nope, just getting started.
Our coverage continues now. I want to get you back out live to Action News reporter Taronda Thomas. She joins us now live there in the Lehigh Valley in Bethlehem.
You guys talking about booking a flight to Florida. I'm the one that deserves a first-class trip, all expenses paid, because I'm in this. We're out in Bethlehem. We've been to Allentown, and boy, it looks like the tundra out here. We're going to walk in the middle of the street because we can, because there are not any cars coming down this road. As a matter of fact, what I just saw was, believe it or not, someone snowboarding down this road. We're in the middle of Main Street in Bethlehem, right next to all the businesses, shops that are normally hustling, bustling, booming this time of day. But right now, all we're seeing is ruddy snow. Look at the sidewalks, too, in front of these businesses. This is a sidewalk that has not been done. The opposite side of the street in front of the hotel has been done, so there's a big difference. Let's scoot over some because I believe I see, yeah, this is a car coming through. I don't know if it's a police officer. Yes, it's a police car coming, and we thank them for being out on the roads, keeping everybody safe. But they are having to patrol and make sure cars aren't out being stuck, that people aren't out driving recklessly. We have seen a couple of incidents where people seem to kind of be out trying to have fun and, you know, they almost got into a collision with another car. So this is a good reminder not to be outside if you don't have to. We've seen people walking around too, also sliding and falling. This snow is being blown by a pretty steady wind, so it's coming sideways, and that really decreases visibility. For instance, at the top of this hill, when you go past it, you can't see very far past those lights. So that's something to be aware of as we're seeing another vehicle come down the hill, seeming to be associated with one of our first responder groups, and they have been patrolling these streets, but we have not seen a whole lot of snow plows in the past few minutes, couple of hours or so, I would say, because they just cannot keep up with the snowfall that's coming down just that quickly. Interstates do not look much better than this. I don't think, oh, because it's a bigger road, it'll be better. No, the crews did what they could in terms of treating the roads, but those roads are still pretty bad. So we're going to continue to go throughout the area and bring you views of what it looks like, but very cold, very snowy, and a lot of frozen roads out here in Bethlehem. We are live in Bethlehem. Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News.
Frozen roads and our frozen friends out there doing some great reporting.
Yeah.
Taronda, thank you so much. And Zach, also, all our photojournalists, our reporters, our team is out there covering this for you. We're going to take you live outside just to our 6 ABC studios. This is what we see right through the window on City Avenue. This red car has been stuck there for probably about an hour.
Yeah, you can see the tires just spinning there. This red, looks like a red Ford here, trying to get out of this, off this hill here. It looks like there may be some help on the way. We're told maybe a salt truck may be in the area. A salt truck actually just left this scene, trying to give this car some traction so it can free itself from the hill here. If you are familiar with this area, yeah, it's trying to, the wheels are spinning here. You're familiar with this area on City Avenue. You know when you come off 76 and you get on City Ave, there's that little incline there.
Yes.
This is not what you want to be dealing with in this type of weather, and this is why we keep reminding people, if you can, stay home, because you may end up in a situation just like this one, stuck out there in these snowy conditions.
For whatever reason, this person decided to get in the car. This is a cautionary tale. You know, they could be heading to an essential job.
You never know.
We don't know. But now they're finally getting up and moving a little bit, but you can see the wheels are spinning. This is one of those white knuckle drives for sure. If you do not have to be out there, please stay home. Keep on 6 ABC. We're here to keep you company all day as we move through the various stages of this storm. Really hoping that this driver
Yeah.
can get up and going. 'Cause like you mentioned, you did this drive this morning.
Yeah, I did the drive, came off 76, and I was breathing really hard because I'm like, what am I going to run into? And this is what I ran into. Not a lot of cars at the time, but the roads were not clear, which is the issue there. As we switch now images here, this is a live look. Looks like from Center City, Philadelphia. You can see some cars out there. The road's not plowed there either. Want to remind you that if you use SEPTA, you should keep in mind that SEPTA is suspending service. Regional rail and bus services will be suspended at 2 p.m. So as you make your plans for the day, if you use SEPTA, keep in mind at 2 p.m. services will be suspended.
So at 2 o'clock p.m. this afternoon, all regional rail, bus, and access paratransit and shared ride services will be suspended for the remainder of the day. This means that if you are taking a bus or regional rail train, you will need to be on a vehicle that reaches your final destination no later than 2 p.m. We urge you to get ahead of that if at all possible.
Yeah, keep that in mind. SEPTA says that the suspension will remain in effect all day and overnight. SEPTA, of course, continues to operate on the Market, Frankfurt, and Broad Street lines.
We are going to head out to Manayunk now. Action News reporter Catherine Scott has been live there all morning for us. We have people walking their dogs. We had a man on skis earlier, and there's a coffee shop open, making sure that people like you and Mike Nikolowski are warm and caffeinated.
Well, we love warm, we love caffeinated. Now, I have to tell you, we have been watching this storm all morning long. It started overnight. There was some slow snow, some faster snow, and I feel like we're entering another stage here. Some ice being mixed in with the snow. And in an update that I'm not that happy about, somehow it's starting to make its way down the back of my neck. So I'm going to have to get a layer after this. But it's starting to be a little bit unpleasant out here. It's been bitter cold all morning long. The snow has been coming down. You might even be able to hear it just like tick, tick, ticking off our jackets as it's coming down this morning. Oh, look, we see it. Do you see the runner over there, Mike? Yes, we've been seeing so many dedicated runners this morning coming up Main Street. Of course, we saw a skier before, but people tell me they love running in the snow. So, hey, good for them. I'll bail at the first sign of trouble. But look at these people going out here in the snow. But we have seen some drivers go by. A lot of people walking along Main Street, checking out the snowy conditions. Walking their dogs, kind of stretching their legs a little bit before hunkering down at home. The plows have been coming through. Main Street has gotten passes from plows, but the snow just keeps replacing itself. And we were speaking to some people earlier out to get a cup of coffee, like Danielle.
Well, we walked, it's probably a good almost a mile from where we are. Nobody's on the roads. I mean, nobody is walking, and we're trying to stay warm. But yeah, it's like, well, you're out here, you know, snow is blowing in your face. But we were out looking for the perfect cup of coffee because we have none in our house.
So that's Pilgrim. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
I got a latte earlier. It was absolutely lovely. But back here live, we're looking up Jamestown. We talk about Manayunk and Roxborough and the treacherous hills. This is one of them. This is Jamestown. You can see a lot of people are up on foot. The plows really haven't gone through there. The snow is piling up. People are very smartly not taking these hills here. It is hard to travel. Look, there's a pole. Hello, everybody. We're back. But you can see a lot of people are on foot this morning, kind of just getting a look of what's going on. And before we go, I just need to get back to our ledge. Why do I keep doing this to us, Mike? I get really far from our ledge and then I have to run back. We're trying to keep it consistent where we've been measuring here. So let's see. We have with our Action News yardstick 5.5 inches here in Manayunk. All right. It's coming. We're going to see if it keeps piling up as this ice keeps wrapping in with the snow. We're going to send it back to you, everybody.
Yeah, as it continues to rise, I think it'll be maybe by 6.5 inches time for a second latte.
Yeah. Bring it on.
Watch out for those poles out there. Catherine, thank you for your reporting.
I know. She's the best. Okay, this is a live look now at Philadelphia International Airport. Of course, this massive storm disrupting air travel all across the country and right here in Philadelphia. Ryan was just telling us, what, about 6
More than 600
flights canceled. I mean, just look out the window today and you can tell things are going to be moving slowly, and they will only get things up and running and moving when it is safe to do so. So if you have a flight, you check on that.
Okay. Well, we switch now to Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson. She's been live for us all morning long out in King of Prussia. Is she cleaning the car off? What are you doing, Becca?
Oh, it looks good.
Gray, Alicia, when we pulled up here around 5 a.m. this morning, this parking lot, little bit of snow on it, but pretty much empty. And I can show you now, I'm in a little mountain on the ground there. So I figured we would take this time and we would work to clean off my car a little bit. I am one of those people, Ian, of course, too, all of our crews out in the field who have to be out in the snow driving in these difficult conditions. One of the important things to do if you are out in the snow, of course, clean off your car because you don't want this snow falling on everybody else. Now, Payton all morning was talking about the fluff factor of the snow. I'm a little bit obsessed with that term. This snow is very fluffy. It's very light, so it's been really easy to push off of the car. But you can see, like I said, got here, car was clean. Look how much is on it now. We're getting so much snow here in King of Prussia this morning. And I want to show you some other things we're seeing as well. This car just came through the Chick-fil-A parking lot getting over to the Wawa. They're having a little bit of problems in this. Well, it was plowed at some point, but now snow-covered area. You see that car going into the parking lot as well. Had a little bit of difficulty fishtailing over there. Over on 202, if we can take a walk this way a little bit. Someone else, I've been saying all morning, everyone is hopping over the median in the middle of the road because you can't see it on 202 because the roads are just so snow covered where you can't see the lines, you can't see the median, you can barely see anything out here. So stay home if you can and let the plow trucks do their job.
At least there's no traffic over there. That's true. Oftentimes you hear people say, yield to the plows, yield to the plows. Nobody yields to the plows. It's a mess.
And we were watching him a lot of the morning. He was working on the Target parking lot across the street. They're pretty much going in circles where they'll plow the parking lot and then 10 minutes later there's another layer of snow on the ground. One more shot over at the Wawa here. We've seen this truck a million times doing this, trying to keep this area at least passable for everyone who needs the essentials today. And of course, that is gas and a hot coffee because it is still very cold out here. My toes and my fingers are frigid. Live here in King of Prussia. Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News.
We've all been there, Becca. Let me tell you, there's nothing like seeing a Wawa when you're on these live shots. You can just run in and get something hot.
Right.
So go get something hot.
Warm up those fingers and toes.
Warm up, Becca. Yeah,
oh, thank you guys.
All right, we switch now to Action News reporter Amanda Pitts. She is live for us in Haddonfield with an update on how conditions are there. Amanda.
Yeah, hey,
oh, you're
great,
chilling now.
Alicia.
Okay.
It's been a long morning. So I thought I would take a load off and just relax here. But yeah, we are live in Haddonfield along Kings Highway. We're seeing a lot of people walking their dogs. We've got, oh, look, a sledder here with his coffee.
Hello, good morning.
You want to come talk to us?
Sure.
As I mentioned, we're along Kings Highway. We have not seen a plow come by in about an hour since we've been here. You have the right idea with your sled.
Yes, my son's up there. We just came from the hill right behind the... actually, I don't want to give it away. It's a secret. Not many people go there, so I can't say what it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Come on.
All right, behind the firehouse in Haddonfield. It's good hills there.
Good to know. Good to know. What's it like over there? A lot of people?
A lot of kids, yep. A lot of kids. We did a couple runs, and then they walked, and I got some coffee on the way, so just enjoying this. It's beautiful out. I love it.
What did you make of this when you woke up and saw just how much snow has already fallen this morning?
I loved it. We closed our store today, so we didn't have to come into work, which is great. And now we get to enjoy a couple inches here. So.
Are you planning to drive anywhere? We've seen a lot of people struggle here today.
Yeah, no, I'm not going anywhere. So. It's a beautiful thing about Sunday. So
that's a good plan. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your coffee. Now that is the right idea. That's what you should do today. Get some coffee, go sledding, don't drive, because we have seen just some treacherous conditions on this road. You can see this is Kings Highway again. Several inches of snow just caked onto the ground. We have not seen a single plow here. We do know that hundreds of plows are all over the state of New Jersey working on those state roads, those main thoroughfares, but it's these secondary roads that are really tough at this hour. And as Adam said, we are seeing just in the last few minutes since you've come to us, we've seen this snow turn over to this sleet and these like ice pellets. I don't know if you can hear them hitting my jacket and hitting the roof around me, but it is turning to sleet here. It's almost hurts when it hits your face, but we haven't seen the wind that I saw earlier when it was hitting my face. So the wind has died down. It's just kind of coming down straight, but we are seeing that transition from snow to sleet here in South Jersey. For now, I'll send things back to you guys in studio.
We are grateful for the viewer that you ran into who gave away the secrets to the sledding location.
Good work getting that, Amanda.
The best one there, and hopefully the
Can
kids...
you believe he wanted to keep that secret?
You got it.
No, I can.
That's what
See,
matters. You got
that's
the
what you
location.
get watching Action News. Some insider tips.
And hopefully they get the sledding in before they all get pelted by that sleet out there. All right, Amanda, thank you.
We switch now to Action News anchor Christy Aletto live here in studio with some images from some of our viewers, Christy.
That's right. All morning long, we've been asking you all at home to snap a photo or take a video of what the conditions are like in your neighborhood. And here's a look at what some of the people are seeing as they look out their windows today. Ashley Bryant from Spring Garden sent us this video of her train pulling out of 30th Street Station this morning. You can see the snow-covered tracks in the foreground, and you can barely see the skyscrapers behind her. And then by the time she arrived at Moynihan Station in New York, several of the inbound trains were already canceled.
Are you ready?
So the snowfall is this puppy's dream right here. Joe Heller sent this video of Minnie, who has been loving the snow in Havertown, Delaware County. The 4-month-old Bernadoodle has already had a ton of snow for her first winter.
Oh, it's cold. My fingers are freezing.
Same, Annette. Same. So she's here in Essington taking a frozen walk down to Governor Prince Park this morning in Essington, Pennsylvania. And then Jen Wiley sending us this video right here of some of the region's youngest residents enjoying the snow. Her 11-year-old son took time to sled in Chichester this morning. And then in Upper Deerfield, Bridgeton, New Jersey, Emma. Oh, that was the other video. There we go. That was the grandson taking sledding. Emma here is feeding the birds while playing in the snow. And Casa Boone sent us this photo of her granddaughter.
Everybody say hi.
So this one is definitely my favorite one. Kate Phillips in North Whitehall putting her family to work. They are cleaning off the snow from their driveway. And you see they've got quite the accumulation there. She says her son told her to send the video to Action News. Good choice.
Yes.
We want to see your photos and your videos, so be sure to send them to 6abc.com/share. You just might see them right here on Action News.
Yes, you will. I love the fact that she's like, say hi, as she shoots the video from inside the house.
The kids were excited. Dad's like, hi. He wasn't excited about shoveling out there.
But you know what? They had a whole squad working on it, and that's
Family
the way
time.
to do it.
Thank you, Christy. We love that. Okay, let's switch now to meteorologist Adam Joseph live here in studio with an update on this storm. Adam, I'm not happy with you. The only reason I'm not happy is because you said we got 10 or 11 more hours of this stuff.
Well, that's the problem. I mean, this is a long duration storm. I love seeing the kids have a good old time. And speaking of kids, Jacob, Hannah, hi. They're like, Daddy, can you say hi to us on TV? And I was like, of course I can say hi to you. Enjoy. Make sure Daddy gets you lots of hot cocoa and treats and sweets and... No, just kidding. All right, shoveling thoughts. Many of you may be seeing that transition over saying, when should I go out there and shovel? I actually just told Carl, I said, do not remove the snow, because I'm going to tell you why. Here we go. All right, so we have nearly 6+ inches of snow on the ground for many locations. It's relatively light and fluffy. If you go out and remove that right now, it's okay, but I want you to leave at least an inch or so of snow on the ground. Do not remove it to bare pavement. If you do, add some salt. This is the issue. Now that we're going over to that sleet and eventually for some freezing rain. Let's go, clicker. Let's go. No, I might need, there we go. If you wait until later tonight, you're going to have that layer of sleet coming in this afternoon, followed by freezing rain on top of it. That snow will keep that from sticking to the pavement. So you need a little bit of a base layer there, because as that sleet kind of compacts, it will become a solid sheet of ice. So you just don't want that to adhere to the pavement itself. All right, I'm having a really problem with this clicker, so Paul, you're going to have to advance the graphic for me. This is not working. All right, so snowfall total so far, Huff Church nearly 8 inches. I passed through there yesterday coming back from Bear Creek Mountain Resort. Pittman, as well as Mount Ephrata, coming in right around 7 inches. South Pottstown 7 inches. Wilmington 6.5. Ocean City coming in with 6 inches of snowfall. Radar showing we're still dealing with all that snow to the north and west. Here comes the transition to the south. Cape May almost going to be flipping over to rain very soon here with some sleet all the way to far north up into Philadelphia and the western suburbs at this hour. So we'll continue to see that process transition. All right, guys, we're going to test it back over to you, and we'll have much more coming up.
Yeah, and we're just going to take a quick break, and we will be back with more of our snow coverage right after this. Right now on Action News at noon, the major winter storm is slamming our area. We have continuing coverage for you all day long as the snow piles up and the sleet begins to fall. I'm Alicia Vittorelli.
And I'm Gray Hall. We're going to get you back outside live. This is a live look from Sky 6 of the roads along I-95 and Ashburner Avenue. If we have those images, we'd like to show those to you. If not, we can just let you know that some of those roads out there have not been treated yet. So if you have to go on the roads, use extreme caution. You can see here the left side of your screen, it looks like the plow trucks have been through that area. The right side, not so much yet, but rest assured these workers are out there. They will eventually get to these roads.
Yeah, take it slow, take your time, and stay home if you can. A live look now from Mobile 6. This is the Westchester Pike in Broomall. Same scene. They plow and then the snow continues to pile up. So you can see, some tread marks here, but a lot of people heeding the advice to stay home if you can.
I'd like to let you know we have a team of reporters standing by in the Lehigh Valley, the suburbs, Philadelphia, and New Jersey. But we want to begin with meteorologists Karen Rodgers and Adam Joseph. Hi, guys.
You still awake?
I'm awake and raring
Lots
to go.
of coffee in this girl
It's really
right
nice
here.
to see the storm evolving like we thought it would. I mean, models, I think, did a pretty good job with it.
It's behaving, with respect to the snow of how much we've seen, the transition time here early this afternoon.
But if people watch maybe social media or some other things,
this storm had quite the legs.
A few feet.
I think was it over a week ago, social media was like, we're going to get 20-something inches of snow. They're like, no, let's back this off.
But in fact, we feel pretty good about the numbers.
We really do. And speaking of numbers,
it's cold. It is cold.
It's cold out there. Let's take a look. 16 degrees at this hour. That's the air temperature. That's not including the wind, which is whipping out of the northeast. 10 in Allentown. But notice the numbers along the shore. They are now moving towards the freezing point. Ship Bottom 30, Cape May 31 degrees. So that's why we're starting to see that flip over. All right, I'm going to flip the radar over to a mode called correlation coefficient. This shows particles in the atmosphere as our radar slices it vertically and horizontally, so you can kind of get an indication as to what the particles look like in the atmosphere. And where you have this, it's almost like a bright banding here. That is the radar indicating where the changeover is. So you got the flat look to the north. That is all snow because it's the same particles. These are mixed particles, so that is where it's transitioning. And then down to the south, you've got that smooth look here. That is all sleet. So it's a great mode to show that line as it goes over from snow to the icing. Storm Tracker 6 live to the north. This is back to what we call reflectivity mode. It's just showing a mode of the blue of all that snow. Lehigh Valley, Berks County, and this is where it stays mainly snow through much of the upcoming storm. As we sink way down to the south here, notice how quickly the rain line is even approaching Cape May at this hour. Where you see kind of this salmon color, that is freezing rain, and this is the sleet. So that is going to continue to progress to the north very quickly here this afternoon. Visibility, also a great indication as to what kind of precipitation you're seeing, because when you have that blinding snow, the visibility is very low, 1/4 mile. Lancaster, 1.5 miles. Philadelphia, now 2 miles. 1 mile in Wildwood. So where the sleet is, you actually get a better view across the landscape there, as opposed to kind of that blinding snow that falls in that whipping wind. Wind chills. This hurts if you're out there. I mean, the kiddos, they'll be blue in the lips and chatting, teeth chattering, and they're like, I'm fine, when they're sledding. 3 below in Exton, 3 below in Reading, 9 below in the Lehigh Valley. And there you have it. Notice the wind chills jump into the teens right along the coastline as that warmer air punctures in both aloft and eventually kind of settling down closer towards the surface. That is the present. Now, what happens in the future, Karen has here, is that with this hours and hours of sleet and then eventually freezing rain on the top. I said this in the last half hour. I want people to leave at least an inch or so of snow on the ground because you don't want bare pavement.
Right.
What happens? Ice accumulates on bare pavement, you're going to be chipping that
Can't do
away.
anything.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think you also brought up have a teenager
Yes,
remove
someone
it all
who's
because
healthy.
it's going to be heavy.
Yes, someone who's healthy.
I mean, it started off light and fluffy. That's not the case.
No,
right
everything's
now.
going to compact now.
Adam's going to go to your house, so don't worry.
I'm going to need a workout after this, so I'll be there.
Not me. I'm going to sit home and have some cocoa. Thanks, Adam.
Yep.
Let's talk about the rest of the storm because Adam's exactly right. We're only halfway through. I mean, it felt like we've got a significant amount, but it's been snow and now the ice accumulations. We're kind of ending the snow accumulation as we have that switch over to the icing. It's a long period of sleet, perhaps as much as 2 inches of sleet, adding on top of the snow that we already got here. It's a glaze of freezing rain, maybe 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch. It's the freezing rain that when that starts, and that likely starts in the evening hours, maybe 5, 6 o'clock. When that starts through parts of the region, that's when it adheres to the wires, adheres to the trees, and causes potential power outages or trees down. We're not expecting anything widespread with that, but that's the next thing we'll really be watching is that freezing rain traveling in. Travel gets worse and not better. Give it some time. Wait till the rain, the sleet, the freezing rain is all out of here, and they have a chance to treat those roads before you try to get out there. And that really doesn't happen until the overnight or tomorrow. So it's good. I know a lot of people have off tomorrow. Future trackers showing that mixing that we've been talking about, pushing even more into the northwest suburbs. I'll have to say what we're seeing right now is a little ahead of what this model was showing. Areas you get more sleet, you're getting less snow. Here you see at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it's still snow in the Lehigh Valley. Even in the upper levels of the atmosphere, they have that cold air, so that's why you're accumulating even more in the Lehigh Valley. The next thing we'll watch is what we talked about with that freezing rain. You see the pink? That area of pink is kind of the danger zone. We have to see how much accumulates to see if we get issues with down power lines. That would be a big problem for us if that did accumulate more. We're not expecting anything major with that, but we're watching that closely. So that's in the evening hours. And then overnight, 10, 11 o'clock, we wrap things up. Maybe you have a leftover snow shower at 11 o'clock to the north, but that's it. Precipitation shuts down later tonight. So this is a long duration when we're already shutting down the snow and starting the sleet, and it's not done till 11 o'clock at night. So heading out to dress, you gotta bundle up. At 2 o'clock, feeling like 2 degrees. Wind chill at 3 o'clock of 6. At 4 o'clock, the sleet is coming down. It feels like 9 degrees. So you gotta be careful. Maybe don't let the kids spend too long outside because it's just so cold for them. And beyond that, what we're looking ahead to, don't you feel like we all need a break? We don't see anything major happening as far as storms coming up, but major cold, little to no melting all this week. Highs are stuck in the 20s. And that's in some days 20 degrees below average. Many nights will be in the single digits. So Alicia and Gray, you get your really warm outfits every single day. That's what you're going to need to get through this. And that snow's going nowhere.
You know,
thanks for the reminder, Karen. And that cold will be here for days to come.
It will. We still have an entire week of January left to go. And I just saw a meme that said January wants you to feel each and every one of its days.
It's making that happen today.
It really is.
All right.
So, we're going to go outside now to Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson. She's been live for us in King of Prussia all morning long, trying to feel her fingers and toes out there, Becca.
Alicia and Gray, I can't feel my face now. We're adding to that. So they were talking a lot about switching over from that snow to that mix in the ice. You could probably hear the clatter of it, and I can feel it hitting my face right now. It's coming down hard. I want to show you 202 behind me because good news, we have seen a couple plow trucks come through now. They were coming on the other side of the road where you see that white truck over there. That looks significantly better than the side of the road that we are on, and we did see drivers being respectful to them, giving them a lot of space, thankfully, to come out here and do their jobs, try to make these roads passable, try to make these roads safe. Still, the recommendation is don't be on these roads if you don't have to, because look how dangerous they are. If you look in the distance there on 202, we have this little red car that's trying to turn into the Wawa parking lot. You can do it. We've seen some people get stuck there, and it looks like they're right next to cars on the road, right next to walkers, because guess what? Out here, you don't know where the sidewalk is. You don't know where the center lanes of the road are. You don't even know where the median is. We've seen people jumping these medians all day because you really can't tell that they're there. There's one of these plow trucks right now. You can see it's coming down on to get some of the snow in front of us, so that salt brine mixture is in the back there. So crews obviously out here working through this storm as we're experiencing this changeover, recommending everyone stay home, though we did talk to one postal worker this morning. He showed up just to find out that he could go home for the day.
I made it down the street, my Honda Civic. As you see, I was spinning all day, but I made it there. I was trying to work. They said it's unsafe. Send us home.
Do you wish that they would have told you before you got there? You didn't have to get up this morning?
I called this morning and like 6 in the morning. He said, we're open. So we all went in there. It was like 40 people scheduled in today. Only 5 of us showed up.
One of the 5 who decided to come to work today. We got a couple more brave people over here. They're walking to the Wawa. Coffee is a necessity today and every day, especially with how cold it is out here now. A couple more people, they have their 4-ways on while driving, just try to do anything to make it safer out here on these roads. But again, I've been saying it all morning long. Recommendation is just stay home if you can, stay inside, stay warm. Live here in King of Prussia, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6 Action News. Alicia and Gray.
Yeah, Becca, thank you. A big props to Rashad again for heading into work. I would just like to let him know that I came in today and they told me, come on in, don't go back home. So thank you, Becca.
I also want to say, if you listen closely, you can hear the sleet start to come down, right? You know, the tapping on the camera there, because it is starting to change.
And we also have been urging people to use caution. That one truck behind Becca you saw was going pretty fast there. Yes. So a reminder, if you have to go out, go slow. You don't need to speed. It's Sunday.
Please.
Okay. Let's switch now to Action News reporter Taronda Thomas. She is live for us in Mobile 6 now in Hanover Township. Good to see you back in the warm live truck.
And if I know my friend Taronda, she's got that heat cranking.
Oh, full blast. It is absolutely a sauna in here because it takes that much to recover from the cold. My photographer and I, Zach, were out for quite a while, and it gets to the point those hands start going numb, fingertips start turning red. So back in the car is a good place to be. It's not a good place, though, to be when you're behind the wheel. I'm going to give you a look at what we're seeing right now. So we're in Hanover Township. We're in one of the major roads. I'm going to wait for the sign so I can tell you exactly the name of the road, what Shainersville Road, Zach told me. And so basically, first of all, I've been looking for anything that's open. Drugstores, fast food, small mom and pop places, all closed. And this is what people would have to deal with if they tried to venture out. If anything were open, the roads are absolutely rutty and snow-packed, especially we're going through an intersection right now. When you go through those intersections, that is when you see the snow buildup and the snowpack from all the lanes come together, and you kind of lose your turning lanes, your straight ahead lanes. So that's an area where we've had to be really, really cautious. Another place we've had to be cautious, the on and off ramps of interstates. We're talking going 5 miles an hour trying to get on or off the interstate. And it's so packed that when we were coming back to this area from Bethlehem, Zach said, I don't even think that this on-ramp has been touched because it doesn't look like a plow has touched it. Just a good amount of snow, very, very snow-packed, and getting to the point where it's harder to get over if you're in a vehicle that's lower to the ground. We're fortunately in a high-profile vehicle, so that's helping us. But you can see how slowly we're going. You can also see the windshield wipers are struggling to keep up. Zach's actually gotten out a couple times and broken the ice off the windshield wipers, and this is like maybe 5-10 minutes apart that he's done that a couple times. We're turning onto a smaller street, and one of the things that Becca had mentioned earlier this morning was the fact that she's seen people go over medians thinking they were turning. Yeah, we just did that too, because even in an area where you're kind of familiar with where things are, you just can't see it. You can't even see those 2 tire tracks that are usually when there's a snowstorm, you see those 2 tracks in the middle of the road that kind of give you a guidance of where the lane would be. We don't even have that right now. So we're going
16 miles an hour, and slower than that when we hit hills. And hills are where we've seen also people have some trouble. I'll flip it back around so that you can take a look. We've seen some police officers who have been out in Bethlehem and in this area, and there's one that just passed by. They're kind of patrolling, making sure everything's okay. We're passing by a health center, Lehigh Valley, Jefferson House, so that hospital. Those are among those places where we do know people have to get to and from work, and we know that these crews have been trying their hardest, but they just cannot keep up with this snow. It's been like this since about 5:30 this morning out here in the Lehigh Valley. And one thing Zach and I remarked at was that the visibility it just keeps on deteriorating. So the snow just blows sideways, and it really makes it difficult to see where you're going. So we are coming to a stop barely, and we're drifting as we come to a stop because this is a tricky spot because we have a snowbank to the right of us. So we're trying to avoid getting stuck in that. But it really is the reason why we tell you stay home. It's not worth it kind of going out just to see what you can see. We're out here so you don't have to be out here. So we'll continue to show you the conditions, but the best advice is to not go out in these conditions yourself because it is quite a bit of accumulation, and this is from someone who's spent a long time living in Colorado. I can tell you, take this storm seriously. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah.
Good advice, Taronda. I love that perspective.
Wise words, and stay safe out there, you guys. Thank you, Taronda and Zach. All right, Sky 6 Live SEPTA commuters will soon feel an even stronger punch from this winter storm. A big announcement came during a city news conference this morning.
So at 2:00 p.m. this afternoon, all regional rail, bus, and access paratransit and shared ride services will be suspended for the remainder of the day. This means that if you are taking a bus or regional rail train, you will need to be on a vehicle that reaches your final destination no later than 2 p.m. We urge you to get ahead of that if at all possible.
SEPTA says that the suspension will remain in effect all day and overnight. SEPTA, of course, continues to operate on the Market, Frankfort, and Broad Street line. So remember that 2 p.m. suspension of service.
You have about an hour and 45 minutes to get where you're going if you are taking public transportation. Now we head back out live to Manayunk. Our friend Action News reporter Catherine Scott monitoring the conditions. The yardstick has been working all morning, giving us those unofficial snow totals out there, Catherine.
That's right. Well, you know what? We've been monitoring the changing stages of this storm, and now it's ice, ice, baby. We went from that fluffy snow earlier. I think the last time we spoke, there was some sleet kind of mixed in with the snow, and now it just seems to be sleet coming down right now. We're on Main Street right now in Manayunk. A lot of people are still out and about, kind of taking a stroll with their dogs, or some people are starting to clear, getting some coffee. As you take a look at Main Street right now, you can see it's snow covered. A lot of people are just walking right down the middle of it. Not a whole lot of traffic, which is a good thing. We want the plows to be able to do their work. We have seen some plows come through this morning, and there is a temporary break from the complete coverage that is the roadway right now. But as you can see, I mean, the snow just sort of replaces itself very, very quickly. You know, a lot of people have been talking about how the mountains at Blue Mountain and Spring Mountain are closed. Well, as it turns out, you don't need Blue Mountain or Spring Mountain. You just need the hills of Manayunk and Roxborough. We spoke to a skier named Matt who was zipping along Main Street this morning.
I'm coming up from near the Roxborough High School, so it was an easy mile downhill, just down the roads. It felt like I was skiing down a mountain. And then just been going down Main Street to the Witzick Transit Station, and figured it was too deep on Kelly Drive, so I turned around and heading back up Main Street.
Have you ever skied through Manayunk before?
Not through Main Street, no. I was up in Witzick Park last weekend, but figured there's no other better time to ski on Main Street than today.
Well, he was having a great time, but one of my main questions for him was, you were able to get down the hills of Roxborough. What's going to happen next? And he says, you got to go up. I'd be looking for a chairlift if I were him. But as you can see, very snowy right now, snowy along the sidewalk as well. So if you want to get a walk, just bundle up and head on out. And we got to go get our snow total, everybody. So I'm zipping our way back to the ledge with our yardstick. Let's see where we are. We are 5.5 inches. So I think once that sleet started, we don't seem to really be increasing the totals so much, but we will keep an eye on conditions there. Bundle up, everybody. It is a cold one today. Back to you.
Catherine, your enthusiasm is contagious out there right now. It's giving us life.
And I want to say, Matt, the skier, he makes skiing look so cool.
Yeah. And
yes, well, I'm heavily caffeinated, so that helps.
Great. Keep it going. Keep pouring those lattes. Sky 6 giving us a live look right now. Philadelphia International Airport. Of course, as you can imagine, this massive storm is disrupting air travel all across the country. Looking at about 643 recorded delays right now and cancellations at our airport.
Those are 643 cancellations. We want to correct in and out, not delays. So 643 cancellations there at PHL. Not a day to be traveling.
Yeah, nothing's moving. A few flights listed as potentially coming in on the boards, but it is very touch and go. And it's not just a system that's affecting us. This is a nationwide situation.
Yes.
So there are cancellations happening everywhere.
Okay, our coverage continues now. I want to get you back out live to Action News reporter Amanda Pitts. She is live for us in Haddonfield with an update. You were sitting down earlier. You're back on your feet now. What's happening behind you?
Yeah, Gray and Alicia, I was getting tired sitting down, so I need to, channel Catherine's energy and get the juices flowing. She's used to getting up in the morning. I am not. But it's noon, so we're doing good. We are in Haddonfield along Kings Highway, and we're starting to see some folks dig out, some shoveling happening at these storefronts. We're seeing some machinery brought over to clear some sidewalks as well. But this road, if we can show you Kings Highway, is still caked with snow. There has not been a plow in the hours that we have been here, but it hasn't stopped people from driving down this road. They are taking it slow. We're not seeing anyone going too fast, which is good news, but it's been pretty quiet here. We're seeing some families, carrying their sleds, going sledding in this area. We're seeing some people get some coffee, but other than that, it's been pretty quiet on what is typically a really busy stretch, especially on a Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon. A lot of people out and about, but thankfully a lot of people are staying home, which is good. Here in Jersey, they have hundreds of crews all over the state working to clear these main roads. Obviously, these secondary roads are it will take some time to clear these, but we have heard from officials all across the state that crews are hard at work clearing these roads across the state. We do know that if you are heading out the door today to drive, we don't recommend that, but we know that some people do have to work. And if so, just be mindful that there are speed restrictions in place here in Jersey, 35-mile-per-hour speed restrictions on main roads. That's the turnpike, the expressways. So something to keep in mind. If you rely on public transportation, the bus and light rail have been suspended along with New Jersey Transit. So just be mindful of that. I know leaders have said that the bus will be the first to come back once these conditions improve, but it does not look like that's happening anytime soon. We have noticed that changeover from snow to sleet. As the others have said, you can kind of hear it hitting the jacket, hitting our umbrella, the roof above us. It is certainly switching over to sleet in those little drops of ice, and so just something to be mindful of. And before we go, I got to give you our latest snow totals to see if I'm still in the running. Let me get it the right side up. See if I'm still in the lead here. You'll have to remind me of what the last totals were. All right, we got 4 inches here. That's kind of disappointing because I thought I saw 5. Oh, here we go. We're almost at 5 inches, but with this sleet, I have noticed that it's, coming down pretty hard. It's kind of compacting the snow and flattening it a bit. So we'll say 5 inches here in South Jersey. I'll send things back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Amanda. I know you were saying your mom was watching and she was concerned about your hair. We kind of like that curly look on you.
Yes.
It looks bad. I like it.
Yeah, I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
All right.
This is why I went with the natural curly hair.
All right.
Perfect. All right, you guys stay warm. Viewers sending us their snow videos, and Susan Keenan sent us this from South Philadelphia. Her husband Frankie is beginning to shovel the sidewalk, but if Susan and Frankie are watching, leave a little bit of snow there because meteorologist Adam Joseph said it is important that there be a little bit of snowpack before the sleet and the ice start to fall. It'll make it easier to clean up later, though heavy. So be careful if you're snowing.
Frankie,
shoveling.
bend with the knees, not the back. Good job, buddy. This group in Gloucester Township, Camden County, having some fun in the snow this morning. We love these pictures. Lauren Savage sent us this picture of big brothers Kevin, Carter, and Connor showing their youngest brother, Nolan, his first big snowstorm. How about that?
I love the smile on the little guy in the green jacket on the left, because if that's not a freezing cold sledding snow smile, right? He's like, we're having so much fun out here. The kids love the snow, but it is so cold out there. We want to see more of your snow photos and videos. Please keep them coming. Send them to us by heading to 6abc.com/share. And as you see, we are sharing them right here on the air as part of our special snow coverage.
Back outside we go now to meteorologist Payton what she's experiencing out in this winter storm. Payton.
We hear that wind.
Oh yeah, the wind is picking up. I'm Team Curl with Amanda too. We have got this sleet machine going here for Philadelphia. In fact, I think it's Mother Nature's version of an exfoliant. So if you need to get outside, get some of that skin off you, this is where you need to go. I'm headed to get a facial right now. As we continue to monitor satellite and radar, we see that burst of snow transitioning off to the north, while that sleet line continues to push even farther inland. There is going to be plain old rain out of this event for some communities, as winds are now gusting close to 30 miles per hour. You can just hear it roar out here. The one thing we continue to monitor, again, is that snowfall off to the north, and again, that sleet kind of infringing on some of our far southern communities, as temperatures have really allowed for the snow to stack up. I did my latest measurement out here on the Action News patio, and we're close to about 7 inches, and now we're starting to compact that as that sleet moves into view. As we go through the next few hours, we're going to start to see that warmer air continue to nudge in aloft. So the snow continues from Philly points north right now, while sleet is starting to win out, and that's because the upper levels of the atmosphere are starting to warm. As we go through time, that cold air that remains at the surface gets actually a little bit thinner, and that's where we start to work in the concept of precipitation, going not just from the snow to sleet, but then sleet to freezing rain. A little narrow ribbon of this is possible around I-95, and where we then completely warm that column of air, especially for those well south and east. Think around 40 in Cape May, that's well above freezing. They flip to plain old rain, as not only is it warm at the actual surface, warm is being generously speaking right now, because inland we're going to be in the teens and single digits for most of the afternoon, where we can actually hold out with mainly snow. So as we go through the next couple of days, while we get rid of this system tonight, the one thing we don't get rid of is the fact that that bitter chill remains. Temperatures perform 15 to 20 degrees below where they should be, not just tomorrow, it's not just the next day, it continues into midweek, and I hate to break it to you, the pattern does not budge. The seesaw effect of the atmosphere, while it warms out west, we continue with blasts of Arctic air here. And the same eastern half of the country that's dealing with that same system right now, well, it gets that cold. So we are going to be in the deep freeze, not just for the next couple of days, but into next weekend and into the start of February. Alicia and Gray, there's so much to follow with this setup, but we're only about halfway through it all right now. Again, the sleet just igniting here on City Avenue. I think the visibility has improved out here right now, but you can hear it coming down, not just on my jacket, I can hear it on our patio sets here too. It's ASMR, the acoustics out here. Mother Nature has got a lot going for us on this Sunday.
Oh yes, it is a symphony for sure.
Yeah, halfway through, a lot more to go. We'll get through it together. Payton, thank you. Our snow coverage continues after this quick break. Right now at 12:30, we continue our coverage of the impacts of this major winter storm.
Yeah, we're going to give you a little tour of our area here, starting with a live look, Mobile 6 on Route 1 in Upper Darby. Our friend Dan Sheridan, photojournalist out there on the roads, taking a spin in Mobile 6, letting us know exactly how the roads are looking all across our area. And as you can see, the plows are working, they're coming through, but the snow was coming down maybe a little faster than they were, able to catch up with it. So if you are out there, please take it slow, like our friend Dan is doing.
Yeah, good job out there, Dan. Stay safe. We switch now to get you this image. This is the Schuylkill Expressway at the Vine Street Expressway. Looks like plows may have been through the area earlier, but that snow coming down a lot faster than those crews can get out there and do the work. But just be assured that they are out there, they are doing their jobs, they are working. That's why they want you off the roads.
Yeah, live look now at the base of the Walt Whitman Bridge. It's a blanket of
Yes.
snow out there. You know, the meteorologists on our team working so hard to cover this step by step. Snow was falling throughout most of the morning and throughout this afternoon, but now it is starting to turn to sleet.
And as you heard Payton say not too long ago that we're halfway through this, but several more hours to go. Let's get you live now. This look at the One Cathedral camera. You can see, again, the same images across this region, every area covered in snow.
A really beautiful shot of Logan Circle there. But you know what? If you can stay home and just enjoy the view through the television screen, do just that, because it is also very cold outside, frigid temperatures. Now in the National Constitution Center, we take a live look. Of course, the semi-quincentennial and the birthplace of American freedom right here.
Yeah,
just looking like a little snow globe.
Yep, as you look at these streets and you're thinking, where are the workers? What is the city doing? We should let you know that we heard from Mayor Sherrill Parker not too long ago, along with other city leaders, saying that the city is doing what it needs to do. Those workers are out there. 1,000 city workers are on their posts doing their jobs. There are hundreds of pieces of equipment in use, making sure these roads are cleared. So they'll eventually get to your neighborhood. It's going to take some time. The city asking everyone to please be patient, but just know they are out there. They are working.
They're also monitoring our forecast as well, knowing that, as you just mentioned, we're pretty much about halfway through, but it is a changing scenario. So with each step, a different response in terms of the snow removal and also the salting.
Yeah, and this is a live look there. The Commodore Barry Bridge looks like probably no one is on the bridge. That's a good thing. Stay off the bridges. We want to switch and bring in meteorologist Adam Joseph into the conversation.
Yep, tracking it minute by minute for us, Adam.
You know, and if you have to have a big storm like this, hey, it's a Sunday. It's a good thing. It's a good thing because school's not in session. A lot of folks have a Sunday off, but if you don't have it off, I've been chatting with folks on social, got to thank all those workers that are out there doing their job on a day like this. 8 inches so far up there in the higher terrain of Berks County in Huff's Church, Pittman, New Jersey, 7 inches, Pottstown, 7 inches, Wilmington, 6.5, and Ocean City, 6 inches of snow, a half a foot. I want you to remember that number at the shore because I have some critical information about that coming up. Storm Tracker 6 live, dealing with that snow in northern areas, but the air mass is so cold that the radar in reflectivity mode that you're seeing here, which shows colors on the radar of where you're seeing a transition, is having a hard time keeping up with and catching up with that transition. So we have to go over to a different mode called the correlation coefficient. This is showing that mixing layer by slicing the atmosphere with the radar beams in the vertical and the horizontal. So you get this fuzzy look, all these little bright colors. That is where the transition is. From snow to the north, we get that smooth reddish color. To sleet, we have that smooth look down to the south. So this is all sleet, this is all snow, and this is where the transition is now punctured north of the Pennsylvania Turnpike, even into all of Lancaster and parts of Berks County at this hour. Then we have the rain that is now starting to push into Cape May. So this progression of that warm air aloft and now at the surface at the shore is starting to move on in. And this rain line will get all the way near Newcastle County, Millville, parts of Atlantic County as we go deeper into the afternoon. Winds. They are harsh, and since the first part of the snow was very fluffy, that is blowing around. 28 in Philadelphia, 35-mile-an-hour gusts in Wilmington, 40 in Atlantic City. So that screaming wind off of the ocean is what's helping push in that warmer air. Warmer, relatively speaking. All right, wind chill, 18 Pomona, 19 in Ship Bottom, 11 in Hamilton, but it's still below zero. How it feels from the city, Exton, Reading, even Allentown. We're talking about a painful nearly 10 degrees below zero. 3 o'clock this afternoon, there's the sleet, this big area of purple with temperatures in the teens and the 20s. This is your freezing rain, the salmon. That is the most dangerous precipitation you can get in the winter season. And here's the rain all the way back to Millville and Dover and Cape May. The freezing rain gets all the way into Wilmington, Philadelphia at 7 o'clock this evening, still accumulating sleet to the north and west with snow up in the Lehigh Valley. And then everything exits here between about 8 and 11 o'clock tonight, and then the colder air is going to wrap in and slam way back down to the coastline, which is not a great thing because we are dealing with that narrow band of the freezing rain. That is rain falling and then adhering as ice on all area roadways, your sidewalks, your steps. So that's why you don't want those sort of surfaces to be bare, because if ice adheres to it, you're not getting it up. 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch near Philadelphia, Wilmington, Middletown, as well as Williamstown, and 1/10 of an inch even outside of that zone. So planning ahead here tonight, this is of the utmost importance. The storm, as it wraps up between 8 and 11 o'clock tonight, that slushy snow in southern New Jersey and Delaware, where it changes to rain, you have 6 to 7 inches of snow. That's going to compact as the rain gets absorbed into the snow, and it will be just a bunch of sloppy slush. So I want you to get out there and remove it quickly as the storm departs, because if you do not remove it by morning, that slush is going to be a solid area of ice. It is just going to be a block of ice. So you want to get it up before you head to bed tonight. That is the most important piece of information that I can get to you. So at this hour, just leave it be and then remove it when the storm ends. 28 tomorrow's high temperature in Philadelphia with a lingering flurry, limited sun, but wind chills only in the teens tomorrow. And Gray and Alicia, do not expect the air temperature to go above freezing for over 7 days. So that is why it is so important to get everything up when the storm is over, because by morning, everything is going to just harden up, and then you're not going to be able to remove it for over 7 days.
And so for the people who are out there now, we saw some people shoveling. We're saying if you're going to shovel, don't remove everything. Leave like a layer of snow.
You need a healthy person, number one, because that sleet is very heavy. You're going to get 1 to 2 inches of sleet and then a little crust of ice. Yes, you can get out there and remove it now, but I want, like you said, and I love that you guys are repeating this.
I'm listening,
Leave 1 inch or 2 of snow so that the sleet and the ice can grow on top of that, because then you can get underneath it, you know, and then take that snow and the ice off of the ground, as opposed to trying to chip, you know, ice off of just bare pavement.
What happens if no one's there shoveling and you get home and it's just you?
They call you.
No, that's the problem. Okay, but I need to do it before I go to bed is what you're saying.
Wait, Rob is not doing it?
No.
Wait, you're like, hypothetically, when I get home, what do I have to do? But
you're gonna save yourself so much aggravation and time if you do it late tonight tired versus trying to chip away at it day after day after day.
Okay, so do not sleep on that. Get it up and get it
Just
clear
get yourself
tonight.
a hot toddy, you'll be fine.
Smart man,
Warm yourself up before you head out.
Adam's got the whole plan.
Okay. See you in a bit.
We head back out now to Action News reporter Catherine Scott live for us in Manayunk, also tracking those conditions. We've been watching you for hours out there, Catherine. I mean, getting the snow was coming down, then the sleet. How's it feeling now?
Well, I'll tell you, we have been monitoring the storm, and I would say we've entered a less hospitable stage of the storm. We had this fluffy snow this morning. It started a little bit slower, then picked up the pace. Then around 11:30, it was that mix-in of sleet with snow, and now we are just on straight sleet. And I think the crowds here on Main Street reflect that. For a while, we were making all sorts of friends. There were so many people out and about, walking right in the middle of Main Street. There are still people, as you can see, but I think the crowd has died down a bit because, honestly, it's sort of miserable. The sleet's coming down. It is very, very cold out here, and we're not feeling so winter wonderlandy anymore, if I'm being honest. But as you can see, as you take a look at the roads, there are still people about. Hey, what's going on, guys? They're happy. And the plows have been out as well, treating the roads, trying to clear away some snow. Looks like this one might have some salt behind. I can't tell. I know the plow's not down. But the plows have been coming through, but the precipitation is really replacing itself. So the roads really aren't that good. Looks like maybe some salt coming down there. And if you take a look up Jamestown, you can see that really hasn't even seen any attention from plows yet. Roxborough, Manayunk, of course, known for their hills. Very tricky conditions when it comes to driving. The best advice is don't. Stay inside while the plows do their work. If you have to go somewhere, go on foot. We have seen a lot of pedestrians. You know what we've also seen is a lot of runners. I have been very impressed by the fitness levels of the people in Manayunk. Because I got to tell you, if you tell me there's a big snowstorm, I'm grabbing my double stuffed Oreos, I'm getting under the blankets, and I'm binge watching TV. These people go out for a run. You're a dedicated runner?
I love running, and running in the snow is my most favorite thing in the world.
Okay, and how is it today?
It's a little bit treacherous. My goggles are freezing up, but that's the only downside. It's gorgeous. The roads are semi-plowed. You get good traction on the road, and that's the safest thing.
Do you never miss a run regardless of the weather?
You try to time it perfectly. You got to get out there when there's snow on the ground before they plow it. We call it freshies. And right now we're in a state of freshies, so it's the best. I'm about 4 miles out and I got 4 miles to get home.
Holy moly.
And then I'm going to take the kids sledding and then shovel. So it's going to be a full day.
He had a very alpine day ahead of him. I love it. So he's enjoying the day. I hope you are too. Back here live in Manayunk. We're talking about the snow. Hey, guys. Woo! Guys out for a nice walk? Hey, there you go. That's a good place to go. Go to the bar, everybody. Maybe we'll see you there later. Let's take a look at what our snow totals right now. Last time we checked, there's about 5.5 inches. It seems to be sticking there. Now that the sleet has come, we're not really getting a whole lot more accumulation. It just kind of feels heavy right now here in Manayunk. We're going to send it back to you. And I promise we're not going to go to the bar yet.
Not yet. Wait till after the shift and you can go to the bar.
That's it. I do want to tell you, Catherine, over your shoulder, there is a bright pink flamingo. And every time I see it, I'm trying to evoke thoughts of
Summer
warmth
vibes, yes.
and summer. Yes.
We got a ways to go for
Be
that.
the flamingo.
Yeah. Okay, Catherine, thank you so much. We'll see you in a bit. All right, as we have been reporting, the storm having a major impact across this country, including up and down the East Coast.
Yeah, we turn now to reporter Shantae Lance from our sister station, WABC, joining us here for all of our friends in the Philadelphia area. And Shantae, you're live in Mahwah, Bergen County, New Jersey, with the conditions up there. How's it looking?
Alicia and Gray, it's a lot of snow here. It's about 5 to 6 inches at this point. Let's get right to it. Let me show you the conditions. We've been giving the accumulations all morning here in New York, outside of New York. And this is where we're at, probably about 5 or 6 inches snow. Not quite hard yet, but the snow that's been coming down has been feeling a little bit like ice. That's how cold it is out here. And the Governor Mikey Sherrill, has been warning people all day to stay off the roads. This is the reason why. It's because, and cars have been listening, as you can see. These are whiteout conditions. This changed probably the last hour or two since then. We've also seen what we've been calling a parade of trucks, plow trucks that is, clearing out these roads every half hour to 45 minutes. And I tell you what, ever since then, it just turned white all over again. That's how fast the snow is falling out here. We're outside of a very popular diner called State Line. It's one of the few places that are open at this hour because many of the businesses are closed, and they pretty much have been saying that their workers have called out. People that have come here came earlier before these whiteout conditions. In fact, this is it right here, the parade of trucks. I'm going to have Andre show it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is what we've been seeing. We've been waving at them all morning, because it's really just been us and them for the most part. And this is what they've been doing. It's about, 5 to 10 trucks all in a row here. This is Route 17, by the way, in Mahwah. And they're cleaning the roads for everyone, keeping them safe. This is state and local plow trucks that have been cleaning up these roads. I believe these are the state, though. As you see what I'm saying? They've been honking at us all morning. We've been waving back. And behind those plow trucks is a stream of cars that are waiting patiently, keeping their distance as you're supposed to, so that these trucks can come through and do their job. And it's more important, even more so than the past 5 or 6 storms we've had since, I think, December, which is a lot compared to, I think the last time they had this many was probably like 8 years ago. And they've been keeping these roads safe, like the governor mentioned. Also, the mayor of Mahwah, I spoke with him earlier, along with the DPW's director. They're asking all drivers, probably the same in Philadelphia, to stay off the road to allow crews to continue to do their jobs. Reporting live in Mahwah, Shantae Lands, WPVI. Gray and Alicia.
Yeah, Shantae, thank you.
And right on cue, that parade of trucks, making sure that those roads stay clear. And if you are on the roads, you know how they do it in Jersey, Shantae. Those diners are open. They're making sure people are getting their coffee and breakfast.
Thank you, Shantae. Good to see those workers out there. And a big shout out to the workers who are working around the clock to keep us as safe as they possibly can. Shantae, thank you. This live look now, as we go to break, this is a live look of Spring Mountain. The skiers enjoying this weather. Some others, not so much. Meteorologist Adam Joseph saying the system will be here till about 8 or 11 tonight, when it will eventually move out, and then that fierce cold sticks around. More Action News after this. Our winter weather coverage continues here on Action News on a Sunday. We hope that everyone is staying safe inside if they can. If not, be careful on the roads. Let's get you back out live to Action News reporter Taronda Thomas. She's live for us in Bethlehem, where that snow is still coming down.
And that sleet, Taronda.
Yeah, that snow is coming down, but it's coming sideways. It's not falling straight down like it did earlier this morning. The wind is whipping it from the side. So just be aware of that, because there are visibility issues that we've been facing as we've been driving. To give you a look at kind of the snow accumulation and what people are facing as they try to pull in and out of gas stations, this is the type of ruddiness that they run into. So some of the tire tracks are there, but those tire tracks have had to overcome a few mounds of snow in order to get here. So going out closer to the street, you can see, like, this is 8th Avenue. It looks like it has been plowed recently, but not easy. I see a car down there in the distance. We're at a bit of an incline, and that car might be having a harder time getting up even a slight incline of a hill. We've seen that, and we were actually in that situation ourselves, where we got to kind of, make sure that we're approaching it the right way. Use that slow acceleration. Don't hit the gas quickly, because your wheels will start spinning out. And it looks like this car is starting to get going, and hopefully they make it up this really slight hill. But even a gradual hill can be a challenge in weather like this. We know that snow plows have been out. We know they've been laying down salt and brine and things like that to keep things as functional as possible, but they just cannot keep ahead of this storm. As quickly as they plow the area, the snow comes back down and covers it again. This person making their way along very slowly, very carefully. How you doing? Drive safely. Drive safely. Don't worry about being on TV. Both hands on the wheel. Be safe. Yeah, we know we want to say hi to people, but we don't want to be the cause of anyone to have an accident. So people have been telling us that really their approach is go as slow as possible. And that's everyone, from the person who's never driven in the snow before to the absolute expert. They're all saying the same thing, that your expertise will tell you to still just slow down. A couple of snow plows passing by here too. I can also tell you too, we're at this gas station, and that's about the only thing that we've seen that has been open today. Whether it's big box stores, grocery stores, pharmacies, places like that, they are all closed in this area. So if you're thinking you're going to run out really quickly, maybe take care of some personal needs, might not happen today unless it's something like a gas station that might be open. Even still, my advice to you would be just to make do with what you have and don't worry about leaving the house, because we face some rough conditions, especially on the interstate. That was really surprising to us, to see the interstate as snow-packed as it was, and to have little moments where we're fishtailing in a big high-profile vehicle, and this is with an experienced driver. So just know that if we struggle in certain parts of the road, even with all the experience we have driving in the snow, then chances are you will too. That's why that advice to stay at home, I would say, is sage advice. We're going to keep going around here in Bethlehem carefully to show you what the conditions are like, but we can definitely tell you snowy, windy, decreased visibility, and a lot of people out here taking it slow today. We are live in Bethlehem, taking a look at the conditions and letting you see what people are going through, and hopefully it's encouraging you to stay at home. So we'll keep you updated on everything that we see out here in Bethlehem.
Yeah, Taronda,
back to the studio.
We love you so much, and we love your motherly instinct telling that driver, hey, don't worry about being on TV. Keep your hands on the wheel, look at the road. We love you.
Hands at 10 and 2.
10 and 2.
10 and 2, buddy.
But we still got a little shot of them, so hopefully their mom's watching. Okay.
Thanks, Taronda.
Thank you. We've been showing you so many of the pups out there playing in the snow today, but let's give some love to the chickens.
Because why not?
Julia Hickerson sent us this video of her flock in the snow in Downingtown. And Gray, wait till you hear their names. Ready for it? Nugget and Tender.
So creative.
Chicken Nugget, Chicken Tender.
Love it. Okay.
Cuties.
Viewer video here from Berks County. A snowstorm could not stop this Dunkin' run. Megan Snyder sending in this video while trudging through the snow. Guess what? You got to get that Dunkin', a coffee and a donut to get through the snow.
Okay, there's something here. Dunkin', if you're watching, listen.
Show her some love.
That
Give her some free
dedication. Check out this adorable video from Williamstown, New Jersey. Taryn O'Connor sent us a clip of Tommy and his pal Midnight. It's hard to figure out who's loving the winter weather more, because this dynamic duo is doing it up in the snow. The little boy throwing that snow up in the air, the dog jumping to catch it, and mom behind the camera with a good giggle, hopefully taking that video from inside where it's toasty.
We love this. This reminder, we want to see more of your snow photos, those videos. We love to see them. We love to share them. Send them to using 6abc.com/share. And guess what? You may see them here on Action News. And another check now outside live. That's a live look of the Schuylkill Expressway at the Vine Street Expressway. A lot more work to do out there for those crews, but we know they will eventually get to these roads and treat them.
And it is nice to see that people are heeding the advice and staying home, because, you know, normally the Schuylkill would be packed with cars, but, you know, it's pretty light. And hopefully people just taking it slow, as they should.
All right, let's take a look at this video. Here's some video of some kids doing what they love to do. They're having a blast. Oh, this is a live picture. Haddonfield, of these kids sledding there. This is Haddonfield, New Jersey. They're having a blast. We all love snow days, especially when you can get out and have some fun in it.
Absolutely. Amanda had told us earlier about a kind of hidden treasure sledding location, and I bet that's what we're looking at right now. Let's see. These kids going to give it another go?
Go, go, go.
And yeah.
We love this.
All
That's what it's all
right.
about, having a little fun.
Couple wipeouts, but that's what it's all about.
Yeah, let's bring in meteorologist Adam Joseph into the conversation now as we continue our winter storm coverage. Hi, Adam.
As tough as it is for the adults, you can't help but smile seeing kids having fun like that. They haven't had a winter like this in quite some time. Storm Tracker 6 Live, still a lot of precipitation coming our way with the array of colors from snow to the sleet, the freezing rain. The green is the plain old rain, and that transition line from the snow over to the sleet. And once it transitions over, you are not going back to snow here. Here it is, the correlation coefficient from our Storm Tracker 6 Live radar. That slices the vertical and horizontal. Taking a look in the atmosphere, saying, all right, where's the raindrops? Where's the ice pellets? Where's the snowflakes? So where you do have all of that kind of peppered in here, this is where it's transitioning. We're going from Lancaster to Reading, knocking on the doorstep of the southern part of the Lehigh Valley, Trenton, and it is all sleet where you see that very smooth look here on the radar. That is the uniform precipitation that the radar is seeing. Wind chills right now. Hey, we made it above not freezing, but 0 in Philadelphia. 1 degree, still 2 below in Exton, 5 below in Lancaster, 10 below in the Lehigh Valley. To the south with the wind coming in out of the east, it is now near 20 degrees from Pomona down toward Wildwood. So future tracker here as we progress through the afternoon at 3 o'clock. There you're dealing with all of the sleet. That is the purple. Sleet is those little beads of ice that kind of bounce over everything. Where we're getting the freezing rain is this salmon color. That is rain falling and adhering onto any sort of surface as ice. So that is why if you go out there and remove anything at this hour, now that it's transitioned, leave a layer of snow, at least an inch or two, so that icing does not adhere to the pavement. That would be the worst case scenario. To the south where it transitions over to rain, that's just the snow is going to absorb all of that rain and become just a area of slush. Get that up before you head to bed when the storm ends, because that will be ice by morning, like a solid block of ice. There's the freezing rain expanding to I-95 at 7 o'clock tonight. So we have at least another 7 to 9 hours of this storm. It is a long duration, and there by 10 o'clock it's clearing out, and then the temperatures will be dropping tonight and tomorrow all the way back down to the coastline. So forecasted ice for this afternoon. It's a narrow band, but this is where you could see some power outages later this evening. So have the batteries at the ready, flashlight, charge all of your devices. I know everyone's probably on devices right now. Make sure you have them plugged in as you're using them, because later tonight, if you do lose power, you may not get it back for quite some time. Also have meals prepared that you don't have to heat or maybe cook in case you do lose the power as well. But we could see 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice. So with that being said, with the freezing rain, we're looking at about a trace to 1/10 of an inch on the periphery of I-95. Slick spots, glaze on trees. But we could see up to 1/4 of an inch, difficult travel. Cars will be coated, and we're not going to get the severe ice storm where you get over 1/2 an inch. That's when branches are broken and you see widespread power outages. So wind chills, I'll leave you at this here for tomorrow, in the teens during the morning and then dropping into low teens in the afternoon. So wind chills going to be an issue as we progress, not only tonight through tomorrow, but the rest of the week, the next 7 days. The air temperatures are not going above freezing. And that is another detrimental part of this sort of storm, is that it's insult into injury, as you know, Karen, that you're not going to be able to remove anything and nothing's melting. Nothing is melting.
Less than 60 days till spring. That's all I'm going to say. That's what's in my head right now. We got to get there.
Memorial Day because you're like, I want to make a graphic to give people
I know. I'm like, a little over 100. We still got a ways for Memorial Day, but we're in the freezer.
Yes, and Adam, important, you say you have to get rid of that snow before you go to bed.
When it
Don't
ends,
leave it out there. Yes.
I would get, as tired as you are, I would get out there, remove it when it ends between 8 and 11 o'clock because, as we were talking, anything out there that is icy or slushy is going to freeze over, and you're literally going to need an ice pick.
And get your teenager to do it. Mine will come to your house.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
really?
He's doing
I was going to ask Adam to come over.
Hire a young neighbor who wants to come out money here tonight, who's healthy and able to do it.
Great business opportunities for those kids out there. In the meantime, we have some potentially dangerous situations ahead of us. So you guys have been working so hard on this forecast. We're so grateful for all of your work and your scientific.
You know, we work with a great group of people on air and off air, and I just have to say this: our weather team is phenomenal.
It's the best.
You guys are. Yeah, good.
Payton was outside. You saw her in the snow. She's got her hat on now. So
but we collaborate when we're not on the, you know, when we're not working, we're chatting with one another to try to put the perfect forecast together. And last Thursday, our map has not changed much since last Thursday. It's wiggled a little bit, but I'm really proud of the work that went into the storm.
As are we.
And it's still a long storm ahead,
Stay safe. Got to watch that freezing.
I hope everyone at home is enjoying their family.
Yes.
You're gonna be with them for
We're enjoying our family right here as we wrap up our live snow coverage. Thank you so much for spending the time with us. We'll be back with hourly updates beginning at 2 p.m.
Stay safe. Stay with Action News.
We will get back to the Australian Open in a moment, but we are coming on the air now with the latest on this major winter storm slamming our area. I'm Shari Williams alongside Walter Perez.
So we have live team coverage of the conditions, but let's start with meteorologists Adam Joseph and Brittany Boyer with much more. Hey guys.
Hey, and we've really seen it all today. Snow, sleet, freezing rain, and now plain rain for some.
Potpourri, precipitation is what I like to call it here. Let's go to the radar right now with the temperatures, because it really depends on location. Still teens north and west, near 20 along I-95. Above freezing now in Millville, and well above freezing Cape May and the boards. Green is the rain. The salmon color, that's freezing rain. This is the sleet that is punctured well north of I-95 at this hour. So it is raining all the way through Atlantic City, west of the Garden State Parkway. The rain line is going to go all the way up here into central parts of Delaware and much of South Jersey by this evening. And then this freezing rain line will make it up towards I-95, just creating an icy mess. And where that rain falls, it's going to absorb into that sleet and snow layer, and then that late tonight, as temperatures crash, will become a solid block of ice. Speaking of ice, this is your transition line right here on the correlation coefficient part of Storm Tracker 6 Live. It's sleet south of there, it's snow to the north and west. And notice this line has hit a wall, not working much north of Interstate 78. So this is where it stays, all snow up into the Poconos, but it remains sleet to the south and east. What happens later today and tonight? Meteorologist Brittany Boyer will have that story. And those temperatures, they are harsh, how it feels.
It feels awful for anybody that's going out to try and remove some of the snow. These are the wind chill values right now. 4 in Wilmington, 5 in Philadelphia. Temperatures below 0 with those wind chills as you work your way up into the Lehigh Valley. So we've got the cold, and look at the wind chills here as we continue through this evening. Our temperatures slightly rising, but we do have a breeze out of the north to northeast. So at best, our wind chills for the next couple of hours only getting into the teens. And looking at the next couple of hours here, the heaviest period of snow is over, but we're still dealing with some high impacts the rest of today with that sleet continuing. 1 to 2 inches of sleet on top of the snow that's already on the ground. We're also seeing that freezing rain developing down into parts of Delaware. Dover's reporting about 0.06 of an inch of ice down at the airport there. And that freezing rain area lifts towards the I-95 corridor. We could see up to about 1/4 of an inch of ice, which is just really going to make even worse travel out there. So the next couple of hours, again, pink being that freezing rain, sleet to the north and west, snow continuing up toward the Poconos. Walter and Shari, we still have a ways to go with this big winter storm.
Yeah, and we know you guys, of course, guiding us through it. Britt, thanks.
As you said, it is brutally cold out there. Let's turn now to Action News reporter Leland Pinder live in Bethlehem.
Leland, the Lehigh Valley is set to get the most snow, so what's it like there now?
Well, brutally cold, as Walter said, is a really brutally good description for what we're seeing out here. I'm going to walk over to this snowy snowbank area here outside the Wawa. I'm going to be careful because there's a curb in here somewhere, but I'm just going to walk in here and show you how deep it goes. We were expected to get the most snow here in the Lehigh Valley, and I think that turned out to be true. I mean, almost the entire bottom half of my leg is covered. So that's what we're dealing with here. It's still pretty soft and fluffy right now, but it is getting harder. We're seeing some of that sleet. It's been falling pretty consistently now. Will only pick up throughout the day, making conditions much worse. We've been throughout Allentown today, Bethlehem, where I am now. We're seeing a lot of these private lots, like here at this Wawa. Of course, there's no trucks right now, but they've been making the rounds quite a lot at these private businesses, as has the state with those plow trucks on major roads like 78, where we were earlier. And we haven't seen any crashes or anything, like that. No cars getting stuck. That's good news, and hopefully that continues to be the case. But just giving you a look at things here in the Lehigh Valley this evening. Live here in Bethlehem, Leland Pinder, Channel 6 Action News. Walter and Shari.
As you said, it looks really cold. Right, thank you,
Yeah, it
Leland.
does.
My goodness.
Let's take a live look right now. Live picture here from Mobile 6 on the move on Lincoln Drive. Heading right here, you can see into the city, and the conditions are not great.
I can tell you, driving Lincoln Drive coming in today, it's not very good with those windy turns all the way down the hill. It's pretty treacherous, and if you don't take it slow, you can get yourself in some trouble. So please take it slow and be careful if you have to be outside. If you don't have to be outside, just don't do it. It's
Of
too
course,
cold,
we've been asked to
too
stay
slick.
off. This is one of the snow emergency routes, of course, for the city. It's really for those essentials and first responders if need be. Well, stay with Action News. We'll be right back, of course, in less than an hour with another special report.
Be sure to go to 6abc.com for continuing coverage and a look at conditions. Now back to the Australian Open. Is bearing down on the region, delivering dangerous conditions all across the tri-state. Winter storm warnings are in effect until tomorrow afternoon.
The storm is causing widespread impacts from canceled flights to snow-covered roads.
It is Sunday night. The big story in Action News is, of course, that major winter storm impacting the entire region.
We are still in for several more hours of precipitation. We have live team coverage. Elizabeth Worthington is covering the situation in Philadelphia. Leland Pinder is in the Lehigh Valley.
But we begin with meteorologists Brittany Boyer and Adam Joseph, who've been closely following the storm for days, guys.
And not only us locally, but much of the country. We have like over 1 million customers in the U.S. without power now. We're still dealing with this long duration storm, and a lot of it is an icy mess at this hour.
Yeah, and it's getting messier and messier by the hour. What's not helping is the sleet on top of all of the snow that's on the ground already. Let's show you some of the snowfall reports. Birdsboro with 10.5 inches as you work your way into parts of Berks County. Pottstown, 9.5 inches, 9.4 in Allentown, Langhorne there in Bucks County, 8.8 inches. The airport picking up close to 7.5 inches, and you can see in Ambler right around 7 inches. As you work your way a bit farther to the south into parts of Delaware and New Jersey, 8 inches for Tallyville, Lumberton, also Mount Laurel, Malaga, 7 inches there, and then snowfall totals around 6 to 6.5 inches in Dover and also Ocean City. We have our main area of low pressure that's situated out toward West Virginia here, but also our coastal low that's been taking shape here off of the northeast coast, and around that we have the northeast wind bringing in that milder air, and we've been watching as our temperatures have been climbing throughout the day. So a lot of you, well, actually all of you, had snow earlier this morning into this afternoon with those 1 to 2 inch per hour snowfall rates. Our mixing layer, also known as the correlation coefficient, showing us where exactly that sleet is. Notice it's for much of the region. You really have to head toward the I-80 corridor to find where that snow is, more so toward the Poconos. So looking at our Storm Tracker 6 live radar right now, temperatures have nudged up a few degrees the last few hours. We're watching as that sleet continues to impact the heart of the region, but also take note where our temperatures are climbing to the south, freezing rain over parts of Delaware, New Jersey, and then Adam, it is just a mess at the shore. They've actually allowed their winter storm warning to be canceled in Cape May County. Because they flipped over to rain.
Yeah, and that rain that is falling, they've got like 6 inches in Atlantic City of snow and sleet before the rain. And then now that the rain is falling, basically that snow and sleet bank is like a sponge taking in all that water of that rain. So if there's leftover slush with that sleet, and that snow, that is going to harden up late tonight as temperatures at the shore crash below freezing yet again. Winds right now, they are harsh. If you have to tackle the driveway or the sidewalks, 18 sustained wind in the city, 20 in Wilmington, 14 there in Atlantic City, and 21 miles an hour up there in the Lehigh Valley. So it feels like 11 below right now in Allentown, 1 below in Reading, 0 in Exton, 5 in Philadelphia. But notice the jump up in how it feels towards the shore. We're talking low to mid 20s there. Future tracker, this salmon color right here, this is the most dangerous precipitation. This is the freezing rain pressing towards Philadelphia at 8 o'clock tonight. Wilmington, Dover, Middletown, right on the verge of Clayton. So that will be that ice layer that on top of the sleet and the snow. Still sleeting to the north and west. Rain as you go deeper down into New Jersey. And then everything wraps up here between about 9 and 11 o'clock tonight. Maybe a lingering snow shower at that hour for the Poconos up towards the Lehigh Valley. Yeah, that's fun if you get to just play in the snow like these guys here who are sledding. But how to dress tomorrow morning heading out to play if you don't have virtual school like my kids. Sorry to my kids. Yes, you have virtual school tomorrow. Teens as we get up early in the morning. So not as harsh as today. But when meteorologist Brittany Boyer comes back, guys, she's going to show you something not impressive in a good way, but in a bad way of how it is going to feel for the next 7 days. So what is out there is not melting anytime soon.
So
guys.
Impressive in an ouch way.
Yeah, it's going to hurt.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Adam.
All right.
A snow emergency remains in effect in Philadelphia, and city officials are urging residents to stay home.
That's right. Mayor Sherelle Parker says crews have been out all day in full force.
We've had a combined force of about 1,000 of our city workers and contractors, and they are using nearly 600 pieces of equipment, battling continuously to keep our roads safe and clear.
For more on the situation in the city, let's head to the Philadelphia Museum of Art.
And that's where Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington is live for us. Plenty of fun also being had, some sledding going on where you are.
Yeah, Walter and Chari, the good news, though, in our travels today, we haven't seen many cars out on the roads, but the drivers who have decided to venture out have had some mixed results. There's quite a few of them down here on the Parkway, people who are trying to sled down the rocky steps. We've seen some people getting stuck, getting in and out of their parking spots especially, and that may have included us as well. But we've also seen lots of plow trucks and road crews out and about, but we've heard from people who say their streets haven't been touched. Hundreds of people, though, are taking advantage of this snow day to have some fun. This is the biggest crowd we've seen at the Art Museum here during a snowstorm in quite some time. It's a long-standing Philadelphia tradition, but people still find a way to put a fresh spin on things. Today, air mattresses and all kinds of inflatables passed for sleds until they didn't. What are you going to do now? Your inflatables, it's done. What are you going to do now?
Well, we're going to mourn it a little bit for sure.
Oh, no, another one! You guys started a trend. It's been a while since we've had enough snowfall to support sledding down these steps. For these Drexel students, it was their very first time.
Yeah. We're so excited to be here.
Are you surprised by how many people are out here?
Yes!
While most people were getting around by foot this afternoon, road crews were out trying to clear the roads for those who do have to get behind the wheel. That wasn't the case for this crowd in Kensington. At Human Robot, the bar promised to knock $1 off its $8 lager for every inch of snowfall we got here in Philadelphia. When we stopped by, the beer was down to just $1.
Got to get while the getting's good. It's a madhouse in there, so we got a couple, brought them back, and, did what we had to do.
Did what we had to do. I love it. All right, back live here outside the Art Museum. Like I said, there are so many people out here. They've been out here all day long, but the conditions are definitely getting worse. The wind has picked up. We have some sleet. We had some freezing rain earlier. It's getting a lot more and more uncomfortable to be out here. So I have a feeling that these numbers might dwindle over the next hour or so, but who knows? I mean, this is Philly we're talking about after all. We are live along the Parkway tonight. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News. Guys.
Yeah. Elizabeth, it's a Philly thing. It's a Philly thing. That's
We're looking for a good time.
Of course. Right. Okay. Well, with road conditions less than ideal, a lot of people are wondering, what about public transportation? SEPTA suspended all regional rail and bus service this afternoon through the overnight hours. Regional rail will operate on a Saturday schedule tomorrow, and SEPTA does not expect trains to be ready for the start of the morning commute. SEPTA says it'll attempt to operate all bus services, but riders may see detours and some lines could be suspended because of the conditions. The Broad Street Subway and the Market Frankfurt L are running on schedule.
Let's take a live look right now and see how the conditions are out on the roads. This is a live view from Mobile 6 on the move in Bucks County. This is in Langhorne, as you see there, passing through that exit area to Princeton to Philadelphia, if you know the region here in Langhorne. The roads not well traveled. People listening to the advice to stay off the roads, and not too bad. You can at least see a bit of road. Again, though, the recommendations, stay off the road if you don't have to be out there. Hopefully these are essential workers on the go if they have to be.
I was going to say, the one thing to notice, you don't see much tarmac. You don't see much of the
can't see
pavement,
much of that pavement for sure.
Because it really came down. There's a lot of snow. Now it's starting to ice over, so please be careful. Hundreds of flights have been canceled, meanwhile, today at Philadelphia International Airport because of the winter weather. Crews there have been hard at work since early this morning de-icing planes. Travelers who still have planned flights should check with their airlines directly for the latest updates. The flight issues are expected to linger into the work week. Folks in Chester County are seeing their share of snow as well. This is the snowy scene on Stewart's Court in Phoenixville. The action cam was there, caught a snow plow trying to clear the way. Nearby, though, several vehicles are buried in the snow. And this was the scene today in Allentown after a plow truck became wedged under an overpass. That's not good. It happened around 10 a.m. as heavy snow was falling at the I-78 overpass on Lehigh Street. You can see the truck's trailer was seriously damaged. No reports of injuries, though.
Well, the Lehigh Valley is expected to get some of the highest snowfall totals in the region.
That's right. Let's bring in Action News reporter Leland Pinder live in Bethlehem tonight. Leland.
Yeah, Walter and Shari, if I step in some of the untouched areas, my bottom of my leg almost entirely disappears. Take a look at the ground right now. We are seeing some power outages in this area, about 200 according to PPL in Allentown. Nothing in Bethlehem just yet, but those icy conditions with this sleet falling is now the concern heading into tonight. Snow and sleet have been pounding the Lehigh Valley all day, making travel difficult on the roads. Our cameras capturing stranded vehicles on a highway on-ramp and what appeared to be a driver in trouble in Bethlehem.
I just recently got in a car crash, actually, for slipping on some ice.
State crews and private contractors have been on the job for hours trying to keep up with the storm, keeping roads passable and lots clear.
It's been tough. We've been out since 7 o'clock this morning. We're still going. We're going to take a break, though.
The snow has changed over to sleet, making conditions even more dangerous.
It is definitely bad outside, and it's the sleet. It's not exactly the snow, but it's the sleet, so when it get packed in.
Many left the car parked, which is what's recommended, setting out on foot for necessities or just to take it in.
No DoorDash or no Grubhub, so I'm doing the errands right now.
I'm from California, so I've never really had any snow, so this is crazy to me. Like, this is literally the most snow I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, he was in awe when I was talking to him earlier. Take a look at this, though. You can still see some of the pavement through here. A little bit fluffy, but you just know it won't be long before this turns into a sheet of ice. And again, that is the concern. So Allentown, Bethlehem, like so many other areas under those snow emergencies right now, officials continue to encourage folks to avoid any unnecessary travel. We're live here in Bethlehem. Leland Pinder, Channel 6 Action News. Walter and Shari.
Yeah, worry about the icy conditions and, of course, just how cold it is, too. All right, Leland, thanks.
All right, thank you, Leland. Delaware is also contending with a significant amount of snow. This was the scene earlier today in Wilmington at Duncan Road and Kirkwood Highway. You can see the neighbors there hard at work shoveling their driveways and the roadways as well. And one person decided to venture out on a bicycle, which we do not recommend on a day like this.
Keep track of the winter storm with the 6 ABC app. There you can view Storm Tracker 6 Live radar and also get the latest updates from our team of meteorologists.
All right, much more to come in Action News. More on how the storm is impacting other parts of the country. Travelers are running into major issues at airports all across the country. Thousands of flights have been canceled today. We are following the very latest. This massive winter storm continues to make its 2,000-mile trek across the country, leaving 1 million customers without power at this time. Tonight, 20 states remain under a state of emergency, and more than 150 million Americans are under winter weather alerts. That's nearly half the country. Snow is blanketing major roadways from Kansas to Tennessee. Crews in Oklahoma are working hard to de-ice the roads and restore power. In Texas, more than 60,000 customers are without power. Not to the storm's impact on air travel. At least 10,000 flights across the country have been canceled as the storm wreaks havoc on several states. In fact, today is expected to be one of the worst days in U.S. aviation history. Some of the nation's busiest hubs have been hit the hardest, including Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson, and New York's LaGuardia Airport. Airlines say they're doing what they can by fortifying staffing levels, repositioning aircraft, and adjusting crew schedules. Taking a live look now at how the roads are looking from Mobile 6. This is the situation in Morrisville, Bucks County, and we've been saying it for the past couple of hours. You don't find too many roadways where you can see the actual roadway. I mean, that's really an indication of how difficult of a time they're having plowing those roads. They're doing the best they can for sure, but you got to be careful. I mean, the roads are slick out there. It's kind of that crunchy feel when you drive over it, so not as icy, but that could change over the overnight hours.
A lot to keep an eye on as we head into the evening here.
All right, time for a check of the AccuWeather forecast. As the snowstorm continues to impact us all across the region.
Meteorologist Brittany Boyer is here now with what we can expect heading into the nighttime.
Not a whole lot of change here. The next couple of hours, we still have the storm to get through, but I suspect that the roads are still going to be packed down with that snow. Keep in mind, we had plenty of cold air ahead of the storm. We were only in the teens yesterday, so every flake has kind of stuck to the ground. As you're seeing live here on Sky 6, as we look at our One Cathedral camera, only seeing a couple of cars out there tonight. And yes, we're tracking the storm, but the next big thing is that we have the coldest stretch of winter on the way for this week. And it is going to be the coldest stretch that we've had here in our region in the last several years. So far, we've had 2 days in a row where high temperatures have been below 32 degrees. We're looking at least 7 more days in the forecast, and that would make it the longest stretch of below 32-degree temperature readings since January of 2004, and then also December of 1989. So buckle up. It is going to be bitter cold multiple days this week. So we have some action items for you here with the cold air that's in place. Watch for ice jams in your gutters. I know the kids are all playing outside, sledding right now. Keep kids and pets off of ponds, also lakes. You want to make sure that you're shutting off exterior faucets or hoses if you have not done that yet. We have several nights where temperatures are in the single digits, and of course protect pipes from freezing. I know some people like to just leave the water trickle. That might be something you find yourself doing with some of these really cold nights on the way. So here's Storm Tracker 6 live radar. It is all lit up in just about every color: rain, ice, sleet, and then snow. The snow is mostly occurring as you work your way farther north up the northeast extension. Really, as you work your way into the Poconos here, we still have ongoing snow, but for the rest of the region, the heart of the area, we have that sleet ongoing, as you can see in purple, but we've also picked up a period of freezing rain that has developed from Kent County into Newcastle County, and that stretches into South Jersey. Meanwhile, at the shore, it is a soaking, chilly rain with temperatures in the 30s. And with that area of low pressure offshore, we have that gusty northeasterly wind sustained at 20 miles per hour in Wildwood, Toms River. We're also feeling that breeze inland here towards Philadelphia. So if you're trying to clean off your car, your driveway, and your sidewalk, this is what it feels like right now. The most bitter wind chills around I-95 and north and west, where it's feeling as cold as 10 below out in Allentown. So we still have a few more hours to deal with the storm. Again, we still have sleet and freezing rain to deal with, plain rain at the shore, but after about 10 o'clock this evening, a lot of the activity winds down. Our main concern from here on out will be that ice potential. You can see future trackers showing up to about a 1/10 to 1/1500th of an inch of ice, all of that coming down on top of several inches of snow. So by tomorrow, a lot of us are digging out. We have a cold wind. Our feels like temperatures in the teens, a high of 29 degrees, and then even colder air coming in for Tuesday, a high of 20 with reinforcing Arctic air as we head toward the middle of the week. So your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, clouds breaking for some sun, 29 as you're cleaning up on Tuesday. Wednesday, our first day of the week in the teens. Notice our nighttime lows, 6 degrees. Another day in the teens on Thursday. Frigid digits, 6 for the overnight low. No relief on Friday, a high of just 18 degrees. And Shari and Walter, that chill continues even into the start of February next Sunday.
Oh boy.
Brutal week.
Those lows are low.
They are.
Low.
All right, yeah, for sure. Thank you,
Brittany, thanks. Roads across the area, they have been difficult to navigate. This is what it looks like driving on Ridge Avenue, heading through Philadelphia's Roxborough neighborhood this afternoon. As you can see, most people did listen to the advice from city leaders and stayed off the roads. Only a couple of vehicles out there on the roadways.
Meanwhile, first responders across the region are helping people every way they can. Police in Deptford, Gloucester County shared this video of their officers helping a driver stuck in the snow. You can see the 3 officers pushing that van up the street. Officials are reminding people to please stay off the roads if possible.
Gotta back up.
A popular place to spend some time today was McGillen's Old Ale House in Center City.
Oh, wow. People there bellying up to the bar for a Bloody Mary or a beer.
We typically wouldn't really be out on a Sunday, but since nobody's out, we thought that it would be the best opportunity to see what it's like when the city's dead.
We're moving here next month, and we had to come down and find a place. It's really the only weekend that worked out for us, and happened to be the worst weekend to travel. But we're here.
And as you can see, customers also taking advantage of the bar's fireplace to warm up as the days grow colder.
What a way to get introduced to the city
Yeah,
this
that's
weekend.
right. That's a real how do you do right there. All right, much more to come in Action News. We continue to track the winter storm that left a real mess all across the region.
Yeah, we'll hear from our meteorologists on where this storm is and what to expect as we head into the work week. You're watching Action News.
Live from the Action News studios in Philadelphia. This is Philadelphia's leading news program.
It is 5:30. I'm Walter Perez with Shari Williams. We continue to follow the winter storm and its widespread impact across the region.
Many are seeing a dangerous mixture of snow and ice. Let's check in right away with meteorologists Brittany Boyer and Adam Joseph, who've been closely following this storm all day, and still more to track, guys.
Yeah, and we have 4 types of precipitation falling depending on location. We got snow, we got sleet, we got freezing rain, we got rain. Plenty to talk about.
We got the whole kitchen sink.
We really do.
We got it all. So let's talk about what has changed, because we do have an update to the winter storm warning. The National Weather Service has canceled the warning for the shore communities, Cape May County and also Sussex County. They have switched over to a steady rain. The rest of us, our winter storm warning continues for the rest of tonight and really continuing as we take you into the day for tomorrow. So as we look at what's going on here with our winter storm warning, we have our area of low pressure that's out toward West Virginia, and then we also have our coastal low that's offshore here. Around that, you have that northeasterly wind. We've been watching as our winds have been picking up, but not just the winds that have been picking up. We've been pulling in some milder air. So here you can see all different precipitation types. To the north, we have snow ongoing. Temperatures still in the teens in the Lehigh Valley, Berks County, Malvern, 15 degrees. But a lot of locations have been dealing with sleet, and we're also watching the development of more of that pink on our map being freezing rain. So here you can see in Philadelphia, we have that sleet ongoing. Some areas could see 1 to 2 inches of sleet across the area. And then as we get into that pink zone here, this is filling in a little bit more from Kent into Newcastle County. Also, as you work your way into Salem and Cumberland County here. Meantime, at the Jersey Shore, this is why we had that warning canceled. It is a steady soaking rain here. A lot to unpack with the precipitation. And Adam, we're going to be dealing with not just the messy precipitation this evening, but also the brutal cold that follows.
And that cold is not going anywhere anytime soon. In fact, in Brittany's main weather forecast, she's going to be also talking about how it's going to be for the next 7 days without air temperatures going above freezing. Wind chills at this hour, that is harsh. It feels like 5 in Philadelphia, 1 below in Trenton, 10 below up in the Lehigh Valley, 20s as you head deeper into New Jersey along the coastline and far southern Delaware. Wind chills will actually improve a little bit here as we go deeper into the evening. By 7 o'clock, 16 in the city, and the warmest it will feel of the entire day will be at midnight at 19 degrees. And notice that precipitation continues through much of the evening and then shuts off as we go deeper after 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. With all of that being said, let's break it up region by region here, what to expect this evening. Lehigh Valley, it's going to kind of teeter between snow and sleet for the rest of the storm. As you get towards the Delaware Valley, I-95, Philadelphia, Wilmington, Trenton, the adjacent counties, temperatures will continue to rise, so the sleet is going to change over to that freezing rain. That is that dangerous layer of ice that goes on top of the little sleet pellets and the snow underneath it. So a lot of layers to this storm. Central Delaware, South Jersey, cold rain for most, but you're not going to wash away 6 inches of snow that you saw. So it becomes a sponge. It'll be all just the sopping, wet, messy slush, and that will refreeze late tonight into a solid block of ice. So with all of that being said, the biggest impacts will be now through 11 o'clock, and then it will slowly improve overnight as road crews go to work, and you go to work as well, trying to remove what is outside your yard, because there's a lot to kind of get up, guys, off of the sidewalks and the driveways.
Yeah,
we'll have much more coming up with that 70 forecast with the harsh reality of the next week.
The morning commute should be interesting, to say the least.
It'll be slow.
Yeah.
And hopefully not many people on the roads.
Hopefully so.
All right,
thank you.
Yeah.
Snow is piling up in the Philadelphia suburbs. In Montgomery County, there are snow-covered roads across King of Prussia.
The action came out this afternoon as drivers took it slow as they navigated the snowy conditions. Action News reporter Chad Perdelli joins us live on Swedesford Road in King of Prussia with the very latest. Chad.
Yeah, Walter, have a little bit of that sleet, some of that freezing rain right now. It's a light, steady sleet. It's not too bad. Really, it's the cold and wind that's the most annoying out here. I want to take a look at Swedesford Road right here. You can see much of the heavy snow has already been plowed off. You still have a layer of snow, which is good. That allows for some traction. Now, like you said, we've been throughout King of Prussia for most of the afternoon. We were on Route 202, and we were seeing all sorts of cars spinning out, getting stuck here earlier in the day. We saw that on the Schuylkill Expressway. We saw it on the Cal Pike. And people were having issues traveling, especially if you didn't have four-wheel drive. We also ran into a gentleman from Valley Forge who drove from Boston back home here today during the height of the storm. Now, you drove from Boston.
We drove from Boston, yeah.
So what was the drive like?
It wasn't bad till you hit Connecticut, and then it was, New York City was pretty bad. A lot of closed roads, stuck trucks, had to go around, and then everything was fine till you hit plows. You got really slow on plows, but it was okay. Just keep straight, don't hit the brakes.
You got four-wheel drive?
Four-wheel drive, yeah. Yeah, you couldn't do it with two-wheel drive.
And you're looking out here live. You can see the crews are busy at work clearing some of these parking lots in King of Prussia at the mall and some of these shopping centers. They are getting after it, getting this snow, packing it into piles, and it'll have to eventually melt. But they're out here working hard. And I talked to PennDOT just a short time ago. They tell me they haven't had any serious problems. People are heeding their advice, have been staying off the roadways and allowing their crews to get to work, get these roads cleared for Monday. And they're going to be busy all day into tomorrow clearing some of these shoulders and other parts of the road. So take it easy out there, drive slow, and think of them. For now, live in King of Prussia, Chad Perdelli, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you guys.
Yeah, so right. Of thinking of them, they've got work to do, and we can get out of their way for sure. All right, Chad, thanks.
A lot of work to do as well. All right, thank you, Chad. Now to the scene in South Jersey. Neighbors here in Cherry Hill are digging out, even though the storm is not over yet.
Some kids even grabbed the shovels and headed out into the cold to help with the snow clearing. Action News reporter Brianna Smith live for us now in Cherry Hill along Route 70 with more from there. Brianna.
Shari and Walter, crews say that officials say crews have been working around the clock to clear Route 70. But as you can see, there is still a layer of snow and sleet on the road. And we've seen several cars travel up and down, taking it slow. They reduced their speeds to stay safe. Now, our meteorologists are reporting about 7 inches of snow fell here in Cherry Hill. And the residents we spoke to, well, they're absolutely enjoying it.
It's great. We love it.
It's a heavy snowfall many residents haven't seen in years. For 5-year-old Anthony, it's the first time he's ever experienced a major winter storm.
He's been dying for a snowball fight. Literally, the first thing he said was, "Can we have a snowball fight?"
Anthony is bundled up and hard at work with his stepfather, Eric Easter, at their home on Valley Run Drive in Cherry Hill. This is their second shift outside, removing inches of snow from the car and sidewalk.
Might go to the park and, maybe do some sledding. Once the work's done, we'll play and have fun.
This mother and son already had their fun, and they're heading home after sledding.
Exhausted.
My son has me out here in this weather, enjoying the cold.
He's a bit tired too, sitting back and relishing the ride.
It's wonderful. We don't get it too often anymore, so when we do, we enjoy every minute we can of it.
Meanwhile, the township's Department of Public Works crews are plowing the 250 miles of roads in phases to clear the wintry mix. As for the state, NJDOT deployed about 4,000 pieces of equipment for snow removal. However, some drivers are getting stuck and forced to shovel themselves out, like this one on Route 38.
That's not good, but you do what you have to do in this weather. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, and hopefully he was able to dig himself out. He was just one of many drivers we saw stuck on the roads, and that's why officials urge you to stay indoors if possible so that you can stay safe and crews can do their job. And at this point, it's not like earlier where there was a beautiful snowfall. Now it's just sleet, the wind hitting you in your face. So enjoy it from the inside. Live in Cherry Hill, Brianna Smith, Channel 6 Action News. Shari?
All right, slowly getting through it for sure. Brianna, thank you. Let's take another live look right now at the conditions on the roadways from our Mobile 6 camera on the move here. This is what it looks like in Lower Makefield Township. Looks like moving through some residential areas here. Of course, we know the suburbs, those side roads and the roads less traveled will take a bit longer to get cleared, but this one doesn't look like it's too packed. Someone's been through there with the plow, it appears. Right. Just be careful if you are moving around tonight.
And we'll say it again, just please take it slow if you have to be out driving around. Now to the situation in North Jersey. The entire state is getting walloped by this winter storm.
Yeah, and that includes Bergen County. WABC's Crystal Cranmore live for us in Mahwah with the situation up north there. Crystal.
Good evening, Shari and Walter. Good to see you guys. I mean, it is brutal. There's no other way to put it. When the snow falls, it hurts your face. I've got multiple layers on, but I am still freezing. So again, if you don't have to be out here, simply don't. Now, officials have said that the biggest challenge right now, this is Route 17 here in Mahwah, has been the on and off ramps. And I'll step out the way just so you can see. There's a tractor trailer there that appears to be stuck in the road. This is the Island Road exit here on exit 17. Moments ago, there were a number of police officers trying to get that tractor trailer out of the snow, but it appears it probably did not work because 20 minutes later, that tractor trailer is still there. We just saw a tow truck come, and it looks like they're getting ready to prepare and get that tractor trailer out of the way there. Shortly before that, we actually saw another car get stuck in the snow as well. You had state police also and Mahwah police trying to get those residents out of the way. But again, the biggest thing here is if you don't have to be outside, don't. We contacted Bergen County 911, and they said that the biggest challenge that they've been seeing is not only Route 17, but Route 4, Hackensack Avenue, Teaneck Avenue, where they're seeing loads of cars stuck in the road. And as we know, state of emergency, everyone's urging people to stay off the roads. And of course, New Jersey Transit, buses, Access Link, commuter rails have all been suspended. We know that the governor said that they'll be monitoring weather conditions to ensure that, to determine what the commute tomorrow will look like. But that's the very latest here in Mahwah. Crystal Cranmore, Channel 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you guys.
Well, of course, up that corridor, Philadelphia to the New York, New Jersey area, we got a lot of people who know that area for sure. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Crystal.
Keep track of the winter storm with the 6 ABC app. There you can view Storm Tracker 6 Live radar and get the latest updates from our team of meteorologists. Still to come here on Action News tonight, we'll check back in with meteorologist Adam Joseph.
Taking a live look right now at how the conditions are from Mobile 6. This is the situation in Fairless Hills, Bucks County on Route 1 South. We've been saying it for the past couple of hours. You still can't see a lot of the roadway, so please be careful if you're out there driving. If you don't have to, don't, because they're having a difficult time making it clear, and it's going to be really cold for the next few days. So driving conditions should be on the tougher side over the next few days. All right, time for a check now of the AccuWeather forecast as the precip continues falling across the region.
Well, Adam, we've been, of course, talking about this storm for days leading up to it, and now we're hoping we're on the back end of what's left.
It's going to wrap up between 8 and 11 o'clock tonight from southwest to northeast, and those road crews know what they're doing. They're purposely leaving a layer of that snow and that sleet as number one traction. But number two, when you get the freezing rain, you do not want that on bare pavement, because that would adhere to the pavement surfaces, and then it's going to be nearly impossible to get it up and out of there because temperatures are going to be so cold moving forward. So that's why you still have that layer out there in many locations. 20 right now is the air temperature in the city, and we are in the freezer for just about the entire country, all but one state, Florida. Jacksonville knows how to do it. 81 degrees, while just to the north, Charlotte 28, Jackson, Mississippi 26. Over 1 million people without power because of the storm, especially as you head towards the Tennessee Valley down into northern Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. We even got severe weather breaking out with this storm down into parts of the panhandle of Florida, Georgia, and then you head to the north. We have a developing coastal storm. That's what's wrapping in some of that warmer air, and as expected, it did flip over from that snow then to some sleet, freezing rain, and rain. So we've got everything here on radar. So let me break this up for you. The yellows and the greens, that is rain all the way up to Millville. The salmon color, this right here, Middletown, Dover, Millville. Dover's picked up 1/10 of an inch of ice, that freezing rain. That freezing rain is continuing to progress to the north, will hit I-95, points to the north and west over the next hour. Sleet still in Wilmington, Philadelphia, all points to the north and west. But there you have Stoke Creek and Middletown. This is the most dangerous precipitation you can get in a winter storm, that freezing rain. When it comes down, if it has bare surfaces, it adheres as ice. If you do still have that snow or sleet layer, it's going to crust over the top of that. That would be the best case scenario. So hopefully your driveway still has some of that pad, that base layer for that ice to kind of accumulate on. Still snowing just north of the Lehigh Valley up into the Poconos. Temps though, right now 10 in Allentown, 8 in the Poconos, 21 in Wilmington. There are those temps above freezing for the board, Ship Bottom, Cape May, Millville. That's right now, but late tonight, these temperatures are going to dip back below freezing, so any standing slush down there is going to be rock solid by tomorrow morning. 6 is the wind chill in the city, 10 below in Allentown, 1 below in Trenton, right at freezing for Dover, Wildwood 25 degrees with that cold rain. 9 o'clock tonight, there's the freezing rain exiting away from Delaware, rain still at the shore. We get a little break here, and then it may try to fill in just for an hour between 10 and 11 as some upper level energy comes through. But that narrow band of freezing rain, like I noted, Dover had 1/10 of an inch, but we could kind of push it towards 1/4 of an inch right along I-95 to the south and east, and even a little glaze into Chester, Montgomery, and Bucks County right before this storm wraps up. Wind chills as we go through the day tomorrow. Winds will be gusty to near 30 miles an hour. Feeling like the teens all day tomorrow. Lots of clouds in the morning, a few peaks of sun in the afternoon, and they're moving forward. Temperatures will be close to 20 degrees below normal Tuesday, Wednesday, with high temperatures only going into the upper teens. The exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, 29 clouds, break for some sun, wind chills between 0 and 10 Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Notice the overnight lows in the city, 6 degrees for several nights. Suburbs north and west will be below 0 for air temperatures each morning. No relief Friday, 18 for a high, and even a week from now, 25 for the air temperature at best. So as noted, whatever's out there, whatever freezes up is not going to melt away for over 7 days. This will be the longest cold stretch we've had in 22 years.
Wow. Has it been that long?
It's been that long. 2004 was the last time.
How about that?
Neighbors really going to have to help each other, I think, this week. Yeah.
You get some young, healthy kid to help you out.
Yeah. You hear that,
some
kids?
money.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Kids for hire. Adam, thanks.
All right.
Dogs are having fun on this snow day, too. Nicole from Townsend, Delaware, sent us this video of her dog, Cash, just frolicking there in the snow. The pooch seems to love jumping around.
Still, no one is having more fun in the snow than these 3 dogs in Mullica Hill, Gloucester County. Action News editor Leanne Chiatti sent us these videos of Lexi, Pam, and Max frolicking right there in the snow.
The Betson family in Norwood, Delaware County, having some fun also on the snow day. And Trisha sent us this video of her son, Chris, dressed as Uncle Eddie from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I think he nailed it. Yeah, he headed out front there to just check out the snow with the wardrobe classic there from the movie.
There you have it. As the storm moves through the area, we want to see your pictures and your videos as well. Please send them to 6abc.com/share. You just might see them right here on Action News. As you know, anytime Philadelphia receives a significant amount of snow, you can expect this. People rushing to the steps in front of the Philadelphia Art Museum for some fun. The snowy, icy conditions made it perfect to ride all the way down the steps on a sled, proving the steps are not just for Rocky fans.
Oh, clearly not. And this was the scene today in New York City. Residents there had a little bit of fun with the snow, taking part in this impromptu snowball fight right there in the empty streets of New York City. And this man in Washington, D.C. busted out the skis. He was seen skiing near the Washington Monument earlier today, enjoying this winter weather. He had a plan.
He sure did.
Yeah.
Our winter storm coverage continues next on Action News at 6.
We have crews fanned out across the region. We'll have the very latest also from meteorologists Brittany Boyer and Adam Joseph when we come back.
Action News, Philadelphia's leading news program with meteorologist Brittany Boyer and Walter Perez.
It is Sunday night. I'm Walter Perez with Shari Williams, and the big story in Action News, of course, is the severe winter storm creating a lot of problems all across the region tonight.
We are in the second part of what's been an all-day event. The snow has now changed to sleet in many places, causing issues on the roads.
And so many schools are closed tomorrow, and you can see them at the bottom of your screen right there. The action cam captured scenes all across the region today, from neighbors digging out to vehicles spinning out.
But there was also a lot of fun as people grabbed those sleds for the first time in a while.
Action News reporters are checking out conditions all across the region.
Well, let's begin with our weather coverage, of course. Meteorologist Brittany Boyer with the very latest on this evening's conditions. Also a check of that radar, Britt.
Yes, I don't think too many people are going to be having fun this evening, cleaning off their cars and cleaning off their driveways. The snowfall reports continue to trickle into the National Weather Service. Our top report right now out of Northampton County, 13.2 inches in Nazareth, and you can see over 9 inches for Pottstown, Allentown, Langhorne, 8.8, over 7 inches of snow at Philadelphia International Airport. And some of the reports also pretty impressive here into Delaware and New Jersey, 8 inches for Lumberton, Mount Laurel, Dover, Delaware, 6.5 inches, Ocean City, 6 inches. But I'll tell you what, some of these areas into parts of Delaware and New Jersey have already flipped over to a soaking rainfall. So here's our setup with satellite and radar. You have low pressure out toward West Virginia, and then the coastal low that's been taking shape here. Around it, we've been watching our winds pick up, and we've been bringing in some of that milder air, and that's how the transition of precipitation has been allowed to happen. You have rain, you have ice, you have sleet, and some areas are still dealing with some snowfall. As we look at our correlation coefficient here, this shows us exactly where the area of sleet is right now. And notice it's well to the north, and we've had some impressive reports. Mount Holly, the National Weather Service, is reporting 2.5 inches of just sleet so far today. Then we also have to mention the fact that ice is developing here over South Jersey and Delaware. Some places already picking up a glaze of ice, 1/10 of an inch, and then that steady rain is ongoing. Adam, it has been quite the storm around here.
Yeah.
No surprises, though. It's been pretty much on par with our forecast.
The storm has behaved with respect to how it would. It's a bad thing with respect to us having to deal with it, but good that the preparations ahead of time was right on target with each and every hour of the storm. Speaking of ice, it feels icy right now with the wind chill 5 in Philadelphia, 1 in Trenton. Allentown and the Poconos, just 9 below 0 is how it feels. And then as you head deeper towards that rain, it's a cold, raw rain, feeling like 26 degrees as we get to Pomona, Wildwood, as well as Millville. Wind chills, that is the one thing we're tracking, but also Future Tracker, as Brittany just showed you with the array of colors. That freezing rain gets up towards Wilmington, Philadelphia by 7, 8 o'clock tonight. It continues to accumulate interior South Jersey right over the Delaware River, most of Delaware. Rain still at the shore, and that snow up into the northern Lehigh Valley and the Poconos, and by 11 o'clock things really start to shut off. But temperatures are the warmest of the day by that point, but we are still technically below freezing across much of the area. So how to dress as you head out to play tomorrow if your kids don't have virtual school. 15 or so degrees at 8 o'clock, 14 as we go through 10 and 11. So it is harsh under cloudy skies, but at least it's a little better than those feel like temperatures below 0 right now north and west and near the single digits for the I-95 corridor. However, as we push forward here, we are going into the deep freeze. These are temperatures, highs for the rest of the week going into the weekend, teens to low 20s. So what's out there is not going to melt away. You're going to have to chip away at that ice, the snow, the sleet to remove it. The next time we potentially go above freezing won't be until February 2nd. A long, dangerous stretch ahead, guys, and Walter, as well as Shari. This will be the coldest stretch that Philadelphia has seen in 22 years.
Man, it's brutal just looking at it.
Could be very dangerous.
Insult into injury after the storm.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Adam.
All right.
Well, as Adam and Brittany mentioned, the roads are slick and dangerous to drive on. The sleet is coming down, but so far, power outages have been minimal.
Yeah, that is good news. In Pennsylvania, PennDOT has restricted speed limits on several major roadways. In Philadelphia, some 1,000 city workers and contractors work to clear the roads and those sidewalks throughout the day.
In addition, the city has invested in a new piece of equipment that can melt 135 tons of snow per hour to help clear streets. Mayor Sherelle Parker reminded people to take care of each other.
We want to make sure we're providing as much assistance as possible. So if you have a neighbor that you know needs help with shoveling or anything related to the storm, please help them.
Neighbors always ready to lend a hand. Let's go to Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington, live for us there at the Philadelphia Art Museum with a look at how people have been spending this snow day and into the evening. They're still hanging out, Elizabeth.
Yeah, well, Shari, for the most part in our travels today, we haven't seen many cars on the road, but there are quite a few cars concentrated down here on the Parkway. We've seen a lot of people have a lot of trouble getting in and out of those parking spots, but everyone who's down here by the Art Museum right now is down here for one reason and one reason only. You guessed it, to take a ride down the Rocky Steps.
It was good. You can feel every stair when you go down, and it's a lot of fun, though. It's a good time with the community.
Exhilarating, tiring, but it was worth it. A Philadelphia tradition. Even though I can't feel my lips, it was still fun.
And although this is a tradition, Philadelphians always find a way to keep things fresh. We saw plenty of makeshift sleds, but not all of them lasted long.
We were like, we're airborne again. This is awesome. I don't know what we thought was going to happen.
Over in Kensington, we found a big crowd at Human Robot. The bar promised to take $1 off its lager for every inch of snowfall we got. When we stopped by, they were down to $1.
Again, while the getting's good, it's a madhouse in there, so we got a couple, brought them back, and, did what we had to do.
Yeah, so a lot of fun to be had in the snow today, but it's definitely getting colder, windier. It's getting more and more unpleasant to be out here. And of course, it's getting dark. So we'll see how long people last out here. But there's still a ton of people down here by the Art Museum taking a ride down the steps. We're live along the Parkway. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News. Guys.
Like we said, it's a Philly thing.
Yeah, it is.
For sure. All right. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Always.
Let's head up to the Lehigh Valley.
Action News reporter Leland Pender live for us there in Bethlehem. We know it's cold. How are things there, Leland?
Yeah, you said it. It's cold, and we got the most snow in our coverage area, it seems, in this area. Take a look at these snowbanks behind me, the road just in the distance there. Of course, now the issue is ice overnight, and that's what folks are concerned about moving forward.
It's been tough. We've been out since 7 o'clock this morning.
State crews and private contractors have been on the job for hours trying to keep up with the storm to keep roads passable and lots clear.
I've been all the way from the north end of Whitehall Township over here to the south side of Allentown.
Our cameras captured snow-stranded vehicles on a highway on-ramp and what appeared to be a driver in trouble in Bethlehem. Snow and sleet have been pounding the Lehigh Valley all day, making travel difficult on the roads.
I just recently got in a car crash, actually, from slipping on some ice.
And it's the sleet.
We were able to slowly navigate some narrow and hilly areas, highways in much better shape across the area. Many left the car parked, which is what's recommended, setting out on foot for necessities or just to take it in.
No DoorDash or no Grubhub, so I'm doing the errands right now.
I'm from California, so I've never really had any snow, so this is crazy to me. This is literally the most snow I've ever seen in my life.
And back out here live in Bethlehem, we're near 8th and Schoenfield. This road has been plowed consistently since we've been here, so it's in really good shape. And also some good news. Last hour, PPL reported more than 200 power outages in the area. Well, that number is going down, about 190 right now, so hopefully that continues to be the trend tonight. We're live here in Bethlehem. Leland Pender, Channel 6, Action News. Walter and Shari.
All right, thank you, Leland. Well, all-day officials have been warning people to stay off the roads, and for good reason, as you saw.
Yeah, tonight conditions are really deteriorating after several hours of sleet and those dropping temperatures.
Mobile 6 is checking out conditions tonight very carefully right now. This is a live look at Roosevelt Boulevard. You can see a car skidded out right there. Those conditions are pretty similar to conditions all across the region. It's going to take some time before these roads are clear and completely safe.
Yeah, but the amount of snow and the precip we've been getting, they've been out there doing the best they can to plow, but then that next layer comes. So we can see the plows have been through the area, but still quite a bit on the roads. You can't really see the roads. Those are the conditions right now as we take a look along the boulevard.
And with road conditions as dangerous as they are, a lot of people are wondering about public transportation, especially if they have to go to work tomorrow.
Well, SEPTA suspended all regional rail and bus service this afternoon into the overnight hours. So suspended for the rest of tonight, but regional rail will operate on a Saturday schedule come tomorrow, and SEPTA does not expect the trains to be ready for the start of the day, so you need a backup for the first part of the day. SEPTA says it will attempt to operate all buses, but riders may encounter some detours and some of the lines could be suspended.
The Broad Street Subway and the Market Frankfurt L are running on schedule.
In New Jersey, a state of emergency is in effect for all 21 counties in that state, and New Jersey Transit has been suspended, and that means all bus and rail service.
Now, snowplows hit the streets, the roads in New Jersey early and kept working all throughout the day. Action News spoke with Governor Mikey Sherrill, who expressed concern about road conditions tonight.
In South Jersey, we're seeing a lot of the snow and ice turn to rain, but people should still stay off the streets because as the temperatures drop, those wet streets will get quite icy.
Again, the governor's message there to residents: if you don't need to be out, stay home and stay warm. Let's get to Action News reporter Brianna Smith live for us in Cherry Hill with a look at conditions there. Brianna.
Shari and Walter loving the snow, but this sleet, not so much, and we're feeling it at this hour. But as the storm continues, plows are out treating the roads here on Route 70, while residents of all ages are shoveling outside their homes. It's a heavy snowfall many residents haven't seen in years.
It's a lot. We had like 2 years without this, and now we have, and it keeps on coming.
For 5-year-old Anthony, it's the first time he's ever experienced a major winter storm.
Literally, the first thing he said was, "Can we have a snowball fight?"
Anthony is bundled up and hard at work with his stepfather, Eric Easter, at their home on Valley Run Drive in Cherry Hill. This is their second shift outside, removing inches of snow from the car and sidewalk.
Go to the park and, maybe do some sledding. Once the work's done, we'll play and have fun.
Meanwhile, crews are working around the clock to clear the wintry mix and treat the roads. NJDOT deployed about 4,000 pieces of equipment, and the township's Department of Public Works are plowing in phases to make the streets safe.
Sure, the local guys are doing the best they can. I give them a lot of leeway.
Yeah, shout out to those crews who have been working nonstop and will continue to work during the storm and afterwards to make sure that the roads are safe to travel on. We are live here in Cherry Hill. Brianna Smith, Channel 6 Action News. Shari and Walter.
Okay, Brianna, thank you.
Stay on top of the latest conditions throughout the night with that 6 ABC app. There you can view Storm Tracker 6 Live radar and get the latest updates from our team of meteorologists.
Much more to come on Action News. Our coverage of today's winter storm continues.
Let's take a live look right now through Sky 6, and this is Aikens Oval in the city. A snowy art museum there in the background as we track the conditions throughout the region. The sledding still going, we're sure, right now at this hour.
It's like a Norman Rockwell painting.
Yeah, it looks
wow.
Beautiful, but we know it can be treacherous. Be careful.
Sure.
Action News back in a moment. Delaware is dealing with a lot of snow today, like the rest of us. This was the scene earlier today in Wilmington at Duncan Road and Kirkwood Highway. You can see residents there hard at work, shoveling their driveways, working together. One person decided to venture out on a bicycle instead of a car. Let's get an update now on those conditions outside in Montgomery County.
All right, Action News reporter Chad Perdelli joins us live along Swedesford Road in King of Prussia. Chad.
Hey, Walter, got a little sleet here, obviously coming down. I want to show you the road conditions here on Swedesford Road. Looks like most of the snow has been scraped off, but you can see there's probably, let's say, about 1/8 of an inch still there. And there you see the roadway. Watching traffic hasn't been too bad, at least around here, but for much of the day, we were seeing cars having some issues. Car after car spinning out, getting stuck, and digging out. That was what we saw on Route 202 in King of Prussia this afternoon. If you had a four-wheel drive, you could get around. Where are you going now? I mean, what are you out here doing today?
Visiting a friend and getting some food.
So staying indoors was not on the list of things to do?
No.
You're getting out?
Yes, I am.
Hey, buddy, look at that. Mark Rayfield's dog had to take a bathroom break in KOP. Rayfield drove from Boston today after visiting family.
It wasn't bad till you hit Connecticut, and then it was, New York City was pretty bad. A lot of closed roads, stuck trucks, had to go around, and then everything was fine till you hit plows. You got really slow on plows, but it was okay.
Most businesses are closed today. Wegmans, though, is open. But good luck finding those special ingredients.
I needed some tomatoes for my soup to keep warm today, and they're all out. Pretty much of everything.
And out here live, you can see these crews clearing out this parking lot, creating some mounds. The dump trucks have been brought in, loading them up and getting that snow out of here. But this cleanup likely to take a day or two. I'm live in King of Prussia. Chad Perdelli, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you guys.
You're right about that estimate for sure, right? It's going to be a while before they can really clear that area. All right, Chad, thanks.
All right, thank you, Chad. A popular place to spend time today, if you can get outside, is the local pub. At McMillan's Old Ale House in Center City, some folks bellied up to the bar for a Bloody Mary, maybe a beer, and best of all, this bar has a fireplace where customers could warm up on a cold winter day. Time for AccuWeather with conditions changing by the hour.
Yeah, and some beautiful shots when you take a look at it, but we know there also are some concerns out there, Brittany.
Yes, there are, because we have sleet out there. We also have freezing rain out there too. And as we look live on Sky 6, you can see our one cathedral camera here. Looks like we've got decent snowpack. And our days 2 degrees. Sorry, we're working with technology. 2 days so far we've set with temperatures below 32. We have 7 more in the forecast, and this is going to be our longest stretch since January 2004 and also December 1989. And some tips that you need to know as we look ahead into the next couple of days with this cold stretch. You're going to want to watch for ice jams in your gutters. Of course, keep your kids and your pets off of ponds and lakes. And then you're also going to make sure that you shut off exterior faucets and hoses, protect pipes from freezing. And as we look into our radar right now, Storm Tracker 6 live radar showing that some areas are still dealing with snow and also some sleet. And then in the pink, you can see that we have some freezing rain. All right, I'm going to walk on camera. Microphone died. Full disclosure there. We've got ice, we've got sleet, we've got snow, and then we also have plain rain as we look at Storm Tracker 6 live radar. You can see up into the north and west, into the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos. They've been going back and forth between sleet and snow, so still some very treacherous conditions there. To the south, we're seeing more of this pink zone expanding over Delaware, also South Jersey, with reports of about 1/10 of an inch of ice. Precipitation has switched into a cold rain for parts of our coastal communities, so we've got all precipitation types out there, and we've got all kinds of cold air. Looking at our wind chill values, it feels like 1 in Trenton, 9 in Wilmington, sub-zero wind chills as we work our way toward the Lehigh Valley. The next couple of hours, this is going to be the rest of the storm, the tail end of the precipitation wrapping around here. 9 o'clock this evening, we're watching as the sleet, rain, and ice pull on out of the area. And as we head into your day tomorrow, a lot of people are going to be digging out. Wind chills will be bitter in the teens, a high of 29 degrees, and even colder air moving in for Tuesday, mostly sunny with a high of just 20. Your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, clouds break for some sun, 29 degrees on your Monday, and then Tuesday a high of just 20, but our wind chills are just absolutely bitter in the single digits. The bottom really falls out by Wednesday, 19 degrees. Look at the nighttime lows as we head into the upcoming week. We keep our lows in the single digits. Afternoon highs Thursday and Friday only in the teens, and Saturday and Sunday we're wrapping up the month and nothing changes. It's still Really cold around here.
It's getting real, as we mentioned before. Thank you, Brittany. World News Sunday is next here on Channel 6.
Don't miss Action News at 10 on PHL 17 tonight. And of course, we're right back here on 6 ABC at 11.
Now for Sherry Williams, Adam Joseph, Brittany Boyer, Jason Dumas, and the entire Action News team, I'm Walter Perez. We'll see you back here at 11 o'clock.
Philadelphia's leading news program with meteorologist Brittany Boyer and Walter Perez.
That massive storm is making its way out of the region. In its wake, the largest snow totals we have seen in years.
From Philadelphia to New Jersey and Delaware, the focus now shifts to the major cleanup effort underway.
It is Sunday night. I'm Walter Perez with Shari Williams. The big story in Action News, of course, is the winter weather alert for the heavy snow, sleet, and freezing rain that came down all day long.
Yeah, we had more than 12 straight hours of precipitation, and at this moment, things are finally slowing down outside. Many schools, including the School District of Philadelphia, will be closed tomorrow. There's a full list of closings that are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can check that out and read it there. So the snow also created hazardous conditions for drivers today. A tractor trailer became wedged under the I-78 overpass in Allentown this morning.
Other people opted to stay inside today. Mobile 6 captured this video of a virtually empty Broad Street leading up to City Hall.
We are taking a live look outside now from Dilworth Park, the camera there in Center City, Philadelphia. Wintry precipitation is slowing down, halting for most people in the area now.
We have team coverage of this massive storm. Action News reporters Leland Pinder, Elizabeth Worthington, and Brianna Smith will have live reports on conditions across the region. But first, meteorologist Brittany Boyer joins us live with our first check of the AccuWeather forecast. Brittany.
And what an impressive storm this has been across our area. We've had snow, we've had sleet, we've had freezing rain and plain old rain. But I want to start you off first with our top snowfall reports. We're still getting some reports trickling into the National Weather Service, but by far the top reports in the Lehigh Valley, which was expected. Right now, our highest report is 16 inches in Northampton County and Bushkill Township. Ancient Oaks, just over 14 inches. Germansville, again, this is mostly up in the Lehigh Valley. Lehigh County, 14 inches, and several other reports of over a foot of snow. Emmaus, also Whitehall Township. And, you know, even though we didn't see that much snow here in Philadelphia, we actually had a daytime snowfall record. 9.1 inches of snow at the airport, which beats the previous record from 2000. That's for this day. 9.4 inches, good enough to set a new record for today in Reading, and also up in the Lehigh Valley, 11.5 inches of snow in Allentown. The system itself is continuing to move its way away from us, so as that happens, it takes the precipitation with it, and we could definitely use some quieter weather after today. You can see Storm Tracker 6 live radar mostly showing the frozen precipitation is south and east of Philadelphia. We still have some reports of sleet, freezing rain, and also rain at the shore. I do want to mention that temperatures in some areas have rose above freezing, but we are going to drop those temperatures tonight, so things are still going to be very slippery. We will turn brighter tomorrow, which is good news for all of us that are going to be digging out, but I am watching our coldest stretch that we've had around here in years. Nighttime lows in the single digits. We have a lot to talk about, guys, with the cold following this winter storm.
Okay, Brittany, thank you. The Lehigh Valley received the highest snow totals across our viewing area today. Portions of Lehigh and Northampton counties reporting more than a foot of snow. Action News reporter Leland Pinder joins us live from Bethlehem with more on that. Leland.
Walter, people in this region really got hit hard today. It's been fascinating being out here watching the storm progress over the day. Things certainly lightening up now. The sleet, though, is still falling, but it's a little bit smaller and doesn't hurt as much when it makes contact with your face. It's been a long weekend for John M. and his snowplowing business covering Lehigh and Northampton counties.
I'm going to eventually end up on the other side of Nazareth, up by the 248 diner.
Nazareth saw more than 13 inches of accumulation as snow and sleet slammed the Lehigh Valley.
I just hit the median there because I couldn't see it because the snow's so high. And
state crews were out as well, trying to keep roads clear as the wintry mix fell. Attention now turns to refreezing and icy conditions.
We're focused on right now just getting the streets clear. We're focused on everybody's safety.
In Allentown, Mayor Matt Turk monitored operations all day amid the snow emergency. 52 plows are working to clear Allentown's 420 miles of streets as nearly 10 inches of precipitation fell on Sunday.
We didn't have to tow a ton, but we towed about 47 cars, and we had about 450 cars use our parking decks to get off the street. So a lot of cars off the streets, which made today's snow operations much easier.
Officials have urged drivers to stay off the roads, but no one said anything about snowboard. This is Stephen Rowland near the historic Hotel Bethlehem on Main Street.
I'm not from out here, so this is different for me.
Nearby, these Lehigh University students from Florida and California shoveled snow for the first time. As the storm begins to let up, plow drivers will be back on the roads overnight.
We're going to probably work till 2 in the morning or so.
Yeah, the job isn't over just yet. And I've also been monitoring power outages throughout the day. They've been going up and down. I saw them at one point at more than 600, but I just checked and PPL reports just over 100 people without power right now. So we've not actually spotted any PPL crews on our travels today, but they are clearly out there working hard, responding to people's needs amid this storm. We're live here in Bethlehem. Leland Pinder for Action News at 10 on PHL 17.
Okay, Leland, thank you. Officials from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware remain steadfast in that you should not be out on the roads unless it's necessary. PennDOT is temporarily reducing the speed limit to 45 miles per hour on several major roads because of the wintry conditions. That includes Interstate 76, 95, 295, 476, and 676. Meanwhile, New Jersey DOT has dropped the speed limit to 35 miles per hour on state highways. That includes the AC Expressway and the New Jersey Turnpike. And Governor Matt Meyer issued a level 2 driving restriction for Delaware, minimizing non-essential travel.
A snow emergency remains in effect in Philadelphia. Hundreds of employees work throughout the day here to, of course, do their job, get out there and clear the roads. But this also a day of fun for many. Kids and families spent their snow day sledding, smiling, having a good time. Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington now joins us live along the Ben Franklin Parkway with more on how families spent their snow day. Elizabeth.
Yeah, well, Shari, first I want to show you something really exciting. Check it out. It's pavement. I honestly forgot what that looked like. This is the first time I've seen pavement all day long. We are at Logan Square, by the way. Most of the roads in Center City are still snow covered. Driving through Center City, at least, wasn't terrible. It wasn't great, but it wasn't that bad. The roads were passable. I'm hearing reports from other parts of the city, though, not as ideal. The precipitation is coming down again right now. It had stopped for a while, but it is supposed to stop in a few hours completely, which will give crews enough time to clean things up for the Monday morning commute. More than 600 pieces of equipment were out on city streets today, clearing the snow and sleet as it fell. City plow truck operators brought much of that snow here to North Philadelphia to dump it into an industrial-sized snow melter.
And how it works is operates by high heat intensity and steam that melts the snow that goes into our sewer drains so that we can get as much snow out of the neighborhoods that have densely populated communities as possible.
The slippery conditions in Philadelphia led SEPTA to suspend bus and regional rail service until further notice. And trash collection in the city is suspended tomorrow. It will be delayed by one day for the rest of the week. And now for the fun stuff. Hundreds of people trudged through the snow to the art museum to take a ride down the rocky steps.
Exhilarating, tiring, but it was worth it. A Philadelphia tradition. Even though I can't feel my lips, it was still fun.
Air mattresses and all kinds of inflatables passed for sleds until they didn't. What are you going to do now? Your inflatables, it's done. What are you going to do now?
Well, we're going to mourn it a little bit for sure. We have
another one! You guys started a trend. Others only braved the elements to walk to their neighborhood bar. Human Robot in Kensington drew in customers with a good deal. The bar promised to take $1 off its lager for every inch of snow that fell. When we stopped by, the beers were down to $1. The owner said he'd go as low as 25 cents.
Yeah, I was coming here regardless. The quarter beer was just a plus.
I think a lot of the customers there today were hoping that they're going to have off from work tomorrow. Now, the city is still in a snow emergency. That is still in effect. So that means that the snow emergency routes, they are off limits when it comes to parking. If you park there, you risk getting a ticket or getting towed. The mayor and city officials are going to be hosting another update tomorrow on the ongoing response efforts. That is at 11 a.m. We're live along the Parkway tonight. Elizabeth Worthington for Action News at 10 on PHL 17. Guys.
We're all happy to see pavement behind you. Thank you, Elizabeth. In New Jersey, a state of emergency is in effect for all 21 counties. With temperatures still well below freezing, icy road conditions remain a concern. Governor Mikey Sherrill spoke with Action News tonight.
In South Jersey, we're seeing a lot of the snow and ice turn to rain, but people should still stay off the streets because as the temperatures drop, those wet streets will get quite icy.
And of course, snow plows have been working around the clock to clear the roads across New Jersey. Action News reporter Brianna Smith joins us live from Cherry Hill with more on conditions out there. Brianna.
Walter, we had a bit of a break from the sleet and freezing rain, but the rain is now back here in Cherry Hill. Go ahead and take a look at Route 38. You can see the slush and ice covering the ground, but now crews are focused on plowing and treating these roads through the night. From morning to night, crews have been clearing the roads in New Jersey as the massive storm dumped snow, sleet, and ice across the Garden State. The state's Department of Transportation deployed about 4,000 pieces of equipment, while Camden County's Department of Public Works has more than 100 pieces available.
It is a very difficult storm, as you all know, because we've had snow and then we have had this ice,
which county leaders say can lead to hazardous road conditions.
We'd love for everyone to stay home, stay warm, stay safe.
We love it. We get to stay home from school and we get to play in the snow.
In Cherry Hill, residents of all ages were also prepared. They spent the day removing snow from their sidewalk and cars, like 5-year-old Anthony.
Once the work's done, we'll play and have fun. He's been dying for a snowball fight.
It was all fun and games for this mother and son. Well, maybe not so much mom.
See, you're hard at work here. How
yes,
you feeling?
Exhausted. My son has me out here in this weather, enjoying the cold.
As the storm comes to an end on Sunday night, many fear what Monday will bring.
My husband has to work in the morning, and he's worried about coming down these streets.
All right, now we're taking a live look at someone who seems to be stuck in this snow, and that's why officials urge you to stay home if possible. Now, for those who rely on NJ Transit, they will also be working overnight. They plan to gradually restore service, starting with the light rail lines, but you should expect some delays or cancellations. And then later on in the morning, early afternoon, they plan to start ramping up bus services depending on the conditions. Live in Cherry Hill, Brianna Smith for Action News at 10 on PHL 17. Walter?
Okay, Brianna, thank you.
Still ahead here on Action News, reaction continues to pour in following the deadly shooting of a Minnesota man by a federal agent. What Governor Tim Walz is now demanding from the feds.
Also, layers of ice are resulting in power outages for more than 1 million people all across the country.
Travel troubles. Crews are working to clear ice and snow at Philadelphia International Airport so flights can take off and come tomorrow.
And meteorologist Brittany Boyer has another check of the AccuWeather forecast when Action News comes right back.
You're watching Action News at 10 on PHL 17. SEPTA suspended all regional rail and bus service through the overnight hours today. Regional rail will operate on a Saturday schedule come tomorrow, and SEPTA does not expect trains to be ready for the start of the day. The transit agency says it will attempt to operate all buses tomorrow, but there may be some detours and some lines could be suspended.
Today will go down as one of the biggest weather-related flight cancellation days in U.S. history. More than 11,000 flights were canceled today. Here locally, more than 650 flights were canceled at Philadelphia International Airport. Travel will continue to be impacted tomorrow as well. More than 125 flights have already been canceled for tomorrow at PHL. Crews spent much of the day de-icing planes and clearing runways so that flights can resume tomorrow. All right, meteorologist Brittany Boyer joins us live now with a check of the AccuWeather forecast.
Well, Brittany, of course, we're all wondering what we can expect now as this storm is winding down. You know, what are we in for the next few hours?
Well, we're going to be dealing with some slippery conditions as we go through tonight. I do want to bring up the fact that Elizabeth showed us where we can start to see the black surface on some of the roads. Temperatures are going to be dropping overnight, so anything that is slushy, anything that is wet looking is going to refreeze. So I am anticipating some really hazardous conditions still through the overnight hours. Satellite and radar showing that the last couple of hours we've been watching as this storm has been moving out to sea here. We still have some lingering snow showers and some sleet and freezing rain, but for the most part, most of our area is much quieter than several hours ago. You can see the tail end of precipitation really just working its way out of South Jersey, and we did see a good amount of snow across the region, so I compiled a list, or at least a graphic, to show you the highest snowfall totals by county. Starting off with Monroe County in the Poconos, 16.8 inches. You step down into Northampton, the top report 16 inches, 14 in Lehigh County, 12.5 in Berks County, a foot of snow throughout parts of Lancaster County. As we got a little bit closer to the north and western suburbs, you can see Bucks County just under a foot of snow, Montgomery County 12.2, and then Delaware County 9 inches of snow. Philadelphia at the airport was the top report in Philadelphia County with 9.1 inches of snow. And as we expected with this forecast, the farther south and east you got and closer to the coast, that's where the totals were a little bit less because we had more mixing involved. So the top report in Newcastle County 9 inches, 6.5 in Kent County, Cumberland County 7.5 inches. 6 inches in Cape May County, and you can see some of the reports as you get into Ocean and Burlington County, right around 9 to 9.5 inches of snow. So yes, this has been the biggest storm our entire area has seen in several years. And I'm still giving us the red light overnight tonight and through tomorrow. Roads will still be packed down with snow, and roads that are not, like Elizabeth showed us, they will be refreezing with temperatures below freezing tonight. So you want to make sure that you're leaving enough distance between you and the car that might be ahead of you, or just enough distance to stop your vehicle because the roads are still snow covered. If you're going to be cleaning up tomorrow, you're going to want to bundle up. These are the wind chill values. We bring in a gust around 30 miles per hour. So throughout the day, wind chills right around 15 degrees at 8 o'clock in the morning. It really doesn't budge throughout the afternoon. 2 o'clock still feeling like the teens. By 8 o'clock, it's feeling like just 10. We don't have a lot of sun tomorrow, but it's at least a dry and quiet day. So here's the call from AccuWeather. We get clouds to some peaks of sun. Notice our temperatures are staying below freezing. It's a chilly start to the week, and it just gets colder and colder as we go throughout the week here. So by Tuesday, a high of just 20 degrees. Our wind chills during the day are in the single digits. And look at Wednesday's temperature. We are stuck in the teens, and we have several more days this week where we're stuck in the teens. We'll look at that a little bit later on in the 7-day forecast, but Action News will be back after this break.
More than 1 million people across the country are without power because of this weekend's winter storm. Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, and Texas reporting the most power outages so far. The storm is now moving north, with Boston bracing for more than a foot of snow.
All day long, we just love seeing how everyone spent their Sunday in the snow. Action News viewer Alyssa Fink of Franklinville, South Jersey, shared this video of her cat, Snickers.
As you can see, Snickers is a little skittish about that snow, preferring to be inside where it's nice and warm.
We don't blame her.
Can't blame her. In our next half hour of Action News, we'll have the AccuWeather forecast.
Plus the latest on what to expect for your morning commute when we come back.
Action News at 10:30 on PHL 17 now continues.
From the city to the suburbs, snow is caked on streets, sidewalks, and backyards tonight.
A steady winter storm moved across the Delaware and Lehigh Valley, slowing traffic and closing schools, also setting up a cold night ahead. We are tracking what you can expect for your morning commute.
I'm talking about a really cold night. It is Sunday night. I'm Walter Perez with Shari Williams. It is now 10:30. We continue to follow the latest conditions as today's winter storm wraps up, and below freezing overnight temperatures threaten to turn that snow and slush into solid ice.
Yeah, Sky 6 now taking a live look outside for us at the snow covering Logan Square from our One Cathedral camera, covering the camera too a little bit there with some of that leftover precip. It's probably frozen. Our team coverage continues for you here tonight. Action News reporters Elizabeth Worthington live in Philadelphia. Chad Perdelli standing by in King of Prussia, Montgomery County.
But first, a check of the AccuWeather forecast with meteorologist Brittany Boyer. Brittany.
And you have to give it to our crews that have been out there in the elements today, braving the snow, the sleet, the freezing rain, and right now they're braving the cold temperatures. The coldest air is right over the Lehigh Valley. This is where we have our deepest snowpack with over a foot of snow on the ground, and you can see temperatures ranging from 17 in Allentown to 16 in Kutztown, 13 degrees in Ephrata. It's just 12 in Quakertown. Even the I-95 corridor, we've got some chilly temperatures. All areas well below freezing. It's 24 degrees in the city right now, and where temperatures have managed to creep up above 32 degrees has been down at the shore and areas immediately inland here, where you can see it's 35 in Dennis Township, 36 in Ocean City. The system that brought us the mess today is finally on its way out of here. We still have just some leftover flurries in and around Philadelphia, also as you work your way into South Jersey. But for the most part, this storm is moving on out of here. This has caused a lot of problems from parts of the South into the Mid-South and now into parts of New England here. But for us, we're quieting things down for the rest of tonight. As I mentioned, anything that maybe got slushy today is going to refreeze tonight as temperatures continue to tumble. Notice the temps I just showed you at the shore. We actually fall back into the 20s overnight tonight. Difficult travel remains overnight tonight, and I think very early on tomorrow morning. So make sure you're giving the crews time. We still anticipate slippery roads into tomorrow. We have a round of dangerous cold setting up for this week. And for those that are asking me on social media, when is it going to get warm around here? It's going to be a while. Temperatures staying below freezing. We'll talk about the impressive cold snap in that 7-day forecast coming up in just minutes. Walter.
Impressive is one way to put it.
I know,
it is impressive. All right. Thank you, Brittany. The snow emergency remains in effect in Philadelphia until tomorrow afternoon.
Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington live for us now along the Ben Franklin Parkway. Also, I know you're near Logan Square with more on how the city is cleaning up from this winter storm. Elizabeth.
Yeah, Gray and Shari, and the city has been a ghost town for hours tonight. We are seeing a light sleet come down right now, but we're hoping that's going to stop soon. But the parkway right here near Logan Square is mostly clear, and a lot of the roads in Center City are snow covered but passable. We're hearing that the roads elsewhere throughout Philadelphia maybe not doing as hot. So stay home if you can, as always. But it's 10:30 at night, so hopefully most of you guys are, sleeping sound in your beds, cozy in your beds. So the city is obviously getting really impacted by the conditions tonight. SEPTA closed down their bus and regional rail routes at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and they say that they're going to gradually reinstate service as conditions allow tomorrow. We also know that they're going to be operating on a Saturday schedule as well. And we've also seen lots of plow trucks around today. They deployed at 5 o'clock this morning. They've been going nonstop ever since. The plow operators brought a lot of that snow to a designated spot in North Philly where they could dump hundreds of tons of snow into this industrial-sized snow melter. According to the city, this piece of equipment is capable of melting 145 tons of snow per hour.
And how it works is operates by high heat intensity and steam that melts the snow that goes into our sewer drains so that we can get as much snow out of the neighborhoods that have densely populated communities as possible.
And of course, the city's snow emergency is still in effect, as you guys said. So that means that if you park along a snow emergency route, you risk getting ticketed or towed. Mayor Parker and other city officials are going to provide a update tomorrow at 11 o'clock on the ongoing response efforts. For now, we're live along the Parkway. Elizabeth Worthington for Action News at 10 on PHL 17. Guys.
All right, Elizabeth, thanks. Let's take a live look right now at road conditions and see how things are this hour. 10:30 at night. Mobile 6 traveling right now along I-95. This is I-95 South in Northeast Philadelphia. There are some other vehicles on the roadway. clearly have somewhere to be, but not many whatsoever. So we had that front view, now the back view here from our Mobile 6 driver. You can't really see the pavement much, but it looks like definitely plows have been trying to get through there and keep the roads clear. But our Mobile 6 driver doing well here. We'll have to see who this is behind the wheel, but be safe. That's a look at the road conditions right now on I-95 in the Northeast. If you do not need to hit the road, AAA has some safety tips here. If you do need to, increase the distance between your car and other vehicles. Allow 5 to 6 seconds of follow time. And when braking, use firm, steady pressure on those brakes. And don't lock them up if you start sliding. If you're going up the hill, don't hit the gas too hard. Just build up a steady bit of momentum, and be sure to keep blankets, extra warm clothing, and water in your car just in case of emergency.
And of course, a significant amount of snow fell across the Philadelphia suburbs. The action cam caught some drivers having a difficult time navigating the snowy conditions in Montgomery County this afternoon. Action News reporter Chad Perdelli joins us live from King of Prussia with more on what conditions are like there now. Chad.
Hey, Walter, pretty quiet out here. Mostly we're seeing work trucks and snow removal trucks out here on the roadways. But we got walloped here. We got about 10 inches, according to Brittany Boyer. Want to take a look here at the roadway. You can see it's a nice coating of basically slush at this point. All things considered, not in bad shape. You can see that truck moving along very nicely. But for most of the night, if you didn't have a four-wheel drive, it's been a tough go. The roads in King of Prussia were littered with plowing crews. Their job, part snow removal, part rescue.
I didn't know how deep it was. I just rode right through it.
And then bang.
And then boom, that was it. I just got stuck.
That's when Henry Bunyoski sprang into action.
There's a lot of people out driving that shouldn't be out driving. If you don't have a truck or something big, just probably stay home.
Earlier in the day, Kevin McCloskey's four-wheel drive broke.
Got out early this morning, ended up blowing the clip to hold the locker in for the four-wheel drive.
Oh, no.
So no four-wheel drive, he gets stuck. That's what happens when the world shuts down.
But he got the part fixed, and late tonight helped this young man. As the storm moved out, homeowners went to work.
Just use the blower, let the stuff kind of really sit on top. You know, I was watching the news, and they'd recommended that. So it worked out really well. Still coming down though, so I'm hoping it doesn't freeze again for tomorrow.
The cleanup will likely stretch into the next couple of days. With so many lending a helping hand, it'll be over before we know it.
What are you doing out here? You working out here, or just driving out here?
I guess charity work, but no, just driving right now, yeah.
That was nice what you did.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
And take a look right here, Walter. This is the current conditions, what we've been dealing with. This is basically in the last hour. This is sort of freezing rain, really coating my vehicle right here. So you need to be careful. Obviously, like Brittany said, temperatures will be dropping, and these roads can certainly freeze over even more. For now, live in King of Prussia, Chad Perdelli for Action News at 10 on PHL 17.
Yep. Brittany Boyer has been keeping us on point with the information. All right, Chad, great job out there. I know it's been cold. Thanks, sir.
We're keeping an eye on power outages across the region as freezing temperatures are expected throughout the night and into the coming days. At last check, PECO was reporting 399 outages in Philadelphia. It's not too bad considering. PPL is reporting just over 100 outages in the Lehigh Valley. PECO says it has spent the past week increasing staffing and ensuring its ability to respond to outages. Now, if you lose power, you can report it to PECO online or by calling or texting. Well, despite the snowstorm today, the good people of South Jersey made sure to continue their Sunday traditions. The Church of the Holy Family in Sewell not only held Mass this morning, but they also were able to live stream the event for those at home.
I'm grateful that people are so determined they want to be here, even if the weather is difficult. I want people to be safe. But a number of our parishioners, they do have trucks and four-wheel drive, and they're able to be here, and they don't live too far away. So we wanted to have the masses publicly, even in spite of the snow.
At Holy Angels Parish in Woodbury, about a dozen people made the journey through the snow to celebrate Mass.
I think it's great. You know, I mean, whether it's, 10 or 100 or 500, it's still a good thing.
Father Byerly says it's important for them to keep their doors open for parishioners who want to come out and worship every week.
And speaking of cleanup, it's going to be a cold one tomorrow if you're out there shoveling or snow blowing. But believe it or not, this is going to be our warmest day for a while. We'll talk about it in that 7-day forecast when Action News continues.
Here's a sight to wake up to. Look at that. Joseph from Marlton, South Jersey shared this video from his bird feeder camera this morning.
Look how gorgeous the birds are.
That's
A few
awesome.
birds sharing the snowy breakfast together, and that beautiful red cardinal making an appearance also.
All right, this little guy here had a ball in the snow today. Everyone meet Ham, who's dressed in his best doggy sweatshirt.
Boy, Erica from Warminster shared this video of Ham enjoying the snowfall in the backyard, using his favorite toy, too.
All right.
Well, what's a snowstorm without a snow angel? Action News viewer Laurie Glidden shared this video with us from Westchester.
This is Chase having a great time in his front yard this morning with all that fresh snow.
Yeah. This is the reminder. We talked about how dangerous the snow would be, but there's a very fun side to it
That's right.
as well today.
But if I flop backwards like that, I'd break my hip. So,
So not for you to do,
yeah,
Walter.
that looks more painful than fun to me.
You know, I think a lot of people probably would because it's not as fluffy as it was earlier today.
right.
Yeah,
So
too late
See,
for
Brittany
it
always
now.
protects me.
Yeah.
She always
Keep
has
you
my back.
upright. Yeah.
no plopping in the snow, Walter. We need
Yeah,
you
no.
to work. We need you covering the cold this week. So let's talk about that because that's going to be the next thing that we're kind of pivoting to in the weather department here. Live on Sky 6, you can see the snow has ended. Lots of crews out and about trying to get rid of all of this snow. You can see some of the piles that are built up here. That's going to be something that they have their hands full with as we head into tonight. But the next big thing that we're looking at is the coldest stretch of winter is happening this week. And it's not just the coldest stretch of this winter so far. It's the coldest stretch that we've had around here in a long time. We've had 2 days in a row now where temperatures have stayed below 32 degrees. And looking at the extended forecast, I know a lot of people keep asking, when is it going to warm up? It's not warming up anytime soon. We're expecting about 7 more days where temperatures stay below freezing. So if you look at the longest stretches in Philadelphia, you have to go back to January of 2004 and December of 1989 when we had 9 consecutive days when temperatures were 32 degrees or below. Not something that we want to be on a record list for, but something that we're watching. And with the cold that's on the way, we do have some action items that you maybe want to bring your attention to the next couple of days. Of course, watching for ice jams that can develop in your gutters. Keep kids and pets off of ponds and lakes. We've had a lot of cold air, but chances are that ice is not that thick. So please be extra careful with you, your kids, and your pets. You want to make sure your exterior faucets and hoses are shut off to prevent any kind of frozen pipes. I think that's going to be a problem this upcoming week. So if you have any pipes that are susceptible to freezing, I know some people let them slowly trickle. That might be something that you want to do for this week. Our storm has moved out of here. As you can see on Storm Tracker 6 live radar, it's continuing to pull out to sea. Still a problem across parts of New England. Tonight, the temperatures will be dropping again, 24 degrees in Philadelphia. Do watch out for slick spots tonight and be prepared for the cold that's moving in. Tomorrow, the high temperature just 29 degrees. Our feels like temperature is in the teens, and then it gets even colder by Tuesday with a reinforcing shot of Arctic air on the way. So in your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast, 29, I said it earlier, that's the best we can do this week with temperatures. Tuesday, 20 degrees. Look at the nighttime lows. We have many nights where temperatures stay in the single digits. Wednesday, a high of 19 degrees, feeling like the single digits, and then we'll stay in the teens. Thursday, Friday, wrapping up the month of January, cold, and starting February with a high of just 25 next Sunday.
So 29 is the warm spot.
It's the best we can do.
Wow. Okay.
All right, Britt, thanks.
With that said, snow-related injuries spike after storms, not surprisingly, from muscle strains to cardiac stress while shoveling, but the most common winter-related injuries are slips and falls.
Proper footwear like snow boots with rubber soles, very important. Also, keep your hands out of your pockets while you're walking. Your arms help with balance, and of course, you can catch yourself to prevent a serious fall.
But when things and conditions get icy is where it gets a little bit more dangerous. And so if people at baseline don't have a very steady gait as they're walking, you then sort of add a slick surface, like an icy surface to that, we tend to see then people fall.
Dr. Claiborne Childs at Lankenau Medical Center says if you're cleaning off your car or shoveling the driveway, stretch first. Cold muscles are tight muscles and more likely to be injured. And don't overexert yourself, especially if you have an underlying heart condition.
This is essentially a stress test on your heart. And so people may develop chest pain, they may develop nausea, cold sweat, sort of all the symptoms you would have with a traditional heart attack.
If you have to be outside, the doctor also warns to limit the skin exposure for long periods of time in the cold to avoid frostbite.
Lots of you bundled up and had fun in the snow today.
This is Action News viewer John and his daughter Gracie from Logan Township, South Jersey. Mom, Marcy, tells us Gracie absolutely loved the snow, but did not like the wind.
Yeah, I don't blame her. And this might be our favorite way to measure snow. Bill Selgrath of Horsham created his own winter storm measuring device, good old-fashioned beer cans.
Well, it looks like his yard is only 2 beer cans high of snow, at least when this photo was taken. Something tells me that probably changed.
Yeah,
Bill decided to continue measuring the solid snow at his home. What do you think? He may have opened one of those?
I was going to say, something tells me they were empty.
They're already
Just
empty. Good. You're probably right. Thanks for joining us tonight for Action News at 10.
Now for Sherry Williams, Brittany Boyer, Jason Dumas, and the entire Action News team, I'm Walter Perez. Have a good night and stay warm. Next in Action News at 11, the cleanup is underway after today's monster storm.
From the Jersey Shore to the ski slopes, we'll have the very latest snowfall totals next.
Action News, Philadelphia's leading news program with meteorologist Brittany Boyer and Walter Perez.
Snow-covered streets. Our massive winter storm has left a blanket of white across the city and the suburbs.
Philadelphia has a powerful tool now in its arsenal to remove all of that snow.
We'll have the plea from New Jersey's governor to stay home as crews continue to work around the clock.
A little ingenuity gets the job done as one man puts his leaf blower to use to remove snow from his car.
Kids of all ages enjoy some fun in the snow as Grandpa went sledding with his grandchild.
And it's a rite of passage after the snow stopped falling, creating snow angels.
All right, it is Sunday night. I'm Walter Perez with Sherry Williams. The big story, of course, on Action News is the impact of that massive, record-breaking winter storm.
It has been a long day with snowfall of a foot or more in some places. The sleet and freezing rain also piled on to make those conditions even more treacherous.
Meanwhile, PECO tonight is reporting more than 1,100 customers are without power as the temperatures plunge well below freezing.
Well, due to our winter storm, schools across the region are closed tomorrow or they're switching to virtual learning. Information from school districts is running at the bottom of your screen throughout this newscast.
The Action News team is spread out all across the region to bring the latest conditions following that massive winter storm.
Let's begin, though, with meteorologist Brittany Boyer with details on the snowfall totals and the very cold air that's now settling in, Britt.
Yes, still a lot to talk about, even though this winter storm is moving its way on out of here. I figured we could start off with the highest snowfall reports that have come into the National Weather Service as of 11 o'clock this evening. They are all up into the Lehigh Valley. That's where we anticipated the highest snowfall totals. Bushkill Township with 16.8 inches of snow. Washington Township, this is in Northampton County, 16 inches. 15 inches in Tatamy, Germansville in Lehigh County, over a foot of snow. And you can see a few other locations, Ancient Oaks included, over 14 inches. And we didn't have that much in Philadelphia, but notably, we did have a snowfall record for this day. January 25th. We'll get another report from the National Weather Service from the airport at midnight tonight, but so far the airport picked up 9.1 inches of snow, good enough to break the previous record for this day set in 2000. 9.4 inches in Redding, good enough for a new record. And Lehigh Valley International Airport, 11.5 inches today, breaking the record by about an inch. As I mentioned, the storm, it's on out of here. More of a problem across parts of Long Island, southern New England. And finally, we have some quieter weather here. The airport's currently reporting cloudy skies, 22 degrees, a light breeze out of the north, making it feel like just 12 outside right now. I do want to mention that some areas did creep above freezing, especially at the shore and in South Jersey, but all temperatures tonight fall into the teens and 20s, so I do anticipate still some difficult travel overnight tonight, especially roads that are still snow covered. So expect slippery road conditions tonight and into tomorrow. Then, as Shari mentioned, it's all about the dangerous cold that's going to be setting up this week. We have high temperatures in the teens, nighttime lows in the single digits, and people have been asking, is there a warm up in sight? The answer is no. We'll talk about it all in the 7-day forecast when I see you guys in just a few.
Those are low highs.
Yeah. Yes.
Harsh truth.
All right, thank you, Brittany. Well, crews have been working around the clock removing snow from the runways at Philadelphia International Airport.
Virtually every single flight scheduled in and out of the airport was canceled for today, and more than 100 are canceled for tomorrow. Be sure to check on your flight status before heading out.
Let's go live to Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington along the Ben Franklin Parkway.
Yeah, Elizabeth has the update now on the conditions in the city. Elizabeth.
Yeah, Walter and Shari, look what I found. It's the road. You might have forgotten what that looked like. This is the first time I think I've seen pavement all day long. Now, a lot of the roads across Center City still snow covered, but the precipitation has stopped at this point. So that should leave crews enough time overnight to clear all this out of here before the Monday morning commute if you do have to report to work tomorrow. More than 600 pieces of equipment were out on city streets today, clearing the snow and sleet as it fell. City plow truck operators brought much of that snow here to North Philadelphia to dump it into an industrial-sized snow melter.
And how it works is operates by high heat intensity and steam that melts the snow that goes into our sewer drains so that we can get as much snow out of the neighborhoods that have densely populated communities as possible.
The slippery conditions in Philadelphia led SEPTA to suspend bus and regional rail service until further notice. And trash collection in the city is suspended tomorrow. It will be delayed by 1 day for the rest of the week. And now for the fun stuff. Hundreds of people trudged through the snow to the art museum to take a ride down the rocky steps.
Exhilarating, tiring, but it was worth it. A Philadelphia tradition. Even though I can't feel my lips, it was still fun.
Air mattresses and all kinds of inflatables passed for sleds until they didn't. What are you going to do now? Your inflatables, it's done. What are you going to do now?
Well, we're going to mourn it a little bit for sure.
Oh, no, another one! You guys started a trend. Yeah, that was a sad sight to see, but a lot of fun out here today. Now the cleanup process begins. We do see a group of guys outside the Logan Hotel. They are shoveling late into the night for the guests that are going to be coming out of there tomorrow morning. I do want to update you about the SEPTA guidance. They just put out another announcement that they are going to be reinstating service tomorrow gradually as conditions allow. So if you rely on SEPTA, you want to stay tuned to their alert system. The mayor's office is going to be holding another briefing tomorrow at 11 o'clock to provide an update on the ongoing response efforts here in the city. We're live along the Parkway tonight. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6 Action News. Walter and Shari.
Well, the roadway is a sight to see. All right, thank you, Elizabeth.
This reminder, more on SEPTA now. It has suspended all regional rail and buses through overnight hours.
As our regional rail will operate on a Saturday schedule tomorrow, trains will not be ready for the start of the day.
The Broad Street and Market Frankfurt lines are expected to run on schedule.
Meanwhile, the Lehigh Valley saw the lion's share of snow accumulation today within our viewing area.
Action News reporter Leland Pinder has been braving conditions there. He's live for us in Bethlehem with a look at how things are into the late evening, Leland.
Yeah, across Lehigh and Northampton counties today, people in this area really got hit hard. At this point, things have let up considerably, but of course, the storm response will continue into the coming week. It's been a long weekend for John M. and his snow plowing business covering Lehigh and Northampton counties.
So I'm going to eventually end up on the other side of Nazareth, up by the 248 diner.
Nazareth saw more than 13 inches of accumulation as snow and sleet slammed the Lehigh Valley.
I just hit the median there because I couldn't see it because the snow's so high.
State crews were out as well, trying to keep roads clear as the wintry mix fell. Attention now turns to refreezing and icy conditions.
We're focused on right now just getting the streets clear, and we're focused on everybody's safety.
In Allentown, Mayor Matt Turk monitored operations all day amid the snow emergency. 52 plows are working to clear Allentown's 420 miles of streets as nearly 10 inches of precipitation fell on Sunday.
We didn't have to tow a ton, but we towed about 47 cars, and we had about 450 cars use our parking decks to get off the street. So a lot of cars off the streets, which made today's snow operations much easier.
Officials have urged drivers to stay off the roads, but no one said anything about snowboards. This is Stephen Rowland near the historic Hotel Bethlehem on Main Street. And I've been monitoring power outages throughout the day in this area. The highest I saw was just a few hours ago at more than 600, but I just checked a few minutes ago, and now it's just over 200. So PPL crews making progress tonight. Real life here in Bethlehem, Leland Pinder, Channel 6, Action News. Walter and Shari.
Okay, Leland, thank you.
We invite you to keep the free 6ABC app handy as we face some of the coldest conditions that we've had in years.
It's also your resource to stay on top of the snow removal, school closings, and much, much more if you lose power at your home.
We have more team coverage of the massive winter storm that delivered a wallop to the Delaware and Lehigh valleys in just a moment,
including a live report from New Jersey.
Yes, we're live out here in Cherry Hill, which has about 7 inches of snow, according to our meteorologists. Coming up, we'll have the latest on the conditions.
Back to Action News at 11. So many of you were indoors today. Let's get a look at how things are outside. Mobile 6 right now, traveling live tonight.
That's right. This is the Vine Street Expressway westbound, headed toward the Schuylkill Expressway, and it is great to see the pavement.
Yeah.
It's the first time since the beginning of this whole thing.
So true.
We're starting to see pavement in our live shots, so hopefully it's a good harbinger of things to come for tomorrow morning.
New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill tonight tells Action News that there are still concerns for icy roads after today's snow turned to sleet, then to rain. We'll hear more from the governor there in just a moment.
But first, we check in with Action News reporter Brianna Smith in Cherry Hill live tonight. Brianna.
Walter and Shari, the freezing rain has definitely lightened up a bit, but the wintry mix could cause some dangerous road conditions. Take a look at Route 38. You can see the slush and possibly some ice covering the area. And so now crews are focused on plowing and treating the roads through the night. From morning to night, crews have been clearing the roads in New Jersey as the massive storm dumped snow, sleet, and ice across the Garden State. The state's Department of Transportation deployed about 4,000 pieces of equipment, while Camden County's Department of Public Works has more than 100 pieces available.
It is a very difficult storm, as you all know, because we've had snow and then we have had this ice,
which county leaders say can lead to hazardous road conditions.
We'd love for everyone to stay home, stay warm, stay safe.
We love it. We get to stay home from school. We get to play in the snow.
In Cherry Hill, residents of all ages were also prepared. They spent the day removing snow from their sidewalk and cars, like 5-year-old Anthony.
Once the work's done, we'll play and have fun. He's been dying for a snowball fight.
It was all fun and games for this mother and son. Well, maybe not so much mom.
See, you're hard at work here. How
Yes,
you feeling?
Exhausted. My son has me out here in this weather, enjoying the cold.
As the storm comes to an end on Sunday night, many fear what Monday will bring.
My husband has to work in the morning, and he's worried about coming down these streets.
Yeah, and for those who rely on NJ Transit, crews plan to work through the night. They plan to restore service Monday morning gradually, starting with the light rail lines, but expect some delays and cancellations. And then after the late morning, early afternoon, they plan to ramp up bus schedules, but that all depends on the conditions. Live in Cherry Hill, Brianna Smith, Channel 6, Action News. Shari and Walter.
All right, well, I'll be checking the latest when we get up in the morning. Brianna, thanks.
All right, the action cam captured kids enjoying a day of fun sledding on the hills here this afternoon in Wilmington, Delaware.
I still have not been sledding. When's the last time you went, Walter?
Sledding?
Yeah. It's a laugh.
It's hard to even remember or just put it even for a time frame.
This is the slope behind Hanby Elementary School, providing the perfect setting for the wintertime fun.
Clearing driveways, sidewalks, and cars of the snow and ice can be challenging for some.
So with shovels in hand, volunteers from the World Mission Society Church of God in Northeast Philadelphia, they came out to save the day.
That's right. They went door to door on the 6600 block of Large Street, offering to help neighbors shovel and scrape away all that frozen precip.
Yeah, really love to see that.
Absolutely. All right, meteorologist Brittany Boyer in the Weather Center with an update on conditions at this hour. Brittany.
And you're really going to want to take it easy if you're shoveling tomorrow. Keep in mind some places had 2 to 3 inches of sleet on top of all of that heavy snow, and then you have to add freezing rain into the equation. So please make sure if you're shoveling, you're doing it safely. If you can have somebody that can help you tomorrow, that's even better. This has been a massive winter storm that we've been watching. This is now pulling its way in through parts of New England. The top snowfall reports that I've seen have been out in western Pennsylvania. There were a couple of spots that picked up 20 inches of snow, but we were not far from that. Let's show you the county maximum snowfall totals, and we're going to kind of work our way through this. Starting off with the Poconos, the top report there was 16.8 inches in Monroe County. Also the same report in Northampton County, Lehigh County 14.2. The highest totals by far, Poconos and Lehigh Valley. 14.1 in Berks. Lancaster County picked up a foot of snow, and then you can see the reports here throughout parts of Bucks, Montgomery, also Chester County, around a foot of snow. Philadelphia International is the top report for Philadelphia County with 9.1 inches. 9 inches in Newcastle County, 10 in Salem, 7.5 there in Cumberland County, and you can see kind of hugging the Delaware River there, 9.5 in Gloucester, 8.5 in Camden counties. Our fewer totals, or less snowfall totals, were closer to the coast, and they had a longer period of mixing with heavy rainfall, but still about a half of a foot of snow. And you're still going to want to use caution if you're out driving late tonight and also tomorrow. We're giving you the red light. Roads will still be covered with snow, and anything that did melt today for any reason, maybe down at the shore with the rain, you will have things icing back over. So make sure as you're driving, you're giving enough distance for you to stop, especially if there's a vehicle ahead of you. Road conditions are still not great at this hour. So let's talk about tomorrow, because it's going to be a big cleanup day, whether you're shoveling or getting out the snowblower. Probably fingers crossed that it's going to turn on tomorrow. We have gusts around 30 miles per hour. 14 is the wind chill at 10 o'clock in the morning. And notice our wind chill values stay in the teens all day. So you're going to want all of the layers if you're doing any cleanup. The call from AccuWeather for your Monday. Believe it or not, this is the best we can do with temperatures for highs this week. Just 27 in Wilmington, 25 degrees in Lansdale, upper 20s in Williamstown. Even at the Jersey Shore, our temperatures staying below freezing. And watch what happens as we go from Monday into Tuesday. You're starting to see that bitter cold air mass moving its way toward the east once again. And what's going to make it even worse is another reinforcing shot of Arctic air setting up for the middle of the week. So Tuesday's high temperature, just 20 degrees. Average for this time of the year is 41. So notice Tuesday we go from 20 to highs just in the teens Wednesday and Thursday. This is going to be a dangerous cold snap around here, and you'll see that in the exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast. Like I said, tomorrow the best we can do, 29, clouds breaking for some sun. Look at the nighttime low, 9 degrees, a high of just 20 on Tuesday with single-digit wind chill values, and we have single-digit nighttime temperatures Tuesday night into Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, even Friday, highs are only in the teens. Feels like temperatures in the single digits, and we're going to end the month of January on a cold note. 20 degrees on Saturday. Sunday not as cold, and you know, if I can find a silver lining to next weekend's forecast, I know it's cold. There's no winter storm next weekend. We've had back-to-back weekends, so.
And I just checked, 54 days till spring.
Oh,
so
somebody's
there's the other silver
counting.
lining.
Sounds good.
Yeah. But who's counting? Thank you, Brittany.
Take a look at this. What a beautiful scene to wake up to. Action News viewer Jeff Powell shared this peaceful, serene moment from his home in Downingtown.
Very cool. He was able to capture video of a herd of deer walking through the snow in his backyard this morning. This just might be the perfect way to spend a Sunday afternoon under a winter snowstorm.
Look at this. Donna Ryan shared this image of her daughter, Nikki, warming up in the hot tub at their home in Chalfont, Bucks County. If you got it, use it.
That's one way to stay warm.
This is the week for it. How about this little one here? Looks like she could be on the cover of Puppy Vogue.
That's right.
Yeah, everyone meet Nora.
That's right. Her owner, Kristen of Coopersburg up in the Lehigh Valley, shared this picture of Nora with her brand new pink coat. Kristen says Nora is living her best life and is not bothered by the cold.
Action News, Delaware Valley's leading news program, now continues.
Welcome back. We have continuing coverage of our massive winter storm tonight.
Well, you can see a very picturesque Logan Square there in Center City, covered there in a blanket of white tonight, but shining, looking pretty nice. Let's now take another live picture. This one from Sky 6 at 15th and JFK Boulevard, and you can see crews busy at work.
That's right. The roads have been plowed, and it appears traffic is able to move pretty smoothly tonight, hopefully better tomorrow.
Well, welcome back this half hour. I'm Shari Williams with Walter Perez. Mobile 6 right now traveling live on the roads tonight to give us an idea of how the driving conditions are.
That's right. We're now on the Schuylkill Expressway. This is westbound near Penrose Avenue, and we've been saying it all night long. It looks a lot better because, boy, earlier today it didn't look very good at all. So hopefully things will continue to improve as crews continue working throughout the night. Let's go over to meteorologist Brittany Boyer in the Weather Center.
Well, you've got the very latest, Britt, on those snowfall totals, those amounts across the area. The Lehigh and Delaware Valley definitely got dumped with snow today.
Yes, a lot of people are going to be digging out come tomorrow, and I know a lot of people are going to be waking up wondering what the road conditions are like. And we talked about earlier how we had a couple of locations that had daily snowfall records, one of them being up into Berks County, and that was in Reading. You can see live on Sky 6 right now, our Pagoda camera. 15 degrees the current temperature. It is very cold up there. You picked up right around 9 inches of snow. At least we have very light winds, but like I mentioned, a lot of places are going to be digging out. This is just a sampling of snowfall totals across parts of Pennsylvania. Boothwyn, about 9 inches of snow. Philadelphia International, we talked about how we had a daily snowfall record with 9.1 inches. Over 10 inches of snow in Norristown, also over 10 inches in the Phoenixville area. Allentown, also a daily record snowfall there at Lehigh Valley International. And Malvern picking up 12.5 inches of snow. Also some pretty impressive reports as you work your way farther south, but some lesser totals throughout parts of New Jersey, specifically toward the shore where they had some rain mixed in later this afternoon. Ocean City picked up 6 inches of snow before they had the switchover. Tallyville in Delaware 8 inches. Trenton 8.6. Malaga 9 inches of snow. Our friends at the Weather Service at Mount Holly, who have been working very hard with this storm, over 9 inches of snow and 10 inches in Bear. Here's where the system is right now. You can see the area of low pressure is well east of our region, so we've allowed things to finally quiet down here locally, but we still have a lot of cold air in place. These are air temperatures at this hour. Notice we're still hovering right around freezing at the shore. We're dropping those temperatures. Areas inland, it's 22 in Philadelphia, 14 in Quakertown, in the teens out west in Lancaster County. Enough of a breeze that we do have wind chill values, at least in a few locations, including the city, where it feels like just the single digits, something that we're going to have to get used to as we head into the upcoming work week. The call from AccuWeather for tonight: the storm has ended. Still looking at some difficult travel, especially with these temperatures staying well below freezing. So if you are going out late tonight, first thing tomorrow morning, please be very careful. The temperature trend for this week, I wish I had something better than this to show you. 29 degrees on your Monday. Average this time of year in Philadelphia is 41. We're far from it. Notice we have all of these sunny days, but Walter and Shari, we have a lot of cold days. We're going to talk more about this dangerous cold snap because we haven't seen temperatures this cold this long for a very long time here.
Temperatures are going to dip.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right. Thank you, Brittany. Let's switch now to Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington.
She's live for us on Logan Square tonight with a look at conditions in the city. Elizabeth, you've had a sight that we're all happy that you've spotted there tonight.
Yeah, it is great to see pavement, Walter and Shari. The cleanup process definitely well underway now that the precipitation has finally subsided. We have not seen many people or cars around Center City for hours tonight. Earlier today, we had a lot of people having fun during the day, but as it got dark, people definitely went into their houses. Now, the conditions have definitely impacted city services well beyond today. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, SEPTA suspended bus and regional rail service. Originally, it was until further notice. Now, SEPTA is saying that they're going to start bringing things back tomorrow, but gradually and as conditions allow. So keep an eye on those SEPTA alerts if you rely on public transportation. Trash collection and recycling in the city is also suspended tomorrow, and it will be delayed by 1 day for the remainder of the week. The city's plow trucks deployed at 5 o'clock this morning, and they have been going nonstop ever since. The plow operators brought a lot of that snow to this designated spot in North Philly where they could dump hundreds of tons of snow into this industrial-sized snow melter. According to the city, this piece of equipment is capable of melting 145 tons of snow an hour.
And how it works is operates by high heat intensity and steam that melts the snow that goes into our sewer drains so that we can get as much snow out of the neighborhoods that have densely populated communities as possible.
Now, the city's snow emergency is still in effect. That means that the snow emergency routes are off limits. So if you park on one of those, you risk getting a ticket or worse, getting towed. You do not want that to happen to you on a Monday. It's going to be bad enough having to shovel your car off tomorrow if you haven't been to your car yet today. The mayor is going to provide an update on the ongoing response efforts. But again, the precipitation has subsided, so that should give crews a lot of time tonight to clear things up. That update from the city is going to be at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And of course, Action News will be there to bring you the very latest. We're live on Logan Square tonight. Elizabeth Worthington, Channel 6, Action News. Guys.
Getting towed in the snow sounds no fun. Sounds like no fun at all. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah, no.
Several ski resorts are still deciding whether to open tomorrow, but not because of not getting all the snow, but for safety purposes. Sports enthusiasts are improvising in the meantime.
That's right. Betsy Hummel, who lives in Philadelphia's Roxborough neighborhood, shared this video of her son-in-law and friend skiing and snowboarding down the neighborhood's steep streets.
Parts of the Lehigh Valley saw about a foot of snow from today's winter storm.
The action cam on the scene here in Bethlehem earlier tonight. You can see the conditions on the roads there following the snowfall.
Let's go live now to Action News reporter Chad Perdelli.
He's in King of Prussia with a look at conditions out there. Chad.
Hey guys, pretty quiet out here. Not a whole lot of trucks at this time, but we're here going to give you a last look at the weather. This place got hit pretty hard. Brittany Boyer saying about 10 inches, and you can see the road's been largely cleared, and now it's packing up here along the shoulder. This is sort of slush. Good for traction right now, but obviously a concern that it could freeze overnight and into the next couple of days. You can see that guy over there in that parking lot. He's been going to work for most of the night, continuing to clear this snow. And I'll tell you, we were all throughout King of Prussia tonight, and we saw a lot of people getting stuck and a lot of helping hands. The roads in King of Prussia were littered with plowing crews. Their job, part snow removal, part rescue.
I didn't know how deep it was. I just rode right through it.
And then bang.
And then boom, that was it. I just got stuck.
That's when Henry Bunyoski sprang into action.
There's a lot of people out driving that shouldn't be out driving. If you don't have a truck or something big, you should probably stay home.
Earlier in the day, Kevin McCloskey's four-wheel drive broke.
Got out early this morning, ended up blowing the clip to hold the locker in for the four-wheel drive.
Oh, no.
So no four-wheel drive, you get stuck. That's what happens when the world shuts down.
But he got the part fixed, and late tonight helped this young man. As the storm moved out, homeowners went to work.
Just use the blower, let the stuff kind of really sit on top. You know, I was watching the news, and they'd recommended that. So it worked out really well. Still coming down, though, so I'm hoping it doesn't freeze again for tomorrow.
The cleanup will likely stretch into the next couple of days. With so many lending a helping hand, it'll be over before we know it. What are you doing out here? You working out here or just driving out here?
I guess charity work, but no, just driving right now, yeah.
That was nice what you did.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
And a shout out to all the men and women who are out here cleaning snow and cleaning these parking lots and helping people in a jam. For now, live in King of Prussia, Chad Perdelli, Channel 6 Action News. Back to you guys.
Yeah, so glad someone's there to help out for sure. All right, Chad, thanks.
All right, this picturesque scene and snowy scene is from Bechtelsville, Berks County.
Well, this part of our area saw just under a foot of snowfall today, and you can see that the crops were almost completely buried there in the white.
And this here's a look at how roads in South Jersey look tonight following today's snow, sleet, and rain.
A reminder that those streets that appear cleared could be icy as we are dealing with frigid temperatures tonight. Anything out there might just freeze. And it's not just the roads that are a concern for officials in New Jersey tonight.
Action News spoke with Governor Mikey Sherrill, who says she's also worried about the power going out.
But now I am concerned about utility outages should some of these trees come down. So if you have elderly neighbors, if there are seniors in your area, please check on them, make sure they're doing okay.
Governor Sherrill also recommends that anyone who can stay home or work from home tomorrow, she's asking to do so.
Primarily because many back roads have not yet been plowed. And Delaware is also contending with a significant amount of snow. This was the scene earlier today in Wilmington, right there on Duncan Road on Kirkwood Highway.
You can see neighbors there hard at work, shoveling their driveways. One person decided to venture out on a bicycle. Couldn't really get the car going, so 2 wheels, giving that a try
That's
instead.
pretty ambitious right there.
This reminder to keep this free 6ABC app handy as we are, of course, dealing with some of the coldest conditions we've seen in years.
It's also your resource to stay on top of snow removal, school closings, and much, much more, even if the power goes out. Stay with Action News for more winter storm coverage.
We've got an update from meteorologist Brittany Boyer and much more when we come back. Mobile 6 traveling right now, giving us another view of the roads today. So many of you listened to the warnings and stayed in. So here now a look at how it is out there for the drivers who are on the road.
We're now on I-95 South near the Ben Franklin Bridge, and conditions have improved over the past several hours. Of course, crews will continue working all throughout the night and hopefully make your early morning commute as clear as possible.
This was the scene in Allentown today after a plow truck got wedged under an overpass. It happened around 10 a.m. as heavy snow was falling. This at the I-78 overpass on Lehigh Street.
You can see the trailer was seriously damaged. No reports of any injuries at this time.
Well, despite the snowstorm today, community members in South Jersey made sure to continue their Sunday traditions.
The Church of the Holy Family in Sewell not only held Mass this morning, but they also were able to live stream the services for those at home.
I'm grateful that people are so determined they want to be here, even if the weather is difficult. I want people to be safe. But a number of our parishioners, they do have trucks and four-wheel drive, and they're able to be here, and they don't live too far away. So we wanted to have the masses publicly, even in spite of the snow.
At Holy Angels Parish in Woodbury, about a dozen people made the journey through the snow to celebrate Mass there.
I think it's great, I mean, whether it's, 10 or 100 or 500, it's still a good thing.
Father Byerly says it's important for them to keep the doors open for the parishioners who want to come out and worship in person. Well, a popular place also to spend some time today was at McGillen's Old Ale House in Center City.
I wonder why it was so popular. Yeah, people bellying up to the bar, ordering that Bloody Mary or beer.
We typically wouldn't really be out on a Sunday, but since nobody's out, we thought that it would be the best opportunity to see what it's like when the city's dead.
We're moving here next month, and we had to come down and find a place. It's really the only weekend that worked out for us. It happened to be, the worst weekend to travel, but we're here.
As you can see, customers also taking advantage of the bar's fireplace to warm up on a cold winter's night. We're happy to report that Elfie had a great time during today's snowstorm.
Here's the video to prove it. Heather Choice of Norristown shared this video of Elfie dressed in a fuzzy jacket during playtime. Heather is currently fostering Elfie from ACT Philly. Roads across the area have been difficult to navigate. This is what it looks like driving on Ridge Avenue, heading through Philadelphia's Roxborough neighborhood towards Manayunk this afternoon.
As you can see, most people listened to the advice of city leaders and stayed off the roads.
All right, let's talk about the accurate forecast. We've been talking about it for days for sure that this storm would come, and now we're on the back end of it. Things getting better now.
That's right, Brittany, and it feels good to look outside and not see anything coming down from the sky.
Yes, but it's not exactly going to feel good as we go through the upcoming week around here. I've been watching the Sky 6 camera here, and we've been watching as the crews have been working hard on getting rid of this pile of snow. We are going to have snow on the ground for days around here, because the next big thing that we're looking at is, yes, the storm has ended, but now we're ramping up for our coldest stretch of winter this week. And if we look at some of the stats here, we were digging into some of the data for Philadelphia in particular. We've had 2 days in a row where temperatures have been below 32 degrees. When we look at the extended outlook, we're looking at the potential of adding 7 more to that tally. Not exactly a list we want to be on, but that would give us 9 days here in Philadelphia and many surrounding communities where we spend it below freezing. The last time we had a stretch this long, you actually have to go back to January of 2004 and also December of 1989. So let's look at the temperature trend here. I've been talking about how average in Philadelphia is right around 41 degrees. Notice really the core of the cold is Tuesday through about Saturday, the final day of January, with temperatures in the teens to near 20 degrees. We don't look to get above freezing until Groundhog Day. What a coincidence. We have day after day of just cold, cold, cold here in Philadelphia. So you know how things go this time of the year. We have some action items, some things that maybe you haven't been thinking about with this kind of cold snap. You are going to want to watch for ice jams in your gutters. Also keeping kids and pets off of patches of ice, ponds and lakes. That's not where they want to be. If you haven't done it already, you're a little late to the game here, but you want to make sure that you're shutting off exterior faucets and hoses. Also, if you have pipes that are susceptible to freezing, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of frozen pipes this week just because nighttime temperatures are going to be in the single digits. So tonight we're at 22 degrees in Philadelphia, 18 in Doylestown. Our coldest temperatures have been north and west, where we have about a foot of snow on the ground. At the shore, you had snow and then you switched over and you ended with rain with this storm, but now temperatures are dropping back to below freezing. So any kind of puddles that got left over from that rain will freeze overnight tonight. The good thing is satellite and radar showing that our storm is pulling out of here. We have no precipitation that we have to worry about for the rest of tonight. The only concern is going to be slippery roads and sidewalks. 24 the low in Philadelphia, teens in the surrounding suburbs. So it is going to be a cold night. Cold if you have to go to work tomorrow morning. I'd give yourself plenty of time to dig out and clean off your car. Temperatures at 6 o'clock in the morning, 23 degrees, cloudy through 9 o'clock. And by 11 a.m. or so, we're starting to see some breaks of sun. It's not going to be the brightest of days, but this is our best day in terms of temperature here in Philadelphia. 29 degrees, 30 down in Sea Isle, 27 in Trenton. Temperatures low to mid 20s north and west. And then we have a breeze throughout the day tomorrow, and I think that holds in place as we go into Tuesday morning. So you're waking up, maybe the kids are going back to school. This is what it's going to feel like. Wind chills below 0. So we've got the dangerous cold on the way. And by the time we get into Tuesday afternoon, the high is only 20 degrees and we continue to go downhill from there. Your exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast shows 29 on Monday. We drop to 9 degrees Monday night into Tuesday morning. Tuesday, a high of just 20 degrees. Our wind chills during the afternoon are only in the single digits, and even more cold as we head into Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday with high temperatures only in the teens. And we keep that cold trend into next weekend. 20 on Saturday, 25 degrees next Sunday. We are in the long haul with this cold snap.
Wondering how long it'll be if the rivers freeze. It's been a long time since that happened.
That'll be something to watch this week.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thank you, Brittany.
New York City received more than 8.5 inches of snow today.
Neighbors there had a little fun taking part in a friendly snowball fight on a rarely empty streets of Midtown Manhattan.
Morning, ladies. How do you like the snow?
We've had plenty of dogs on our air today. Now let's give some love to the chickens.
The chickens. Julia Hickerson sent us this video of her flock in the snow in Downingtown, Chester County. Their names are Nugget and Tender.
That's good, right?
A harbinger of things to come.
This might be our favorite way to measure the snow. Bill Selgrath of Horsham created his very own winter storm measuring device, my air quotes there, good old-fashioned beer cans.
Now, at the time the photo was taken, his yard was only 2 beer cans high, as you can see, but Bill decided to continue measuring a solid snow day at home.
Talk about rubbing it in. This is Leonard and Janice Wumbold from Souderton, Montgomery County.
And they're cruel. This couple happens to be snowbirds who are currently in Florida for the winter. They wanted to make sure that we knew that they are nice and warm in that part of the Sunshine State.
Yeah, they say they still watch Action News every day from afar. We appreciate that so much. They also wanted us to know it was 85 degrees where they are today.
That hurts.
Yeah. But thanks for watching, guys. We want to see your pictures and videos. Please keep sending them in to 6abc.com/share.
You might see them right here on Action News.
Well, we have continuing coverage of our winter storm coming tomorrow morning, beginning at 4:30 a.m. with Aliana Gomez, Matt O'Donnell, Karen Rogers, and Matt Pellman.
Now for Sherry Williams, Brittany Boyer, Jason Dumas, and the entire Action News team, I'm Walter Perez. Have a good night and a great weekend.